Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar, as well as Devendra Fadnavis, all of them would be in fact present with Amit Shah, the Union Home Minister, when the manifesto would be launched. In fact, today at around 10 a.m. there is a press conference that is held at Mumbai's Sofitel Hotel located in BKC, and at that point in time Union Home Minister Amit Shah would in fact take a press conference, address the press and launch the manifesto. Primarily what we are expecting is that, the Ladki Bahin scheme, that money that is being, set up around 1,500, that would be increased to 2,100. That is what we are hearing. Apart from that, a loan waiver scheme for farmers would be in fact promised. Apart from that, an employment scheme would also be promised by the Mahayuti government, and many more schemes would be in fact promised by Mahayuti government, although an official press conference is going to take place, Shivangi, today at around 10 a.m. where the Union Home Minister will officially launch the manifesto. Remember, the Congress party has already launched the manifesto and have made multiple promises. They have come up with Mahalakshmi Yojana scheme wherein women are getting 3,000. That is the promise that they have made, that they will be provided 3,000 a month. So whether the Bharatiya Janata Party would be able to provide a kind of a counter manifesto to Congress party's manifestos, or to the manifesto that has been given by the Mahavikas Aghadi. That is something that we are looking out for, and it would be very interesting that what are the promises that Mahayuti is going to come out with.
Right, Sandeep. And also take our viewers through once more about what the Congress is doing. Now, we know that before the manifestos were released, we were expecting a manifesto with the 5 guarantees, very similar to what happened in Karnataka before the elections, where the Congress had promised, once again, given 5 promises to their electorate and the voters. So this is something very similar. There has been a lot of politics over this as well, Sandeep, in the past.
Shivangi, yes. As far as the 5 guarantees are concerned, these guarantees are very similar to the Karnataka ones. But ultimately, the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Mahayuti candidates are targeting the Congress party's manifesto by saying, with the fact that Congress would not be able to in fact implement the promises that have been made. In fact, Ajit Pawar yesterday in one of his programs says that 3,000 per month cost around 3 lakh crore rupees to the state treasury. So how is that possible? So these are some of the points over which, the Mahayuti is in fact taking on the Congress party's manifesto. But ultimately, what would be Mahayuti's manifesto, and how much amount would be they promising to the women in the state of Maharashtra? What policies they are going to come for the youths or for the senior citizens in the state of Maharashtra? That is something that would be very interesting today. And once the Mahayuti's manifesto is launched, it would be, we would be in a better position to do a comparison of Congress party's manifesto with Mahayuti's manifesto.
All right. Thank you for joining us, Sandeep, with all those details. We will be coming back to you because we are counting down to the crucial Maharashtra polls, which are not too far away. And I'll be coming back to you for more details. We have to move ahead right now. Getting some breaking news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, Sapor, where one terrorist has been gunned down by the security forces, and it is the second gunfight in 24 hours. Operation launched by a joint team of police and security forces, viewers. And as part of the anti-terrorist drive in the region, on Friday, 2 militants were killed in a separate encounter in the Sagipora area of Sapor. Security forces continued their efforts to neutralize terrorist threats in the region as part of an ongoing counter-insurgency operation. That is right, viewers. One terrorist gunned down. Pictures on your screen. Pictures on your screen of that terrorist which has been gunned down in Jammu and Kashmir, Sapor. Now we can tell you that the anti-terror operations are continuing in Jammu and Kashmir. Those are the top details we're getting for our viewers. And we will also go to Arawat. Let's go to Arawat, who's joining us live. Arawat, please take our viewers to latest coming in. Now, do we know that which terror organization does this terrorist belonged to has any terror organization claimed responsibility? And number two, we know the anti-terror operations are underway as we speak. Please take our viewers through latest coming in. Aravat.
Yeah, absolutely, Shwangi, as we have seen that the back-to-back terror incidents were taking place in the Kashmir Valley, particularly from North Kashmir to South Kashmir, that we have seen that the non-locals and the forces were targeted by the various terrorist organizations. Then after we have seen that the intelligence agencies have sounded alert for the Kashmir Valley, that there are attempts by the terrorists to create disturbance in the Kashmir Valley. But we have seen alertness of the forces from the line of control areas to the cities and towns. And this is the big win for the forces, as within the 24 hours, this is the second gunfight in the Sopore. Earlier we have seen that the joint forces have neutralized two terrorists. Then after the another operation was launched yesterday late evening in the Sopore's Rajpura, Rampura area, where we have seen that the one foreign terrorists were neutralized and the huge kg of arms have been recovered. After that, we have seen this is the big win for the forces, as already we have seen that the crackdown was started on the OGW networks across the Kashmir Valley from North Kashmir to South Kashmir. Many OGWs were arrested and detained, and the huge input was got from these associates who were arrested by the joint forces. Then after we have seen these kind of operations are taking place, and this is the big win for the forces, and that the Pakistani terrorists were neutralized in the gunfight in the North Kashmir Sopore. So far, the search is on and the combing operation is going on, because this is the Rajpura Ampora area. It's the forest area where the ongoing operation is on right now. And we have seen these kind of operations, particularly in North Kashmir. And this is the fourth gunfight in the North Kashmir. And particularly if we'll talk so far from last 14 days in the Kashmir Valley, some 8 terrorists have been neutralized in the various gunfights. Particularly we will talk about the Anantnag. Then after, on the same day, we have seen gunfight in the Srinagar's Khanyar, and also in the Kopara, Bandipora, and second gunfight within 24 hours is underway here in the North Kashmir Sopore, where we have seen 2 terrorists were neutralized yesterday. And then after, another operation was launched yesterday late evening, in which we have seen that the 1 terrorist have been neutralized and the huge kg of arms ammunition have been recovered. So far, joint operations underway. In fact, the coordinated search operation, what the precautionary measures have been extended to other forest areas near the Sopore, where the operation is on. The operation was conducted by the Indian Army's 22 Rashtra Rifles and the Special Operation Group of the Jammu and Kashmir. Senior officials from the Jammu and Kashmir Police are also monitoring this situation. And the operation was halted yesterday late night after seeing that there was the zero visibility, but the operation have been once again resumed with the first light of this morning, Shwangi.
Right. Okay, thank you so much for joining us, Aravat, with all those details. I will be coming back to you. 1 terrorist viewers eliminated in Jammu and Kashmir. Support those pictures of that terrorist on your screen. Now we have to move ahead, viewers, because we have been telling you that back from Maharashtra and Jharkhand is getting quite competitive. The poll campaigning by BJP and Congress is in full swing. Today, Home Minister Amit Shah will launch the party's election manifesto for Maharashtra, while PM Modi will hold a public rally in Jharkhand's Bokaro. Watch this report for more.
Ahead of polls in Maharashtra and Jharkhand, BJP is in full campaign mode. Prime Minister Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah are holding back-to-back rallies in both poll-bound states. Home Minister Amit Shah held a massive roadshow in Jamshedpur in support of NDA candidates on Saturday.
केंद्रीय गृह मंत्री अमित शाह हमारे साथ हैं। सर, तस्वीरें हम देख पा रहे हैं, लोगों का प्यार नजर आ रहा है, भारी जन समर्थन, भारी उत्साह। क्या लग रहा है, झारखंड में इस बार परिवर्तन तय है?
पूर्ण बहुमत के साथ यहाँ भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार एक बार फिर से बनने जा रही है।
सर, यूसीसी की बात आप कर रहे हैं, लेकिन विरोधियों के पेट में दर्द हो रहा है।
चलिए, इसका मेरे पास कोई इलाज नहीं है। हम सारी ट्राइबल जातियों को एक्सक्लूड कर यहाँ पर यूसीसी लाए।
सर, जो घुसपैठ का मुद्दा है, डेमोग्राफी चेंज का मुद्दा है, लगातार बीजेपी उठा रही है, लेकिन आपको लगता है कि कितना समय इसमें लग सकता है और क्या सबसे बड़ा कारण है इसको लेकर?
देखिए, केंद्रीय सुरक्षा बल, गांव का पटवारी पुलिस स्टेशन और डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर के बीच में जब तक कोऑर्डिनेशन नहीं है घुसपैठ रोक नहीं सकते।
सर, लोकसभा चुनाव में इंडी गठबंधन ने बहुत कोशिश की कि संविधान का नाम लेकर आपको तोड़ा जाए, पार्टी को नुकसान पहुंचाया जाए, लेकिन एक है और सेफ है का कोई भी काट विपक्ष निकाल नहीं पाया है।
देखिए, जो बात इन्होंने जातियों से तोड़ने का कहा है, इसका जवाब झारखंड की जनता।
आखिरी सवाल मेरा रहेगा सर, उलेमा बोर्ड की अगर मैं बात करती हूँ तो उलेमा बोर्ड ने महाविकास अघाड़ी को लेकर समर्थन किया है और सबसे ज्यादा कांग्रेस भी वक्फ बोर्ड का विरोध कर रही है।
नहीं, अब झारखंड की जनता तय करेगी। हरियाणा की जनता ने तय कर दिया है। महाराष्ट्र झारखंड की जनता का मैंडेट आ जाने दीजिए, इनको भी समझ आ जाएगी।
Today, Prime Minister Modi will hold a public rally in Jharkhand's Bokaro, whereas Amit Shah will launch BJP's Sankalp Patra for Maharashtra Assembly elections. It must be noted that the Congress has already released its manifesto promising 5 key guarantees for Maharashtra. As the battle for Maharashtra and Jharkhand heat up, the NDA and the UPA are aggressively campaigning to secure win in the forthcoming polls.
The All India Ulema Board viewers has recently reached out to the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi, MVA, the MVA offering conditional support ahead of the Maharashtra Assembly polls. In a letter that surfaced, the Ulema Board outlined a list of 17 demands, from a 10% quota for Muslims in education to action against specific figures. Watch this report for more to understand this latest development.
After political furor over Ulema Board's conditional support to MVA and Sharad Pawar's letter of gratitude, MVA seems to be on a back foot after party sources claim that the letter was leaked. This comes after All India Ulema Board sent a letter offering support to the MVA but with 17 specific demands. Among the Ulema Board's demands are a 10% quota for Muslims in education, cancellation of the Waqf Bill amendment and ₹1,000 crore for the Waqf Board. Another big demand that the board has proposed is sending Hindu Saint Ramgiri Maharaj and BJP MLA Nitish Rane behind the bars. Other conditions include banning of RSS, recruitment of educated Muslims in police force, appointment of 500 employees in Maharashtra Waqf Board, and action against those who speak against Prophet Muhammad. Meanwhile, speaking to the public, Maulvi Usman Sheikh, president of the Ulema Board, confirmed that discussions have in fact taken place with MVA leaders like Sharad Pawar and Nana Patole.
जिनसे हमारी बात हुई है, शरद पवार जी, नाना पटोले जी, उदय ठाकरे जी, उन्होंने कहा जो संविधान के दायरे में रहेगा वो आपका मंजूर करेंगे।
तो आपसे किससे मुलाकात हुई थी?
हमारी शरद पवार जी से मुलाकात हुई, जयंत पटेल से हुई, उदय ठाकरे जी से हुई, तुम्हारे नाना पटोले जी से हुई। ये अभी तो सिर्फ हमने उनसे मांगनी की है, कोई मांगनी हमारी मंजूर अभी नहीं होंगी। जब सरकार बनेगी महाविकास आघाड़ी, जब की बात है ना ये।
While the BJP is calling it an appeasement bid,
Rahul Gandhi, the BJP would like to know, because any reservation on religious ground is totally prohibited. The Constitution does not permit. The Supreme Court judgment also prohibits that. How does your president of Maharashtra Congress tell the Jamaat-e-Ulema will consider it?
the question is, has the MVA crossed a line by openly quoting votes along religious lines?
And viewers, Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge has hit out at the BJP, accusing it of indulging in divisive politics. That is right. Now, in a press conference in Nagpur, Kharge has called on UP CM Yogi Adityanath's controversial slogan and questioned if the BJP aligns with Yogi's "batenge to katenge" stance or PM Modi's "ek hai to safe hai" message of unity. Here's a full report. Hot
on the heels of Maharashtra elections, BJP's clarion calls for unity continue to reverberate. Amid that, Congress seems to be resorting to the old rhetoric of pointing fingers. Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge has thrown down a challenge to the BJP. Speaking in Nagpur, Kharge urged the BJP to clarify its stance on unity.
इन्होंने बांटने का काम खुद किया। कैसा? इन्होंने तो हजारों सालों से पहले हमको बांटे, हजारों सालों से सप्रेस करे हमको काटते ही आए हैं। बांटे कैसा? इस देश में मनुस्मृति बनाए, मनुस्मृति में पहले ही बांट दिए। एक बैठे ब्राह्मण, दूसरे बैठे क्षत्रिय, तीसरे बैठे वैश्य, चौथे बैठे शूद्र, और एक क्लास निकला उसमें अति शूद्र। अरे पहले 5 लोगों को तो आपने ही बांटा, तो एक ही कहा रखे, कहा है यूनिटी?
He questioned if the party stands by Yogi Adityanath's "बटेंगे तो कटेंगे" slogan or PM Modi's "एक है तो सेफ है" message.
योगी मुख में राम, बगल में छुरी, साधु का ड्रेस डालते हैं और वे बोलते हैं कि बटेंगे तो कटेंगे। अरे भाई, कौन बांट रहा है, कौन काट रहा है? अरे बांटने वाले भी आप ही हो, काटने वाले भी आप ही हो। और मोदी जी बोलते हैं हम एक है तो सेफ है। मैं पूछता हूं मोदी जी, अगर एक होना है, सब मिलके रहना है, तो बोलो मनुस्मृति को और एक होने की बात करो तुम। मैं वोटों के लिए एक होना और बांटना लोगों को आप काम करते हैं।
Kharge even accused BJP leaders of using divisive speeches to drive a wedge in the society.
वो वोट कैसा देंगे आप नितिन? हाँ, गोडसे ने मारा और देश को एकता रखने के लिए जो कांग्रेस पार्टी की गरीबों की नेता थी इंदिरा गांधी, उसको कौन मारे? यही विचारधारा वाले। हम एक रखना तो गोलियां हमारे ऊपर ही चलती है। राजीव गांधी जी इस देश को एक रखना चाहते थे, एक रखने की कोशिश किए, उनको भी आपने मारे, उनके टुकड़े टुकड़े कर दिए। और जब उनको मारते हो आप खुश रहते हो।
The Congress Supremo pointed fingers at both the BJP and the RSS, accusing them of stoking division for votes.
डॉक्टर बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर का संविधान जो बनाया गया है, वो संविधान हमारे लिए ठीक नहीं है, क्योंकि वो नहीं चाहते डॉक्टर बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर लिखा हुआ संविधान इस देश में चले। उसीलिए उसको वो छोटा छोटा कतर कतर के बदलाव करना चाहते हैं। अगर संविधान को कुछ हुआ, उसके जिम्मेदार आरएसएस होगी और मोदी होंगे, दूसरे कोई नहीं।
With the elections right around the corner, the verbal volleys only seem to be intensifying.
In news, some more updates coming in. Terrorist was killed in an ongoing encounter with security forces in Sapor area of Baramulla district, North Kashmir on Saturday. The identity of the slain terrorist has not been disclosed. According to reports, the encounter began after intelligence input confirmed the presence of terrorists in Rampura, Sapor area. In response, security forces, including the Army's 22 Rashtriya Rifles, Support Special Operations Group and the 179th Battalion of CRPF swiftly launched a search operation. This marks the second gunfight in the region in the past 24 hours. On Friday, 2 terrorists were killed in a separate encounter in Sopore area. And authorities have stated that the operation is still underway and further details will be shared once the area is fully secured. CM Yogi Adityanath voiced strong opinions on the ongoing court hearing regarding the status of Aligarh Muslim University. Speaking to a gathering, CM Adityanath questioned the justification for granting minority status to AMU. He argued that the AMU is financed by taxpayers' money. It should not offer exclusive benefits to a single community while disregarding constitutional mandated reservations for marginalized groups such as scheduled caste, scheduled tribes and other backward classes. He expressed concern over the fact that AMU, despite receiving public funding, does not provide any reservations for SCs, STs and OBCs, but instead attempts to implement its own 50% reservation for Muslims. The Chief Minister also highlighted that the Indian Constitution ensures the rights of these marginalized communities through reservations in line with the recommendation of the Mandal Commission report. New Home Minister Amit Shah is set to launch the BJP'S election manifesto, the Sankalp Patra, for the upcoming Maharashtra Assembly elections today. The launch marks a key moment in an intense election race as political parties across the state ramp up their campaigns. In contrast, the Congress party has already unveiled its manifesto, pledging 5 major guarantees for the people of Maharashtra. The promises include 3,000 per month for women, free bus travel for women and girls under the Mahalakshmi Yojana, and long waivers for up to 3 lakh for farmers. Additional 50,000 rupees incentive for those who regularly repay their loans. Congress also advocates for a caste-based census, the removal of the 50% cap on reservation, and expanded health benefits, including free medicines.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
there a genuine potential here economically of India being the leading player of the global south?
People are now seeing that emerging markets will speak and will speak on agenda which matters to them, and we can't ignore them because they constitute a substantial part of the global trade, global economy. Specifically, people came to me, finance ministers came to me to say India's G20 presidency stands out for two things, for the content and also the conduct.
With just 10 days to go for the Maharashtra elections, Amit Shah to unveil BJP's Sankalp Patra today. Speculations are rife over chief ministerial face in Maharashtra. Ajit Pawar signals decision to be taken post-elections. Demographic debate becomes a flashpoint in Jharkhand. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh raises concerns over intruders.
कांग्रेस के नेताओं से पूछना चाहता हूं, आरजेडी के नेताओं से पूछना चाहता हूं, लालू जी आप भी बताइए क्या कारण है कि हमारे झारखंड में जहां पर 52%, 52% जहां पर आदिवासी थे, आज उनकी संख्या घटकर 28% क्यों हो गई?
Terrorist kill and encounter with security forces in Jammu and Kashmir support massive anti-terror operations launched. Supreme Court says bulldozer justice simply unacceptable under rule of law. Says citizens' voices cannot be throttled by a threat of destroying their properties. Viewers, we are live this morning. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. We start off with some breaking updates, and we're coming to know, viewers, that big breaking news is coming in from the US, where Donald Trump, President-elect, has offered money to Democrat Party to pay for pending campaign expenses. In a social media post on X, Trump said that I'm very surprised that the Democrats who fought a hard and valiant fight in 2020 presidential elections, raising a record amount of money, did not have a lot of dollars left over. Now they're being squeezed by vendors and others. Trump further said, whatever we do to help them during this difficult period, I would strongly recommend we as a party and for the sake of desperately needed unity do. Okay, so we're getting this breaking update coming in where Donald Trump has made a offer to pay money to Democrats, which he says that Democrats are running out of funds. That's a big breaking update coming in on Republic TV. This is coming in just after Donald Trump has won the presidential elections, and we're getting some more breaking news coming in. Some more breaking news from the US, where US President Joe Biden has invited President-elect Trump for meeting at White House on November 13, which would formally begin the presidential transition. At President Biden's invitation, President Biden and President-elect Trump will meet in the Oval Office on Wednesday at 11 a.m. Notably, a similar meeting between outgoing Vice President Kamala Harris and her successor J.D. Vance is also being scheduled. So there's a huge transfer of power process, and it looks like that that is going to begin very soon. As you can see very clearly, viewers, President Biden and President-elect Trump will discuss the transfer of power. The meeting will be the first time the two presidents will be meeting since June's presidential debate. The 11 a.m. meeting is EST time, is tradition for the outgoing and incoming presidents as start of the peaceful transfer of power. 4 years ago, Trump did not host Biden after the 2020 election. And we move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories we are tracking. And we're going ahead to what is happening. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov on Saturday held bilateral talks with his counterparts from Mali, Central African Republic, Uganda and Cameroon on the sidelines of the Russia-Africa Partnership Summit in Sochi. Lavrov discussed issues of bilateral cooperation with his counterparts from Uganda and Cameroon. Here's more.
Russia has kicked off the first ministerial conference of the Russia-Africa Partnership Forum in Sochi. The emphasis remains on strengthening relationships with African nations and dispelling the perception of isolation caused by Western sanctions. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov on Saturday held bilateral talks with his counterparts from Mali, Central African Republic, Uganda and Cameroon. During his talks with Mali's Foreign Minister, Lavrov praised the relationship between the two countries.
Мы видим в Мали нашего надежного партнера, важного союзника на африканском континенте и ценим наше взаимодействие в ООН, включая группу друзей в защиту Устава ООН. Значение работы которой с каждым днем возрастает в ситуации, когда Запад хочет выборочно, как из меню, выбирать устраивающие его на тот или иной конкретный момент времени принципы устава, а остальные игнорируют.
Lavrov used the opportunity to criticize the West for what he called selectively applying the Charter of the United Nations. Lavrov and the Foreign Minister of the Central African Republic signed bilateral agreement. The agreement focused on mutually eliminating visa requirements for holders of diplomatic and service passports between the two countries. The two ministers discussed matters related to strengthening friendly relations with a particular emphasis on promoting projects in raw materials exploration. Issues of bilateral cooperation were also discussed with counterparts from Uganda and Cameroon. Lavrov praised Ugandan President for his vocal support for the principles of justice, mutual interests and mutual respect in international relations.
Thank you for accepting our invitation to come to this first ministerial forum of Russia-Africa Partnership, which is being convened on the basis of the agreement reached last year at the Russia-Africa Summit in St. Petersburg, where we highly appreciated the participation and interventions of President Museveni. He was really very vocal, promoting principles of justice, mutual interest, mutual respect in international affairs.
How Russia-Africa Partnership Forum influence future relations between Russia and African nations remains to be seen.
Germany marked the 35th anniversary of the fall of the Berlin Wall on Saturday, a pivotal moment in the collapse of communism in Europe. Built in 1961, the wall stood the 28 years at the front line of the Cold War between the Americans and the Soviets. Here's a report for more. Take a look.
Germany marks the 35th anniversary of the fall of the Berlin Wall, a pivotal movement in the collapse of communism in Europe. The wall stood for 28 years at the front line of the Cold War between the Americans and the Soviets. The communist regime constructed it to prevent East Germans from being exposed to the ideological influence of the West. At the Berlin Wall Memorial, a commemoration was held, attended by German President Frank-Walter Steinmeier. The governing mayor of Berlin, one of the speakers at the commemoration, described the fall of Berlin Wall as an extraordinary moment in the history.
Was für ein Glückstag war der 9. November 89. Vor 35 Jahren, als die Menschen in der damaligen DDR, auch hier im Ostteil unserer Stadt, die Mauer einfach wegdrückten. Sie schoben sie beiseite. Es waren unfassbare Momente, unfassbare Stunden und Tage.
He called Berlin to be a place of hope for those fighting for their freedom.
Seit 35 Jahren ist Berlin nicht mehr geteilt, ist unser Land geeint, ist Europa geeint. Aber es gibt noch viele, viele Menschen, und die will ich heute auch alle hier begrüßen, die nicht in Freiheit und Demokratie leben, die immer noch kämpfen. Und ich kann Ihnen sagen, Berlin ist stolz darauf, Stadt der Freiheit zu sein. Und ich möchte, dass Berlin ein Hoffnungsort ist. Ein Hoffnungsort für alle Menschen, die noch nicht in Freiheit leben, aber für ihre Freiheit kämpfen.
After the short event, Stanmire and others placed flowers into the cracks of the wall. Today, only a few stretches of the 156-kilometer barrier remain, mostly as a tourist attraction.
The election season is on in the state of Maharashtra, and today the Union Home Minister will launch the Manifesto of Mahayuti in Mumbai's BKC Sofitel Hotel. Stay tuned to Republic TV for more on this.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
Devastating volcanic eruption has now once again rocked Indonesia's Mount Laki-Laki, sending plumes of ash high into the sky and claiming lives. Just days after a deadly eruption killed 9 people, the volcano erupted again on Saturday. Watch this report for more.
Indonesia's Mount Laki-Laki volcano spewed towering columns of hot ash high into the air on Saturday. This comes after a huge eruption killed 9 people and injured dozens of others. The volcano shot billowing columns of ash at least 3 times, rising up to 9 kilometers. The danger zone was expanded to a radius of 8 kilometers by the authorities. 16,000 people have been evacuated by the authorities so far. The series of eruptions throughout the week have already affected more than 10,000 people in 14 villages. A total of over 2,300 houses and public facilities were damaged and collapsed. Rescue workers, police and soldiers continue to rescue and conduct search operations to ensure civilian safety.
Let's get to the big sports story. The BCCI has conducted an exhaustive review of India's shock 0-3 debacle against New Zealand with selection of Rag Turner for the Mumbai test. Resting Jasprit Bumrah and Gautam Gambhir's coaching style were discussed threadbare. Skipper Rohit Sharma, chairman of the selectors Ajit Agarkar and head coach Gambhir were in attendance along with BCCI Secretary Jay Shah and President Roger Binney. It cannot be confirmed whether Gambhir's coaching style was questioned or not, but it is understood that some people in the Indian team think tank are not on the same page with the chief coach. Take a look.
The Gautam Gambhir era is not quite living up to its promise. Gambhir, who had led the Kolkata Knight Riders to their third IPL title earlier this year with his mentorship, is facing the wrath of cricket experts and Indian cricket fans. Many have expressed their reservations about Gautam Gambhir's coaching style. Indian cricket fans in particular have been asking several questions regarding Gambhir's coaching skills and have repeatedly slammed the BCCI for taking such a hasty decision in appointing Rahul Dravid's successor. After Gautam Gambhir's appointment as Team India head coach, India lost a bilateral ODI series against Sri Lanka. India also lost 30 wickets in an ODI series for the first time. The men in blue are also winless in ODIs in a single calendar year after 45 years, and to make matters worse, India sustained a home series loss after 12 long years. The BCCI has conducted an exhaustive review of India getting whitewashed against New Zealand at home with selection of a rank turner for the Mumbai Test, resting Jasprit Bumrah, and also Gautam Gambhir's coaching style were discussed threadbare. Skipper Rohit Sharma, chairman of selectors Ajit Agarkar and head coach Gambhir were in attendance along with BCCI secretary Jay Shah and president Roger Binney. Gambhir joined the meeting online. It has been learned that the questions were asked about certain decisions taken by the team management during the course of the series. There were also discussions about Gambhir's style of coaching, which is very different from his predecessor Rahul Dravid, and how the team is getting used to it. A senior BCCI source privy to development told PTI, and I quote, "It was a 6-hour marathon meeting which was obviously on cards after such a debacle. India are going on a tour of Australia and the BCCI would obviously like to ensure that the team is back on track and would like to know how the think tank, including Gautam Gambhir, Rohit Sharma and Ajit Agarkar are going about it." It was learned that BCCI mandarins were not exactly happy that pace spearhead and team's vice-captain Bumrah was rested for the third test, and why the team opted for a rank turner after being beaten on a similar kind of surface in Pune. It can't be confirmed whether Gambhir's coaching style was questioned or not, but it is understood that some people in the Indian team think tank are not on the same page with the chief coach. The selections of T20 specialist all-rounder Nitish Reddy and rookie pacer Harshit Rana, with only 10 matches in Ranji Trophy, have not been unanimous to say the least. The Indian team is all set to leave for Australia in 2 batches on the 10th and the 11th of November.
And viewers, a fresh controversy has erupted after Jammu and Kashmir students in a Bengaluru private college have been issued an order to trim their beards. What this really is all about? Watch Republic at 8 AM to know more.
who I have had the pleasure of knowing for almost, if I may say so, over a decade and a half professionally in various roles. And I have seen the way in which Nirmala Sitharaman has come out as a shining star in our political life. She would be feisty and have the greatest amount of personal research on any subject, which is true even today, and she had every fact on her fingertips.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Well, a very good morning to all of you all watching Republic TV. You're watching live this morning with me, Kriti Mehta. Viewers, controversy has erupted in a private nursing college in Bengaluru regarding J&K students. We'll break that story for you just after a quick check of the headlines. With just 10 days to go for Maharashtra election, Amit Shah to unveil BJP'S Sankalp Patra today. Speculation rises over chief ministerial face. In Maharashtra, Ajit Pawar signals decision to be taken post-election.
कांग्रेस के नेताओं से पूछना चाहता, आरजेडी के नेताओं से पूछना चाहता, लालू जी आप भी बताइए क्या कारण है कि हमारे झारखंड में जहां पर 52%, 52% जहां पर आदिवासी थे, आज उनकी संख्या घटकर 28% क्यों हो गई?
Demographic debate becomes the flashpoint in Jharkhand. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh raises concern over intruders. Terrorists killed in encounter with security forces in Jammu and Kashmir's Sopore. Massive anti-terror operations launched. Supreme Court says bulldozer justice simply unacceptable under the rule of law. Says citizens' voices cannot be throttled by a threat of destroying their properties. Cutting across to a breaking news coming in from Bengaluru, where a controversial diktat has been issued in a private nursing college. Students from Jammu and Kashmir have been asked to trim their beards in this college, triggering a massive row. These students were heading for clinical subjects when they were asked to trim their beards. The college says that all the students, including Kannadiga students, were instructed. The Association for Jammu and Kashmir Students complained that only minority students were targeted. So there seems to be a clash between the students and the college administration, while the college maintains that the diktat was issued to all the students, including the Kannadigas. The Jammu and Kashmir students say only minorities were targeted. Vijay Kumar, the clinical inspector, had issued a warning earlier. Some students who were having beards or long hair or untidy dress were instructed to maintain hygiene. That is what the student maintains, that it was a disciplinary order by the college management that said it was protocol, but they were in fact hurt by the politics that this triggered. The Association of Jammu and Kashmir Students, however, opposed the college management, saying only minorities were targeted. With that, viewers, we'll move on to another big breaking news coming in from Canada. In the Brampton Mandir case, one more person has been arrested following the incident on November 3. The regional police issued a statement saying investigators from the 21 Division Criminal Investigations Bureau and Strategic Investigation Team have arrested and charged another individual involved in the violent demonstration at the Brampton Mandir. One more arrest, viewers, following India after it issued a warning to Canada to ensure the security of the Hindus in Canada. Another arrest in the Brampton Mandir case. I'm joined in by Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor on the phone line. Very good morning to you, Abhishek. Another arrest has been made in the Brampton temple attack case. This, of course, is coming after India pulled up Canada over the attacks on temples and Hindu regional religious institutions and Hindu minorities there. What's your take on that?
Well, you see, the two might not be connected, Kriti, because there seems to be a pattern which is emerging in all the arrests, 3 or 4, that the Peel police has made in the Brampton violence episode, and which is that only those people who defended the temple against the Khalistani vandals are being targeted or profiled through these arrests. We are yet to hear any of those Khalistanis from the gang that carried out that attack and vandalism at the Brampton Hanuman temple have still to be or have been arrested. So I think it's clear that a certain pattern is being followed, certain community being targeted, which happens to be the community which was defending the temple, the community of Hindus that were peacefully carrying out their prayers till the time that violence was inflicted upon in a very organized, orchestrated manner. I mean, the fact that the Prime Minister of India for the first time has spoken in the entire India-Canada standoff for the diplomatic row that's been going on for a year and a half, underscores the seriousness with which India takes. And despite that, and despite all the connections that have emerged between the local police and some of the Khalistani elements who have infiltrated the law enforcement agencies, the fact that Canada, the RCMP had to suspend one of the constables because he was off duty and participating in the Khalistani violence that targeted the Hindu temple in Brampton last week. It is becoming clear that there are no lessons learned, that the Trudeau regime is following a certain agenda, which essentially is about propping up the faltering political fortunes of Justin Trudeau and his Liberal Party, even at the expense of wrecking a great people-to-people India-Canada relationship.
Right, Abhishek. Now, this person that has been arrested, 35-year-old Inderjeet Gosal of Brampton, do you think his arrest will sort of pacify or better the ties or at least pacify the Ministry of External Affairs that had expressed a strong condemnation of these attacks?
Look, there is no question of pacifying or otherwise. This is an internal law and order situation of Canada. But, Kriti, the point that emerges is that Hindu community, in fact, is getting targeted. So the whole point of giving patronage to the Khalistanis stands. The whole point of giving protection to the extremism of these Khalistani elements, despite the likes of former Prime Minister of British Columbia, Ujjwal Dosanjh, coming out and saying that not all Sikh community members in Canada are Khalistanis, that by and large the Sikh community does not identify with this, small minority of extremist Khalistani elements within Canada. Despite that, if the Canadian government continues to racially profile and target the Hindu community, instead it speaks volumes about the clear agenda that's really come out over the last 1 month since Justin Trudeau gave that deposed before that parliamentary committee which was looking into foreign interference, and the manner in which Trudeau presented what has happened between India and Canada in a pronounced manner, and clearly sought to obfuscate on the issue of the larger Chinese interference in favor of his party that has happened in Canada. Having said that, I think no lessons learned. The Trudeau regime is really hell-bent on effectively destroying a great relationship between India and Canada, and this latest arrest happens to be one more example of that.
Sure. Right. Well, thanks, Abhishek, for speaking to us and sharing those details and your opinions. With that, viewers, we will move on. And as the battle for Maharashtra and Jharkhand heats up, the poll campaigning by the BJP and the Congress is in full swing. Today, Union Home Minister Amit Shah is set to launch party's election manifesto for Maharashtra, where the Prime Minister will also hold a public rally in Jharkhand's Bokaro. Watch this report for more.
Ahead of polls in Maharashtra and Jharkhand, BJP is in full campaign mode. Prime Minister Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah are holding back-to-back rallies in both poll-bound states. Home Minister Amit Shah held a massive roadshow in Jamshedpur in support of NDA candidates on Saturday.
केंद्रीय गृह मंत्री अमित शाह हमारे साथ हैं। सर, तस्वीरें हम देख पा रहे हैं, लोगों का प्यार नजर आ रहा है, भारी जन समर्थन, भारी उत्साह। क्या लग रहा है, झारखंड में इस बार परिवर्तन तय है?
पूर्ण बहुमत के साथ यहाँ भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार एक बार फिर से बनने जा रही है।
सर, यूसीसी की बात आप कर रहे हैं, लेकिन विरोधियों के पेट में दर्द हो रहा है।
चलिए, इसका मेरे पास कोई इलाज नहीं है। हम सारी ट्राइबल जातियों को एक्सक्लूड कर यहाँ पर यूसीसी लाए।
सर, जो घुसपैठ का मुद्दा है, डेमोग्राफी चेंज का मुद्दा है, लगातार बीजेपी उठा रही है, लेकिन आपको लगता है कि कितना समय इसमें लग सकता है और क्या सबसे बड़ा कारण है इसको लेकर?
देखिए, केंद्रीय सुरक्षा बल, गांव का पटवारी, पुलिस स्टेशन और डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर के बीच में जब तक कोऑर्डिनेशन नहीं है, घुसपैठ रोक नहीं सकते।
सर, लोकसभा चुनाव में इंडी गठबंधन ने बहुत कोशिश की कि संविधान का नाम लेकर आपको तोड़ा जाए, पार्टी को नुकसान पहुंचाया जाए, लेकिन एक है और सेफ है का कोई भी काट विपक्ष निकाल नहीं पाया है।
देखिए, जो बात इन्होंने जातियों से तोड़ने का कहा है, इसका जवाब झारखंड की जनता।
आखिरी सवाल मेरा रहेगा सर, उलेमा बोर्ड की अगर मैं बात करती हूँ तो उलेमा बोर्ड ने महाविकास अघाड़ी को लेकर समर्थन किया है और सबसे ज्यादा कांग्रेस भी वक्फ बोर्ड का विरोध कर रही है।
नहीं, अब झारखंड की जनता तय करेगी। हरियाणा की जनता ने तय कर दिया है। महाराष्ट्र झारखंड की जनता का मैंडेट आ जाने दीजिए, इनको भी समझ आ जाएगी।
Today, Prime Minister Modi will hold a public rally in Jharkhand's Bokaro, whereas Amit Shah will launch BJP Sankalp Patra for Maharashtra Assembly elections. It must be noted that the Congress has already released its manifesto promising 5 key guarantees for Maharashtra. As the battle for Maharashtra and Jharkhand heat up, the NDA and the UPA are aggressively campaigning to secure win in the forthcoming polls.
And moving on, viewers, one terrorist has been gunned down in an encounter in Rampura area of North Kashmir's Sopore. This is Saturday night. The search operation for the trapped terrorists is still underway. We have a detailed report on this. Let's take a look.
An encounter broke out between security forces and terrorists in North Kashmir's Sopore district on Saturday evening. One terrorist was killed in the encounter and 2 terrorists are believed to be trapped in the area.
This is an identity of a terrorist that we are displaying, and also the kind of recoveries that have come to the joint security forces in the Sopore. We see this in Sopore just a day before. There were 2 terrorists that were neutralized. That tells you how the intelligence grid is working. Then LG has already chaired a meeting, and we have been seeing the kind of instructions that have gone to DG J&K police, and apart from that, ADG J&K Law and Order Vijay Kumar himself has been monitoring the situation on ground, because he's the he's the law and order chief. So any collateral damage is a difficulty for the police. But in all these operations, we have been seeing whatever has been launched, whether in Khaniar, Anantnag, or the 2 operations that have come from the Sopore in the last 2 decades, not a single collateral damage has come. This is a success that tells you about the story of Kashmir.
Acting on a specific input regarding the presence of terrorists in the area, a joint operation was launched by police and security forces. During the search operation, an exchange of fire took place. This is the second encounter in Sopore in less than 24 hours. 2 terrorists were gunned down by forces on Friday in the same area. There have been back-to-back terror attacks in Jammu and Kashmir for the last 1 month. On October 26th, terrorists attacked army convoy in Gulmarg, in which 2 soldiers were killed in the line of duty. On November 7, massive joint operation was launched in Kishtwar after 2 VDG members were murdered by terrorists. 2 terrorists were neutralized in the Sopore area on Friday following an encounter between terrorists and security forces. Meanwhile, the search operation for the trapped terrorists in the current encounter is underway.
Up next, viewers, the All India Ulema Board has recently reached out to the Mahavikas Aghadi, offering conditional support ahead of the polls in Maharashtra. Now, in a letter that surfaced, the Ulema Board outlined a list of 17 demands, from a 10% quota for Muslims in education to actions against specific figures. Take a look at this report.
After political furor over Ulema Board's conditional support to MVA and Sharad Pawar's letter of gratitude, MVA seems to be on a back foot after party sources claim that the letter was leaked. This comes after All India Ulema Board sent a letter offering support to the MVA, but with 17 specific demands. Among the Ulema Board's demands are a 10% quota for Muslims in education, cancellation of the Waqf Bill amendment, and ₹1,000 crore for the Waqf Board. Another big demand that the board has proposed is sending Hindu Saint Ramgiri Maharaj and BJP MLA Nitish Rane behind the bars. Other conditions include banning of RSS, recruitment of educated Muslims in police force, appointment of 500 employees in Maharashtra Waqf Board, and action against those who speak against Prophet Muhammad. Meanwhile, speaking to the public, Maulvi Usman Sheikh, president of the Ulema Board, confirmed that discussions have in fact taken place with MVA leaders like Sharad Pawar and Nana Patole.
जिनसे हमारी बात हुई है, शरद पवार जी, नाना पटोले जी, उदय ठाकरे जी, इन्होंने कहा जो संविधान के दायरे में रहेगा वो आपका मंजूर करेंगे।
तो आपसे किससे मुलाकात हुई थी?
हमारी शरद पवार जी से मुलाकात हुई, जयंत पटेल से हुई, उदय ठाकरे जी से हुई, तुम्हारे नाना पटोले जी से हुई। ये अभी तो सिर्फ हमने उनसे मांगनी की है, कोई मांगनी हमारी मंजूर अभी नहीं होंगी। जब सरकार बनेगी महाविकास आघाड़ी, जब की बात है ना ये।
While the BJP is calling it an appeasement bid,
Rahul Gandhi, the BJP would like to know, because any reservation on religious ground is totally prohibited. The Constitution does not permit. The Supreme Court judgment also prohibits that. How does your president of Maharashtra Congress tell the Jamaat-e-Ulema will consider it?
the question is, has the MVA crossed a line by openly quoting votes along religious lines?
And the US Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge has hit out at the BJP, accusing it of pushing divisive rhetoric ahead of the Maharashtra polls. In a press conference in Nagpur, Kharge called out UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath's controversial slogan and questioned if the BJP alliance with Yogi's बटेंगे तो कटेंगे stance और Prime Minister Modi's एक है तो safe है message of unity. Take a look at this report and Kharge's statements.
Hot on the heels of Maharashtra elections, BJP's clarion calls for unity continue to reverberate. Amid that, Congress seems to be resorting to the old rhetoric of pointing fingers. Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge has thrown down a challenge to the BJP. Speaking in Nagpur, Kharge urged the BJP to clarify its stance on unity.
इन्होंने बांटने का काम खुद किया। कैसा? इन्होंने तो हजारों सालों से पहले हमको बांटे, हजारों सालों से सप्रेस करे हमको काटते ही आए हैं। बांटे कैसा? इस देश में मनुस्मृति बनाए, मनुस्मृति में पहले ही बांट दिए। एक बैठे ब्राह्मण, दूसरे बैठे क्षत्रिय, तीसरे बैठे वैश्य, चौथे बैठे शूद्र, और एक क्लास निकला उसमें अति शूद्र। अरे पहले 5 लोगों को तो आपने ही बांटा, तो एक ही कहा रखे आप, कहाँ है यूनिटी?
He questioned if the party stands by Yogi Adityanath's "बटेंगे तो कटेंगे" slogan or PM Modi's "एक है तो सेफ है" message.
योगी मुख में राम, बगल में छुरी, साधु का ड्रेस डालते हैं और वे बोलते हैं कि बटेंगे तो कटेंगे। अरे भाई, कौन बांट रहा है, कौन काट रहा है? अरे बांटने वाले भी आप ही हो, काटने वाले भी आप ही हो। और मोदी जी बोलते हैं हम एक है तो सेफ है। मैं पूछता हूं मोदी जी, अगर एक होना है, सब मिलके रहना है, तो बोलो मनुस्मृति को और एक होने की बात करो तुम। मैं वोटों के लिए एक होना और बांटना लोगों को आप काम करते हैं।
Kharge even accused BJP leaders of using divisive speeches to drive a wedge in the society.
वो वोट कैसा देंगे आप नितिन? हाँ, गोडसे ने मारा और देश को एकता रखने के लिए जो कांग्रेस पार्टी की गरीबों की नेता थी इंदिरा गांधी, उसको कौन मारे? यही विचारधारा वाले। हम एक रखना तो गोलियां हमारे ऊपर ही चलती है। राजीव गांधी जी इस देश को एक रखना चाहते थे, एक रखने की कोशिश किए, उनको भी आपने मारे, उनके टुकड़े टुकड़े कर दिए। और जब उनको मारते हो आप खुश रहते हो।
The Congress Supremo pointed fingers at both the BJP and the RSS, accusing them of stoking division for votes.
डॉक्टर बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर का संविधान जो बनाया गया है, वो संविधान हमारे लिए ठीक नहीं है, क्योंकि वो नहीं चाहते डॉक्टर बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर लिखा हुआ संविधान इस देश में चले। उसीलिए उसको वो छोटा छोटा कतर कतर के बदलाव करना चाहते हैं। अगर संविधान को कुछ हुआ, उसके जिम्मेदार आरएसएस होगी और मोदी होंगे, दूसरे कोई नहीं।
With the elections right around the corner, the verbal volleys only seem to be intensifying.
The election season is on in the state of Maharashtra, and today the Union Home Minister will launch the Manifesto of Mahayuti in Mumbai's BKC Sofitel Hotel. Stay tuned to Republic TV for more on this.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
ब्लास्ट हुआ स्टेशन पे सब मैं पहुंच गया था, लेकिन ब्लास्ट हो गया। हमारा स्टाफ इस तरफ था, अल्लाह का शुक्र है हमारा स्टाफ बच गया सारा। बहुत बड़ा ब्लास्ट हुआ है, हमारी ट्रेन अभी आई नहीं थी।
What's your message to everyone who use controversies to say our institutional mechanism is not strong enough?
Where our institutions need to be given credit, we put that aside and only pick that one thing about that institution and say, look at this, our institutions are really now being threatened. But what about the other things which make our institutions stand out? Every one of our institutions are really doing their maximum best, world-class best. Today our benchmarks are being looked at rather than the benchmark elsewhere.
America has a new president, and it's the old one.
Donald Trump has made what is being called as the biggest political comeback in American history. Is it just about Trump, or is it about America negotiating its superpower status with the rest of the world? Also this week, Rahul Gandhi sought to intellectualize his attacks on Indian business. What's the message? Is he renegotiating his hard left turn? Or is it the Congress party responding to conservative victories around the world? Join me this weekend on your favorite deep dive show, Get Me Right, only on Republic TV.
With just 10 days to go for Maharashtra polls, Amit Shah to unveil BJP's Sankalp Patra today. Speculation rises over chief ministerial phase in Maharashtra. Ajit Pawar signals decision to be taken post-election.
कांग्रेस के नेताओं से पूछना चाहता हूं, आरजेडी के नेताओं से पूछना चाहता हूं, लालू जी आप भी बताइए क्या कारण है कि हमारे झारखंड में जहां पर 52%, 52% जहां पर आदिवासी थे, आज उनकी संख्या घटकर 28% क्यों हो गई?
Demographic debate becomes the flashpoint in Jharkhand. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh raises concerns over intruders. Terrorists killed in encounter with security forces in Jammu and Kashmir's Sopore. Massive anti-terror operations launched. Supreme Court says bulldozer justice simply unacceptable under the rule of law. Says citizens' voices cannot be throttled. And viewers, let's take a look at some international news that we are tracking for you. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov on Saturday held bilateral talks with his counterparts from Mali, Central African Republic, Uganda and Cameroon on the sidelines of the Russia-Africa Partnership Summit in Sochi. Lavrov discussed issues of bilateral cooperation with his counterparts from Uganda and Cameroon. Here's a detailed report on what that discussion looked like.
Russia has kicked off the first ministerial conference of the Russia-Africa Partnership Forum in Sochi. The emphasis remains on strengthening relationships with African nations and dispelling the perception of isolation caused by Western sanctions. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov on Saturday held bilateral talks with his counterparts from Mali, Central African Republic, Uganda and Cameroon. During his talks with Mali's Foreign Minister, Lavrov praised the relationship between the two countries.
Мы видим в Мали нашего надежного партнера, важного союзника на африканском континенте и ценим наше взаимодействие в ООН, включая группу друзей в защиту Устава ООН. Значение работы которой с каждым днем возрастает в ситуации, когда Запад хочет выборочно, как из меню, выбирать устраивающие его на тот или иной конкретный момент времени принципы устава, а остальные игнорируют.
Lavrov used the opportunity to criticize the West for what he called selectively applying the Charter of the United Nations. Lavrov and the Foreign Minister of the Central African Republic signed bilateral agreement. The agreement focused on mutually eliminating visa requirements for holders of diplomatic and service passports between the two countries. The two ministers discussed matters related to strengthening friendly relations with a particular emphasis on promoting projects in raw materials exploration. Issues of bilateral cooperation were also discussed with counterparts from Uganda and Cameroon. Lavrov praised Ugandan President for his vocal support for the principles of justice, mutual interests, and mutual respect in international relations.
Thank you for accepting our invitation to come to this first ministerial forum of Russia-Africa partnership, which is being convened on the basis of the agreement reached last year at the Russia-Africa Summit in St. Petersburg, where we highly appreciated the participation and interventions of President Museveni. He was really very vocal, promoting principles of justice, mutual interest, mutual respect in international affairs.
How Russia-Africa Partnership Forum influence future relations between Russia and African nations remains to be seen.
And moving on, viewers, over the weekend, heavy missile exchanges continued, leaving a trail of destruction in Beirut. Among the devastation, a giant diesel tank caught fire in a residential area, compounding the already dire situation as firefighting teams and civilians scramble to control the flames. Power disruptions and ongoing dangers continue to threaten local communities. Here's a closer look at the destruction that ensued.
As the ongoing Israel-Hezbollah conflict shows no signs of a ceasefire, missiles continue to be exchanged. After Israel launched a barrage of missiles on Beirut's commercial Hamra district on Friday night, giant diesel tanks caught fire on Saturday in a residential Beirut neighborhood. The fire burned more than a dozen cars and damaged a building nearby. Firefighters and civilians scrambled to exhume giant flames. Such instances have been disrupting the power supply in localities. Danger to civilians remains imminent as most rely on generators running on combustible fuel supplies.
And viewers, tension also continues to rise in Israel as the ongoing hostage crisis and political turmoil deepens. Thousands of protesters gathered in Tel Aviv on Saturday demanding the return of the remaining Israeli hostages held by Hamas. Protests come amid growing discontent with Prime Minister Netanyahu's government and its handling of the situation. Take a look at how the protests and the challenges in Israel are turning up. "13 months after the Israel-Hamas skirmish, families of 250 Israeli hostages still wait." Thousands of protesters took to the streets of Tel Aviv on Saturday, marking another significant discontentment against the Israeli establishment. Protesters demanded a deal to release the remaining hostages being held in the Gaza Strip. Scores of Israelis now remain discontent with Netanyahu's government for not doing enough to bring back their loved ones home.
Well, we have to have the voice of the people. I'm here today because the situation is terrible. It's been 400 days and the hostages are still in Gaza. There's a war without a direction. It's so sad. It's a big tragedy and the government has to listen to the people. This is our way of protesting.
In another blow to the ongoing efforts to establish peace and stopping the conflict, Qatar withdrew its mediation efforts after growing frustration with the lack of progress on a ceasefire deal for Gaza.
I really don't know if it's good or bad. I hope that the fact that they are pushing Hamas leaders out of Qatar will push Hamas to go for a deal. Of course, they need some way to push Netanyahu to go for a deal. Of course, this is something that the Biden administration can do. I hope all this together, the 2.5 months that left for Biden administration and the fact that Qatar is pressuring Hamas will connect everything together and finally a ceasefire and a deal will come.
With no signs of hope for a ceasefire renewal, protesters' hope now remains bleak. The protesters now hope that the new US President-elect Donald Trump will pull his might to stop the conflict.
So I was really disappointed, and Gallant was the one that wanted a deal for bringing the hostages home. As about Trump, I really hope that Trump will do anything he can to bring bring the people home, our people home.
The civilians of Israel mean no war with Gaza as they resonate the pain of those on the other side.
And this will be really good also for Gaza, because then maybe someone can do something good for these people that are suffering because their leaders didn't care about them.
Whilst Qatar likely to renew the ceasefire again, Hamas masterminds are now siding with Iran and Turkey. The escalation that has now surpassed a year has reported a combined casualty of over 45,000 from both sides.
Moving on, viewers, Germany marked the 35th year anniversary of the fall of the Berlin Wall. This was a pivotal movement in the collapse of communism in Europe. Take a look at this report.
Germany marks the 35th anniversary of the fall of the Berlin Wall, a pivotal movement in the collapse of communism in Europe. The wall stood for 28 years at the front line of the Cold War between the Americans and the Soviets. The communist regime constructed it to prevent East Germans from being exposed to the ideological influence of the West. At the Berlin Wall Memorial, a commemoration was held, attended by German President Frank-Walter Steinmeier. The governing mayor of Berlin, one of the speakers at the commemoration, described the fall of Berlin Wall as an extraordinary moment in the history.
Was für ein Glückstag war der 9. November 89. Vor 35 Jahren, als die Menschen in der damaligen DDR, auch hier im Ostteil unserer Stadt, die Mauer einfach wegdrückten. Sie schoben sie beiseite. Es waren unfassbare Momente, unfassbare Stunden und Tage.
He called Berlin to be a place of hope for those fighting for their freedom.
Seit 35 Jahren ist Berlin nicht mehr geteilt, ist unser Land geeint, ist Europa geeint. Aber es gibt noch viele, viele Menschen, und die will ich heute auch alle hier begrüßen, die nicht in Freiheit und Demokratie leben, die immer noch kämpfen. Und ich kann Ihnen sagen, Berlin ist stolz darauf, Stadt der Freiheit zu sein. Und ich möchte, dass Berlin ein Hoffnungsort ist. Ein Hoffnungsort für alle Menschen, die noch nicht in Freiheit leben, aber für ihre Freiheit kämpfen.
After the short event, Steinmeier and others placed flowers into the cracks of the wall. Today, only a few stretches of the 156-kilometer barrier remain, mostly as a tourist attraction.
Director, The Taste of Success.
Welcome back, viewers. A devastating volcanic eruption has once again rocked Indonesia's Mount Laki, sending plumes of ash high into the sky and claiming several lives. Just days after a deadly eruption killed 9 people, the volcano erupted again on Saturday. Take a look.
Indonesia's Mount Laki volcano spewed towering columns of hot ash high into the air on Saturday. This comes after a huge eruption killed 9 people and injured dozens of others. The volcano shot billowing columns of ash at least 3 times, rising up to 9 kilometers. The danger zone was expanded to a radius of 8 kilometers by the authorities. 16,000 people have been evacuated by the authorities so far. The series of eruptions throughout the week have already affected more than 10,000 people in 14 villages. A total of over 2,300 houses and public facilities were damaged and collapsed. Rescue workers, police and soldiers continue to rescue and conduct search operations to ensure civilian safety.
And moving on, viewers, let's take a look at some of the business stories that we are tracking for you in a quick wrap. Union Minister Hardeep Singh Puri defended India's continued oil imports from Russia, asserting that the country's decision has played a critical role in stabilizing global oil prices. Speaking in a recent social media post, Puri clarified that if India had not sourced oil from Russia, global oil prices would have surged significantly, exacerbating energy shortages and economic challenges worldwide. He underscored that while some countries criticize India's energy trade with Russia, they fail to recognize the broader benefits of India's actions, which have helped to keep oil prices more affordable on the global market. Puri further emphasized that under Prime Minister Narendra Modi's leadership, India has skillfully navigated the complex energy trilemma of availability, affordability and sustainability. Unlike many nations struggling with soaring energy costs and shortages, India has managed to secure reliable energy supplies without burdening its citizens financially. Prime Minister Modi, in an evocative tribute, shared Ratan Tata's impact across sectors and his enduring influence on India's values and industries. In a heartfelt note, Prime Minister Modi expressed the collective sadness felt across bustling cities and towns to villages, noting that Tata's absence resonates deeply with seasoned industrialists, budding entrepreneurs and hard-working professionals alike. The Prime Minister lauded Tata as an inspiration to youth that symbolizes the possibility of merging success with compassion as well as humility. In a blog post on his official website, Prime Minister Modi expressed that for the youth, Ratan Tata served as an inspiration, reminding them that dreams are worth pursuing and that success can go hand in hand with compassion and humility. The Prime Minister also noted that for many others, Tata embodied the finest traditions of Indian enterprise alongside a strong commitment to the values of integrity, excellence and service. After the victory of Donald Trump in the US presidential election, India could benefit from any reorientation of the global supply chain away from China, as per a report from CareEdge. As per the report, Trump has proposed imposing high tariffs on imports from China, which could lead to changes in global trade dynamics, creating opportunities for India. It says that India could benefit from any reorientation of the global supply chain away from China. The report also highlighted the Trump plan that includes imposing a 60% tariff on imports from China, as well as additional tariffs ranging from 10% to 20% on imports from other countries. These measures are intended to reduce the US reliance on Chinese imports, potentially disrupting existing trade patterns. As companies look to diversify their sourcing away from China to avoid these tariffs, India could emerge as an alternative destination for manufacturing and exports, according to this report.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
Welcome back, viewers. On to some sports news now. The BCCI has conducted an exhaustive review of India's shock 0-3 debacle against New Zealand with selection of a ranked turner for the Mumbai Test. Resting Jasprit Bumrah and Gautam Gambhir's coaching style were among the issues that were discussed threadbare. Skipper Rohit Sharma, chairman of selectors Ajit Agarkar and head coach Gautam Gambhir were in attendance along with BCCI Secretary Jay Shah and President Roger Binney. It can't be confirmed whether Gambhir's coaching style was questioned or not, but it is understood that some people in the Indian team think tank aren't on the same page with the chief coach. Watch our report.
The Gautam Gambhir era is not quite living up to its promise. Gambhir, who had led the Kolkata Knight Riders to their third IPL title earlier this year with his mentorship, is facing the wrath of cricket experts and Indian cricket fans. Many have expressed their reservations about Gautam Gambhir's coaching style. Indian cricket fans in particular have been asking several questions regarding Gambhir's coaching skills and have repeatedly slammed the BCCI for taking such a hasty decision in appointing Rahul Dravid's successor. After Gautam Gambhir's appointment as Team India head coach, India lost a bilateral ODI series against Sri Lanka. India also lost 30 wickets in an ODI series for the first time. The men in blue are also winless in ODIs in a single calendar year after 45 years, and to make matters worse, India sustained a home series loss after 12 long years. The BCCI has conducted an exhaustive review of India getting whitewashed against New Zealand at home with selection of a ranked turner for the Mumbai Test. resting Jasprit Bumrah, and also Gautam Gambhir's coaching style were discussed threadbare. Skipper Rohit Sharma, chairman of selectors Ajit Agarkar and head coach Gambhir were in attendance along with BCCI secretary Jay Shah and president Roger Binny. Gambhir joined the meeting online. It has been learned that the questions were asked about certain decisions taken by the team management during the course of the series. There were also discussions about Gambhir's style of coaching, which is
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, a very good morning. We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest coming in this Sunday. And we have a lot lined up for you. We'll keep a focus on the anti-terror operations in Jammu and Kashmir. One terrorist has been eliminated in Jammu and Kashmir Sapor. We are also getting you much more. And we'll also be talking about that big summit that we are counting down to. The time has come once again when the greatest economic minds of India will gather under one roof and discuss the driving forces behind our thriving economy. Republic Media Network presents the 4th edition of the India Economic Summit, Viksit Bharat Bullseye, a platform where topmost ministers, visionaries, policymakers, renowned economists and influential industry leaders and entrepreneurs will chart India's economic future. Tune in on Tuesday, November 12th for all the live action that we are tracking. Let's get started with the headlines now. Just 10 days to go for Maharashtra elections. Amit Shah to unveil BJP'S Sankalp Patra today. Speculation rife over CM face in Maharashtra. Ajit Pawar signals decision to be taken post-elections.
कांग्रेस के नेताओं से पूछना चाहता हूं, आरजेडी के नेताओं से पूछना चाहता हूं, लालू जी आप भी बताइए क्या कारण है कि हमारे झारखंड में जहां पर 52%, 52% जहां पर आदिवासी थे, आज उनकी संख्या घटकर 28% क्यों हो गई?
Demographic debate becomes a flashpoint in Jharkhand. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh raises concerns over intruders. Terrorists killed in encounter with security forces in Jammu and Kashmir Sapor. Massive anti-terror operations launched. Supreme Court says bulldozer justice simply unacceptable under rule of law. Say citizens' voices cannot be throttled by a threat of destroying their properties. All right, viewers, getting some big breaking updates coming in. A complaint of genocide has been filed with the International Criminal Court against Muhammad Yunus and 62 others, including advisors of revolutionary Islamist regime, on allegations of genocide on Hindus, Christians, Buddhists, law enforcement agencies, and members of Awami League in Bangladesh. So that's a big update coming in right now on Republic TV. Now, a comprehensive complaint has been filed against the chief advisor of Bangladesh interim government, Muhammad Yunus, and 61 others under Article 15 of the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court in Netherlands. And 62 people, apart from Yunus, 62 accused are included. It's a 800-page of document has been attached with the original complaint according to the video message. And we're getting some more breaking updates coming in. Some more breaking updates coming in where we're seeing that the Australian, I repeat, the Australian Federation of Bangladeshi Minorities has condemned the genocide in Bangladesh and saying that state-sponsored genocide is taking place against Hindus in Bangladesh. A statement issued by Australian Federation of Bangladeshi Minorities further says that the Bangladeshi army, police, radical Islamists have all been brutalizing Hindus in Chittagong. Evidence has been destroyed. Women have been assaulted. 200 Hindus were arrested on false charges. Hindu businesses have been arbitrarily seized. And the Hindu community is under severe siege. Okay, so that is what we're learning of right now. The Australian Federation of Bangladeshi Minorities has condemned the genocide in Bangladesh. Remember, Republic TV has also highlighted in the past about how the minorities, especially the Hindu community in Bangladesh, has been targeted. They have their areas, their residences, temples have been ransacked. You can see those pictures coming in. These are pictures from before, where the Hindu communities, their residences, buildings, all of them have been ransacked and targeted. We have seen a lot of these instances, especially when the Sheikh Hasina government had fallen. I'm going to go across to our guest joining us from Dhaka, Salahuddin Shoaib Chaudhary, senior journalist, joining us from Dhaka in Bangladesh. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Chaudhary, here on Republic TV. And my first question to you is that this complaint has gone all the way to the International Criminal Court, where they have submitted, I believe, a lot of evidence. They have submitted a huge complaint. And this is something that the atrocities on Hindus, on minorities in Bangladesh has been noticed by even world leaders like Donald Trump, who commented on it a short while back. If you could take our viewers through how you see these developments and how they might evolve. All right, we will try to connect to Mr. Chaudhary. We're getting some technical problem in connecting with Salahuddin Shoaib Chaudhary, senior journalist from Dhaka, joining us. So we're seeing the Australian Federation of Bangladeshi Minorities has condemned the genocide. We also see that a complaint has been lodged against Muhammad Yunus. Especially, this has happened after in Bangladesh's port city, Chittagong, a clash between a Hindu community and law enforcement took place during a tense situation over a Facebook post criticizing ISKCON. During this, the joint forces of police and army conducted an operation there on the night of November 5th. India had condemned this recent attack on the Hindu community in Chittagong and said that such actions would only create more tensions in the community. So not just what we saw during the time when Sheikh Hasina's government has fallen, but this incident in Chittagong has raised a lot of concerns in the international community, especially with India, where India has said that these kind of actions will create only more tensions. So these are the big updates coming in right now, Republic TV. A complaint has been filed against Chief Advisor of Bangladesh Interim Government, Muhammad Yunus, and 61 others. This is under Article 15. I repeat, Article 15 of the Rome Statute at the International Criminal Court in Netherlands. And an Awami League leader has filed this complaint. I want to go back to our guest joining us, Mr. Chaudhary, senior journalist joining us from Dhaka, Bangladesh. We were having some trouble connecting to you, but I think you're back with us. I'll just repeat the question once more. Now, we see that this complaint has been filed by the Awami League leader all the way at the ICC, International Criminal Court. And Donald Trump, other world leaders have raised, including India, has raised concerns about atrocities on the Hindu community in Bangladesh. How do you really see these developments, Mr. Chaudhary?
Thank you very much. You see, this complaint comprises 800 pages, meaning they have definitely provided lots of evidence. And it is not only the genocide on Hindus, but also the more than 3,000 police members of police forces were also killed during this anarchy. So I am hoping that now there should be a primary hearing into this petition, and once it is taken into cognizance, maybe within a week or 10, the ICC may issue a kind of the summon to the defendants, I mean the Muhammad Yunus and 62 others. And then, this is a case that possibly will go through a very bad direction for Muhammad Yunus once the ICC issues a warrant of arrest against him. So this is a very bad news for Yunus and his cronies.
All right. Also, Mr. Chaudhary, we see that around 15,000 more such complaints will be filed. That's what the Awami League leader is saying. But in the context of all this, and you are in Dhaka, you would be the perfect person to tell us this. What has the advisor, the chief advisor to the interim government, Mr. Muhammad Yunus, said about these allegations?
You see, I would like to say in that way that before November 6th, Muhammad Yunus' position was different because he's allies Democrats were in power in Washington. And all of us know that Yunus is already a branded Trump hater, because Donald Trump also knows that Yunus is against him. So under the new situation where Trump has already won the election and he's the president-elect, and Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji is also expressing concern about what is happening in Bangladesh. So I think this is a very bad time for the regime, this revolutionary regime in Dhaka, and not only ICC, I think some more international consequences he is going to face, like maybe there will be some complaint with the United Nations, and I just heard that a resolution will be moved in the United Nations against the genocide on Hindus, and it is committed by Yunus and his people.
All right, Mr. Chaudhary, thank you for joining us there live from Dhaka, because we are tracking these developments very closely. What we see, viewers, an Awami League leader has filed a complaint in the International Criminal Court against the chief advisor to the interim government in Bangladesh, Mohammed Yunus, and we will be tracking the story very closely. We have to go ahead, because getting some big breaking news coming in after PM Modi's "Ek hai to safe hai" remark. AIMIM chief Asuddin Owaisi has hit out at Prime Minister, saying if there is justice, then India is safe. If the constitution is upheld, then there is equality. If Ambedkar's legacy lives, then Godse's ideology is dead. Owaisi alleges that the BJP wants the people to remain divided in the garb of unity calls. Okay, so after PM Modi's comment, "Ek hai to safe hai" remark, AIMIM chief has now hit out, and he has said, and I'll repeat once more, if there is justice, then India is safe. If the constitution is upheld, then there is equality. If Ambedkar's legacy lives, then Godse's ideology is dead. Owaisi alleges that the BJP wants people to remain divided in the garb of unity calls. We are getting that reaction. Let's go ahead and play it out.
मंजलिस क्या बोल रही, हम अनेक हैं तो अखंड है। मोदी एक करना चाहते हैं, आरएसएस एक करना चाहती है, और मैं मोदी को जवाब दे रहा हूं, इंसाफ है तो इंडिया सेफ है, इंसाफ है तो इंडिया सेफ है, संविधान है तो सम्मान है, अंबेडकर जिंदा है तो गोडसे मुर्दा है। मंजलिस क्या बोल रही, हम अनेक हैं तो अखंड है। मोदी एक करना चाहते हैं, आरएसएस एक करना चाहती है, और मैं मोदी को जवाब दे रहा हूं, इंसाफ है तो इंडिया सेफ है, इंसाफ है तो इंडिया सेफ है, संविधान है तो सम्मान है, अंबेडकर जिंदा है तो गोडसे मुर्दा है। मंजलिस क्या बोल रही, हम अनेक हैं तो अखंड है। मोदी एक करना चाहते हैं, आरएसएस एक करना चाहती है, और मैं मोदी को जवाब दे रहा हूं, इंसाफ है तो इंडिया सेफ है, इंसाफ है तो इंडिया सेफ है, संविधान है तो सम्मान है, अंबेडकर जिंदा है तो गोडसे मुर्दा है। मंजलिस क्या बोल रही, हम अनेक हैं तो अखंड है। मोदी एक करना चाहते हैं, आरएसएस एक करना चाहती है, और मैं मोदी को जवाब दे रहा हूं, इंसाफ है तो इंडिया सेफ है, इंसाफ है तो इंडिया सेफ है, संविधान है तो सम्मान है, अंबेडकर जिंदा है तो गोडसे मुर्दा है।
Meanwhile, the BJP spokesperson Shehzad Poonawalla has hit back at OAC for his statement. Let's listen in to that reaction coming in.
असदुद्दीन ओवैसी कहते हैं कि मजलिस बोलती है कि हम अनेक है तो अखंड है। मजलिस मतलब उनकी पार्टी का नाम ऑल इंडिया मजलिस इत्तेहादुल मुस्लिमीन है, मतलब वो सारे मुसलमानों को एक करना चाहती है। मुसलमानों को एक करना तो सेक्युलर एजेंडा है, और अगर भारत के सभी लोगों को कहा जाए कि एक रहेंगे तो सेफ रहेंगे, अगर कहा जाए बटोगे तो कटोगे, तो वो सांप्रदायिक हो जाता है। ये ओवैसी की हिपोक्रेसी है। असदुद्दीन ओवैसी कहते हैं कि मजलिस बोलती है कि हम अनेक है तो अखंड है। मजलिस मतलब उनकी पार्टी का नाम ऑल इंडिया मजलिस इत्तेहादुल मुस्लिमीन है, मतलब वो सारे मुसलमानों को एक करना चाहती है। मुसलमानों को एक करना तो सेक्युलर एजेंडा है, और अगर भारत के सभी लोगों को कहा जाए कि एक रहेंगे तो सेफ रहेंगे, अगर कहा जाए बटोगे तो कटोगे, तो वो सांप्रदायिक हो जाता है। ये ओवैसी की हिपोक्रेसी है।
Okay, getting some breaking news coming in from Bengaluru. Viewers, where students from Jammu and Kashmir were asked to trim their beards in private college, triggering massive controversy at a nursing college. These students were heading for clinical subjects. When they were asked to trim their beards, the college has said that all these students, including Kannadiga students, were instructed. Association of Jammu and Kashmir students complained that only minority students were targeted. We're getting this breaking news coming in. Jammu and Kashmir students asked to trim their beards. And those are the pictures coming in for our viewers as well. This is the picture. The college is saying that these students were asked to trim their beards and including all the Kannadiga students. The college is saying that instruction was issued to all the students, including the Kannadiga students. But these Jammu and Kashmir students say that minorities have been targeted. So this is and a news break we have got for you from our Republic Kannada team, our sister channel Republic Kannada, and those are the pictures coming in for you viewers. We'll try to connect to our reporters in a short while. I will come back to the story in fact when we get more information, but this is one of the breaking updates that we are tracking. Let's move ahead viewers to some of the other stories we're tracking in the next segment, Bharat in 5 minutes. Let's get started. Union Home Minister Amit Shah is set to launch the BJP'S election manifesto for the upcoming Maharashtra Assembly elections. This marks a crucial moment in the high-stakes election race, with political parties across the state intensifying their campaigns. Meanwhile, the Congress party has already unveiled its manifesto offering 5 major guarantees to the people of Maharashtra. A significant blow to the illicit drug trade. The Mumbai Police's anti-narcotics cell arrested 4 drug suppliers and confiscated 594 grams of heroin valued at 2.36 crores in the international market. The accused, hailing from UP and Uttarakhand, are being investigated to uncover their distribution network within Mumbai. The anti-narcotics cell has been actively working to disrupt drug trafficking, seizing over 3,010 kilograms of drugs worth 55 crores in the past 10 months alone. Ahead of Maharashtra Assembly elections, the Maharashtra Nav-Nirman Sena chief Raj Thackeray has vowed to remove loudspeakers from mosques if his party comes to power. Speaking at a rally, Thackeray criticized the use of loudspeakers for azan, claiming that they disturb the public. He also emphasized that his party would take action if loudspeakers were not removed, not only from mosques but also from temples if they are misused. Thackeray's statement echoes his previous protest against loudspeakers during the tenure of former Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. The Congress party suspended 2 of its local leaders from 2 assembly constituencies in Maharashtra's Thane or for anti-party activities. Manoj Pradhan and Suresh Patil Khede were suspended for 6 years after they refused to withdraw their independent candidacies despite Kedar Dighe being the official candidate for the MVA alliance. Dighe is set to contest against CM Eknath Shinde in the elections. Haryana civil service officer was arrested following complaint by Dalit contractual worker who accused him of sexually exploiting him at gunpoint. The worker employed at Haryana's Public Health Department alleged that the officer had made casteist remarks and exploited him over a span of 6 months. Kulbhushan Bansal, who had been serving as a sub-divisional magistrate of Hansi, was suspended. He has been booked under Section 377506 of Indian Penal Code along with relevant sections of the Scheduled Caste and Tribes Act. At least 38 people were injured, 6 critically, in a major road accident involving 3 vehicles, including a luxury bus near Ambaji in Gujarat. The collision, which occurred on the stretch between Ambaji and Danta, caused the vehicles to overturn. Emergency responders quickly arrived in the scene. Authorities are investigating the cause of the accident.
ये एक्सीडेंट हुआ अंबाजी दांता के बीच में और एक जो सूचना है उसके हिसाब से एक लग्जरी और 2 गाड़ी पलटी खाई। हमारे यहाँ टोटल 32 पेशेंट है। 32 में से 32 पेशेंट और 6 जो सीरियस थे उनको रिफर पालनपुर भेजे और बाकी का सारवार यहाँ कंप्लीट हुआ। कुछ इंडोर में पेशेंट हैं, उनका सारवार चालू है।
Junior doctors in Kolkata staged a protest demanding justice for a colleague who was brutally raped and murdered 3 months ago at RG Kaur Medical College and Hospital. The rally, which drew significant support, highlighted their frustrations over the slow progress of the investigation into the murder of the postgraduate trainee. Despite some initial concessions, the core grievances of the medical community remain unresolved, fueling ongoing protests. The incident has sparked nationwide outrage, with calls for swift action against the perpetrators.
अभया का जो हुआ है घटना वो 3 मास हो गया है, अभी तक सीबीआई ने कोई एक्शन भी नहीं लिया है और हम लोग का जो वेस्ट बंगाल गवर्नमेंट है वो भी कोई कुछ नहीं कर रहे हैं। तो कितना दिन कब चलेगा, कितना अभया और मर जाएंगे, उसके बाद भी वो एक्शन लेंगे और कितना रेप होगा कलकत्ता में। इसलिए हम लोग आज ये राजपथ में सब लोग एक साथ हुए हैं।
All right, getting some breaking news coming in from West Bengal and Kolkata. We're learning that a huge quantity of firearms has been recovered from Kolkata. Kolkata Police's STF, which is the Special Task Force, conducted the operation after receiving information from secret sources on Saturday night. 5 guns along with 90 are recovered in the very busy meeting hall road opposite. Police arrested 1 person in the incident. Name of this person is Israel Khan. And the police is trying to find out who is associated with this incident. So those are the pictures coming in. STF recovers huge cache of arms and ammunition. You can see on your screens. This is, by the way, exclusive images for you. And this story has been broken. And these pictures are coming from a Republic Bangla sister channel. And you can see, viewers, that this is a huge quantity of firearms recovered from Kolkata, where the Kolkata's STF conducted the operation after receiving information from secret sources. 5 guns, you can see, 5 guns have been recovered, and this is in the very busy meeting hall road opposite police, and the police have actually arrested 1 person in this incident. That's what we're trying, what we have found out so far. These are exclusive pictures coming in for you. And this is a Republic Bangla exclusive story, which you can see the pictures of on your screen. Huge hall has been recovered, huge haul of arms, ammunition. You can see that there are bullets which have been recovered as well. At least 5 guns. You can see that 5 guns have been recovered, and around 90 bullets, I repeat, around 90 bullets has been recovered. This is Kolkata STF recovering a huge quantity of firearms from West Bengal, Kolkata. And like we told you, 1 person has been arrested. We're trying to find out, the investigation is still on. We're trying to find out more details about what could have been the motive behind this huge arms and ammunitions being recovered. What could be? Who is behind this? All these details will be coming out in the open as investigation continues. But one person arrested by the Kolkata STF on the right hand of his screen. This person is identified as Israel Khan. Police is trying to find out who else could be associated with this arrested person and what was the motive behind the accused trying to hide this huge cache of arms and ammunitions which now has been recovered. I want to go across to my colleague from Republic Bangla, Hridita. If you could take our viewers through what we are seeing on the screens and what the investigation is pointing at. I just go back to my colleague Hridita joining us from Republic Bangla. If you can hear me, a huge quantity of firearms recovered. And if you could take our viewers through these exclusive pictures which Republic Bangla has got for our viewers. Of course, investigation continues on the motive behind keeping this huge cache of arms and ammunitions and more details. Go ahead, Hridita, take us through the latest.
Correct, Shivangi. Like, very good morning to you from the Bangla newsroom. So last night, what we were getting to around 10 p.m. last night, that these arms and ammunitions were found from a place in Boithok Khana Road, which is near the Howrah station, and it is very close to the Howrah station and also 15 minutes away from Surendranath College. Now, to understand this area geographically, it is a prime location because first of all, Howrah station is there where the train communication is a very easy way, and then there is a college. There are two colleges. One is the Calcutta College and the Calcutta University, which is around a stone throw away. The distance is that low, and 15 minutes from the Surendranath College. So it is a very prime location, and in this location, to find arms is a very threatening condition for Kolkata, people of Kolkata. And today morning, when my reporter had visited there, in a conversation, people are really threatened. People feel their security is being hampered. And this person who's been arrested, his name is Israel Khan. Last night, when the arms were found by STF, he was arrested from the area. Now, people are complaining that this person is from Bangladesh. That is what is assumed as of now, and he does not stay here. It's to and fro of the year that he does. That is all that we are collecting at the moment on the story. With more updates, coming to you soon. Back to the studio.
All right, thank you for joining us there, Hridita, with all those details. I'll be coming back to you as we get more updates on this exclusive story and images that we are showing for our viewers on the huge arms and ammunition being recovered from Kolkata.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
Just 10 days to go for Maharashtra elections. Amit Shah to unveil BJP's Sankalp Patra today. Speculations rife over CM face in Maharashtra. Ajit Pawar signals decision to be taken post-elections.
कांग्रेस के नेताओं से पूछना चाहता हूं, आरजेडी के नेताओं से पूछना चाहता हूं, लालू जी आप भी बताइए क्या कारण है कि हमारे झारखंड में जहां पर 52%, 52% जहां पर आदिवासी थे, आज उनकी संख्या घटकर 28% क्यों हो गई?
Demographic debate becomes the flashpoint in Jharkhand. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh raises concerns over intruders. One terrorist killed in encounter with security forces in Jammu and Kashmir support. Massive anti-terror operations are launched. Supreme Court says bulldozer justice simply unacceptable under rule of law. Says citizens' voices cannot be throttled by a threat of destroying their properties. Viewers, we're live in Breaking Up. Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. After support, now encounter starts in central Kashmir, Srinagar. 2 anti-terror operations are underway. I repeat, 2 anti-terror operations are underway in Jammu and Kashmir, support and Srinagar. Terrorists fired on coordinated search party of joint security forces in Srinagar. And a senior police officer confirmed to Republic TV that these are top updates coming in right now. Not 1 but 2, I repeat, not 1 but 2 anti-terror operations continue. This time the second one has started in Srinagar. Okay, so that's a big update coming in right now. And the new anti-terror operations in Srinagar, this is a huge win for our forces because remember that already one terrorist has been eliminated and gunned down in the Sapor encounter. After Sapor, Srinagar is the place where the second anti-terror operation is continuing. I want to go across to my colleague joining us, Aravat. Aravat, please take our viewers through latest detail coming in. We're coming to know that there is a second anti-terror operation which has started in Srinagar, the first one being in Sapor. What is the latest we are learning of? Aravat, go ahead.
Shivangi, we have seen that the back-to-back terror incidents are taking place in the Kashmir Valley, but we have seen after receiving the instructions from the LG Manoj Sinha and other top security officials that deal strictly with these terrorists and their supporters. After that, we have seen that the multiple anti-terror operations were launched across the Jammu and Kashmir, in which we have seen the operation in yesterday Sopur, where we have seen that one highly trained terrorist were neutralized and a huge kg of arms ammunition have been recovered. After that, we have seen that another operation was launched in central Kashmir, Srinagar, where the exchange of fire is going on. Also, the more reinforcement is being sent to there, where the exchange of fire has been confirmed to Republic that the encounter has begins now in the central Kashmir, Srinagar. And this is the 6th gunfight in the last 14 days that we have seen from the South Kashmir to North Kashmir, and the exchange of fire is on in the central Kashmir, Srinagar. Also, if we'll talk about the ongoing operation Sopur, where we have seen one terrorist was neutralized and coordinated search operations have been extended to other nearby forests, following the credible intelligence that there is possibility that more terrorists might be hiding in the dense forests in the Sopor. But I want to mention here that the exchange of fire is going on in the central Kashmir, Srinagar. There is possibility that 2 to 3 terrorists are trapped after receiving intelligence that the terrorist movement is being observed in the central Kashmir, Srinagar area, and the exchange of fire is on at this moment, and senior police officials are also reaching the spot in a while. Shivangi.
All right, getting these updates coming for our viewers. We will be coming back to you, Aravat, as we get more updates on the 2 encounters underway in Sapor and in Srinagar. We move ahead to some of the other stories we're tracking, where Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov has held bilateral talks with his counterparts from Mali, Central African Republic, Uganda and Cameroon on the sidelines of the Russia-Africa Partnership Summit in Sochi. Lavrov discussed issues of bilateral cooperation with his counterparts from Uganda and Cameroon. Here is a full report.
Russia has kicked off the first ministerial conference of the Russia-Africa Partnership Forum in Sochi. The emphasis remains on strengthening relationships with African nations and dispelling the perception of isolation caused by Western sanctions. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov on Saturday held bilateral talks with his counterparts from Mali, Central African Republic, Uganda and Cameroon. During his talks with Mali's Foreign Minister, Lavrov praised the relationship between the two countries.
Мы видим в Мали нашего надежного партнера, важного союзника на африканском континенте и ценим наше взаимодействие в ООН, включая группу друзей в защиту Устава ООН. Значение работы которой с каждым днем возрастает в ситуации, когда Запад хочет выборочно, как из меню, выбирать устраивающие его на тот или иной конкретный момент времени принципы устава, а остальные игнорируют.
Lavrov used the opportunity to criticize the West for what he called selectively applying the Charter of the United Nations. Lavrov and the Foreign Minister of the Central African Republic signed bilateral agreement. The agreement focused on mutually eliminating visa requirements for holders of diplomatic and service passports between the two countries. The two ministers discussed matters related to strengthening friendly relations with a particular emphasis on promoting projects in raw materials exploration. Issues of bilateral cooperation were also discussed with counterparts from Uganda and Cameroon. Lavrov praised Ugandan president for his vocal support for the principles of justice, mutual interests, and mutual respect in international relations.
Thank you for accepting our invitation to come to this first ministerial forum of Russia-Africa Partnership, which is being convened on the basis of the agreement reached last year at the Russia-Africa Summit in St. Petersburg, where we highly appreciated the participation and interventions of President Museveni. He was really very vocal, promoting principles of justice, mutual interest, mutual respect in international affairs.
How Russia-Africa Partnership Forum influence future relations between Russia and African nations remains to be seen.
Germany marked the 35th anniversary of the fall of the Berlin Wall on Saturday, a pivotal moment in the collapse of communism in Europe. Built in 1961, the wall stood for 28 years at the front line of the Cold War between the Americans and the Soviets. Here's a full report.
Germany marks the 35th anniversary of the fall of the Berlin Wall, a pivotal movement in the collapse of communism in Europe. The wall stood for 28 years at the front line of the Cold War between the Americans and the Soviets. The communist regime constructed it to prevent East Germans from being exposed to the ideological influence of the West. At the Berlin Wall Memorial, a commemoration was held, attended by German President Frank-Walter Steinmeier. The governing mayor of Berlin, one of the speakers at the commemoration, described the fall of Berlin Wall as an extraordinary moment in the history.
Was für ein Glückstag war der 9. November 89. Vor 35 Jahren, als die Menschen in der damaligen DDR, auch hier im Ostteil unserer Stadt, die Mauer einfach wegdrückten. Sie schoben sie beiseite. Es waren unfassbare Momente, unfassbare Stunden und Tage.
He called Berlin to be a place of hope for those fighting for their freedom.
Seit 35 Jahren ist Berlin nicht mehr geteilt, ist unser Land geeint, ist Europa geeint. Aber Aber es gibt noch viele, viele Menschen, und die will ich heute auch alle hier begrüßen, die nicht in Freiheit und Demokratie leben, die immer noch kämpfen. Und ich kann Ihnen sagen, Berlin ist stolz darauf, Stadt der Freiheit zu sein. Und ich möchte, dass Berlin ein Hoffnungsort ist. Ein Hoffnungsort für alle Menschen, die noch nicht in Freiheit leben, aber für ihre Freiheit kämpfen.
After the short event, Stanmire and others placed flowers into the cracks of the wall. Today, only a few stretches of the 156-kilometer barrier remain, mostly as a tourist attraction.
Beginning with some back-to-back top updates from the world. Israel's ongoing military operation in Gaza Strip has claimed the lives of 43,000 plus Palestinians and injured 1,02,000 plus others over the past 13 months, according to Gaza's health authorities. In the past 24 hours, Israeli airstrikes have killed 44 people and wounded 81. Among the dead were 9 people, including women and children, in an airstrike on a tent for displaced people in Khan Yunis, located in southern Gaza. The attacks also targeted other locations, including a refugee camp in Rafah and Deir al-Bala area in central Gaza. US President Joe Biden will host President-elect Donald Trump for the traditional post-election meeting in the Oval Office on Wednesday. This meeting is a customary part of the peaceful transition of power in the US is set to take place despite the unusual circumstances surrounding Trump's return to the presidency. Biden called Trump earlier this week to congratulate him on his victory and extend the invitation. Following the attack on Maccabi Tel Aviv fans in Amsterdam, both Israeli and Dutch foreign ministers issued statements. Dutch Foreign Minister Casper Veldkamp emphasized that a full investigation would be conducted into whether Dutch authorities responded appropriately. Police in Amsterdam have arrested more than 60 suspects in connection with the attacks, which were reportedly motivated by social media calls to target Jewish people. Tensions erupted in Valencia evening when a small group of posters clashed with riot police outside the city hall. Following a peaceful march that drew tens of thousands of Spaniards, the protesters were calling for the resignation of the regional president, Carlos Mazon, in response to his administration handling of catastrophic floods last week that left more than 200 dead or missing. Police used batons to disperse the crowd, and footage showed one protester being detained. Mazon's administration has been criticized for failing to issue timely flood alerts, although he defended his actions, citing the unforeseeable scale of the disaster and insufficient warning from national authorities. Britain's Princess Kate attended the Festival of Remembrance at London's Royal Albert Hall. Viewers, India will host Miss Asia Globe 2024 in Kochi, Kerala, featuring Tamanna Bharat, a 19-year-old from Navi Mumbai, as its representative. The finale on November 21st will showcase contestants from over 20 countries, each bringing unique stories and perspectives. Take a look.
Preparing for a competition or a pageant like Miss Asia Global, it involves a lot of reflection and introspection, and it has led to me having a deep understanding of my own self. I feel I have grown immensely, from a girl who was simply hesitantly dreaming to a girl who's actively pursuing her passions. I have grown a lot. I feel that if I have to pursue the career of modeling in the future, which I wish I do, pageantry has given me the confidence to excel in this field and, to make a mark for myself with a distinct identity. And a defining moment for me was when I won the title of Miss Navi Mumbai this year, and the look of joy and pride in the faces of my parents and my grandparents, it just made me feel that this is my calling and this is what I had to do, and it solidified my commitment to making my parents and my loved ones feel proud.
The
Election season is on in the state of Maharashtra, and today the Union Home Minister will launch the Manifesto of Mahayuti in Mumbai's BKC Sofitel Hotel. Stay tuned to Republic TV for more on this.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
The next Indian icons, beating everyone on the globe. B6E and XEV9E. Mahindra's electric origin SUVs. Catch them at Unlimit India.
Yeah, Ajay, look at your dad. Will we be the same at his age?
Absolutely yes, if we plan our future like him.
How?
My father had invested in LIC's Jeevan Akshay, which gives immediate and guaranteed annuity at regular intervals, that too for life.
Wow. But do we have to wait until his age?
Absolutely not. We recently invested in LIC's new Jeevan Shanti, which gives deferred annuity, which means regular income after some years.
I see.
LIC's annuity plans give 10 annuity options and flexibility in receiving regular income. LIC, हर पल आपके साथ.
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना.
To someone who I have had the pleasure of knowing for almost, if I may say so, over a decade and a half, professionally, in various roles, and I have seen the way in which Nirmala Sitharaman has come out as a shining star in our political life. She would be feisty and have the greatest amount of personal research on any subject, which is true even today, and she had every fact on her fingertips.
Presented by Adani. Powered by Nippon India Mutual Fund. Wealth sets you free. Knowledge partner Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. Come become. Co-powered by Raven Group. Bharosa Rakho, Surakshit Raho. E-commerce partner India Zona. Bharat ki apni dukaan. State partner Uttar Pradesh Shasan.
Welcome back, viewers. Following Donald Trump's victory in the 2024 presidential elections, new reports are shedding light on his aggressive trade plans, including the imposition of up to 60% tariffs on Chinese imports. This shift could further strain the already fragile Chinese economy, while potentially opening new opportunities for countries like India. But with Trump's America First approach, the path forward for global trade remains uncertain. Here is more on what is at stake.
Following Trump's victory in the 2024 presidential elections, a new report has emerged. The report by CareEdge suggests that Trump's new tariff trade could have major potential pitfalls for China. However, India could emerge as a major benefactor. Trump's resolution to levy tariffs up to 60% on Chinese imports is bound to damage the already hurt Chinese economy, given the Chinese have been reeling under pressure post the real estate slump of 2018. In season 1 of his presidency, Trump had raised tariffs from 7.5% to 25%. Trump believes that failed economics lopsided the US-China trade relations heavily.
Before I came to office, the story was about how the People's Republic of China was increasing its power and America was failing in the world. Not anymore. We made clear, and I made clear in my personal conversations, which have been many, with President Xi, that we seek competition, not conflict. But I will make no apologies that we're investing to make America stronger. Investing in American innovation and industries that will define the future that China intends to be dominating.
Now Trump pledges to balance the equations.
Joe Biden's entire career has been a gift to the Chinese Communist Party and to the calamity of errors that they've made. They made so many errors, and it's been devastating for the American worker. Joe Biden and President Obama freely allowed China to pillage our factories, plunder our communities, and steal our most precious secrets. And I've stopped it largely, but I've stopped it. And it wasn't easy.
Trump's trade will rewire the APEC supply chain network. And in this equation, India could emerge as a new alternative as an import-export hub to the USA. For India, a reorientation of supply chains presents both an opportunity and a risk. With Trump's US-first approach, India should be cautioned. Whether India will be a bystander or benefactor remains to be seen.
ब्लास्ट हुआ स्टेशन पे सब मैं पहुंच गया था, लेकिन ब्लास्ट हो गया। हमारा स्टाफ इस तरफ था, अल्लाह का शुक्र है हमारा स्टाफ बच गया सारा। बहुत बड़ा ब्लास्ट हुआ, हमारी ट्रेन अभी आई नहीं थी।
Alright viewers, getting you some top updates coming in. Union Minister Hardeep Singh Puri defended India's continued oil imports from Russia, asserting that country's decision has played a critical role in stabilizing global oil prices. Speaking in a recent social media post, Puri clarified that if India had not sourced oil from Russia, global oil prices would have surged significantly, worsening the energy shortages and economic challenges worldwide. He underscored that while some countries criticize India's energy trade with Russia, they fail to recognize the broader benefits of India's actions, which have helped to keep oil prices more affordable on the global market. PM Modi, in an evocative tribute, shared Tata's impact across sectors and his enduring influence on India's values and industries. In a heartfelt note, PM Modi expressed the collective sadness felt across bustling cities and towns to villages, noting that Tata's absence resonates deeply with seasoned industrialists, budding entrepreneurs and hard-working professionals. The Prime Minister lauded Tata as an inspiration to youth that symbolizes the possibility of merging success with compassion as well as humility. After victory of the Donald Trump and the US presidential elections, India could benefit from any orientation of the global supply chain away from China, says a report from CareEdge. As per report, Trump has proposed imposing high tariffs on imports from China, which could lead to changes in global trade dynamics, creating opportunities for India. It is said that India could benefit from any reorientation of the global supply chain away from China. Vedanta Limited updated its stakeholders on Friday, confirming that its demerger plans are progressing smoothly and are in their final stages. The company aims to separate its key businesses into listed entities by the end of 2025 financial year. This will include separate entities for aluminium, oil, gas, power, steel and ferrous materials and base metals. Vedanta Executive Director Arun Mishra mentioned that the second half of the year would be transformative with major growth. In other news, China's consumer prices rose more slowly in October while producer price deflation deepened, even as Beijing doubled down on stimulus policies to pop up its sputtering economy. China unveiled 10 trillion yuan, roughly $1.4 trillion dollar package to ease local government hidden debt burdens rather than directly injecting money into the economy.
Director, the taste of success.
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning, viewers. The time has come once again when the greatest economic minds of India will gather under one roof and discuss the driving forces behind our thriving economy. Republic Media Network presents the 4th edition of the India Economic Summit, Viksit Bharat Bullseye, a platform where topmost ministers, visionary policymakers, renowned economists, and influential industry leaders and entrepreneurs will chart India's economic future. Tune in on November 12, Tuesday, for all the live action. After encounter in Sopore, exchange of fire between terrorists and security forces in Ishbar in Srinagar. BJP'S call for Hindu unity, ek hai to safe hai, irks Owaisi. He says if there's justice, then India is safe. Jammu and Kashmir students in Hassan Nursing College in Karnataka allege being targeted, say asked to shave beards by the college. Awami League leader files complaint in International Court of Crime against genocide of minorities against Hindus, complaint against Yunus and 62 others. Trump offers to pay for Democrats' pending campaign money, sends out a unity message. And viewers, cutting across to breaking news coming in. The encounter operation is underway in Srinagar. Heavy exchange of fires taking place between terrorists and security forces. The terrorists fired upon our forces there. A cordon and search operation was underway when a search party of joint security forces in Ishbar was targeted and attacked by terrorists. Remember, 2 anti-terror operations are underway in Jammu and Kashmir at the moment, one in Sopore and the other one in Srinagar. A joint police and security force operation was launched in Zabarwan forest area of Srinagar based on specific intelligence about the presence of terrorists there. As of now, an exchange of fire ensued during the operation. Let's go across to my colleagues Arawat and Zeenat, who are joining us live to give us more details. I want to come to you first, Zeenat. A fresh encounter has broken out. What inputs do we have about the number of terrorists who are exchanging the fire with forces?
See, as far as the Srinagar encounter is concerned, it is in the Zabarwan range. This is just the behind the belt of the Dachigam forest belt where this encounter is taking place. And it's clearly the Srinagar police-based intelligence that has made the possibility to exchange of fire in the Zabarwan range. See, the Zabarwan range is one of the toughest ranges because it connects you to the South Kashmir, Tral and Vastona range where most of the encounters in 2017, 15 or even in 19 we have seen seen. And even in 2020, there were the encounters where the foreign terrorists were neutralized. All this belt, the forest range of Zabarwan, has been active with the foreign terrorists who would travel from South Kashmir to the Central Kashmir. This range has been active in past, and seeing the operation in the range after more than 2 years now, this tells you the terrorists have started the revival of the routes that were earlier, that were used by them in past also. As far as Srinagar encounter is concerned, we see that the visuals that we beam, these are the ones, the exclusive ones from the spot. Although the range where this encounter is taking place, there is a no-go zone moment for everybody. It's a forest range where the encounter is taking place, and the police has already made the movement of the people, the civilians, they are not being allowed to move to this very range, because seeing the way the volley of the fires that are being exchanged between the Srinagar police and with assistance given by the CRPF and the terrorists, as per the reports suggest that 2 to 3 terrorists have been trapped in this encounter. This encounter is somewhere 25 to 30 kilometers away from the Srinagar city where this is going on. There have been the reports that the Pakistani terrorists have been trapped in it, or the local support is being, that only will be more clear once you neutralize and you get the footage, or you are able to retrieve the body of the terrorists who have been neutralized. But the terrorist movement had come out to the Srinagar police through the sources, because as there had been the top cops who have been talking about that it's an intelligence-based operation. So you have the cargo wing, you have the Srinagar police who's been active, and they have recently also broke the details about the Srinagar grenade attack. They have already cleared the air as far as the Srinagar grenade attack is concerned, where the 3 youngsters from the Khrajpura in Srinagar have also been arrested, and the charges are being framed. It is not like that the terrorists are making the movements and the forces are not getting the information. We see on the ground, we see the Srinagar police quite have been active as far as the movement of the terrorists concerned. They would go, they would bump them off. That we have seen in the last 1 week. If we if we take the count from Saturday, where in Khaniar area a Pakistani terrorist was neutralized, and then seeing the Srinagar grenade attack that was cracked by the Srinagar police individually in the less than 3 to 4 days, the entire case was solved. Who was behind? As far as the encounter in the Kashmir Valley is concerned, the only one encounter that is going on in the valley is in Srinagar, in the Zabarwan range.
Arawat also, Zeenat, who's joining us live from Sopore to give us detail of the other encounter that's broken out. Arawat, we know that one terrorist has already been gunned down. What is the progress that forces have been able to make so far? How many more are still trapped there?
Kriti, we have seen yesterday the exchange of fire in North Kashmir, Sopore, in which we have seen 1 terrorist have been neutralized by the joint security forces, and the search operation is on still in the North Kashmir, Sopore, where there is possibility that more terrorists believed to be trapped in the forest areas. The operation is still on, and the combing operation is going on in the dense forest in the Sopore. But I want to mention it here that the second encounter, which is also underway in the Central Kashmir, Srinagar, we have seen after the back-to-back terror incidents in the Kashmir, now we have seen there is a change. Now the back-to-back encounters are taking place in the Kashmir Valley, as intelligence agencies has already sounded alert for the Kashmir after the back-to-back target killings. Now this time we have seen that the encounter is underway in the North Kashmir, Sopore, and second encounter is on in the Central Kashmir, Srinagar. Jammu and Kashmir police officials are reaching the spot, and in fact they have left from the Srinagar and they are moving towards the spot where the second encounter is on. Also, we have seen yesterday in the North Kashmir, Sopore, where hunters were neutralized by the joint security forces, and a huge kg of arms ammunition have been recovered from the killed terrorists in the North Kashmir, Sopore yesterday. Earlier, we have seen, and just 2 days back in the North Kashmir, Sopore, 2 highly trained terrorists were neutralized by the joint security forces, and in fact, 2 anti-terror operations are on in the Jammu and Kashmir 2 districts. Yes.
All right, well, thanks Arawat and Zeenat for joining us and giving us those details on the encounters that are underway. We will come back to you to get the latest. With that, viewers, let's shift our focus now. As the battle for Maharashtra is heating up, Union Home Minister Amit Shah is set to launch the election manifesto for the state. The launch marks a key moment in the intense election race as political parties across the states ramp up their campaigns. It is pertinent to note here, viewers, that the Congress has already unveiled its manifesto and pledged 5 major guarantees for the people of Maharashtra. Let's go across to Sandeep, who is joining us live from Mumbai to give us more details. Sandeep will join us in a while from now, viewers, but let's tell you that in contrast, the Congress has already unveiled a manifesto, and its manifesto promises Rupees 3,000 per month for women, free bus travel for women and girls under the Mahalakshmi Yojana, and loan waivers of up to Rupees 3 lakh for farmers, and additional Rupees 50,000 incentive for those who regularly repay their loans as well. And Sandeep is now joining us live this morning on the bulletin. Sandeep, a very good morning to you. Union Home Minister Amit Shah himself is going to launch the BJP Manifesto. This is a high-octane battle between the Mahayuti and the Mahavikas Aghadi in Maharashtra. Are there any speculation on what the BJP Manifesto is going to include?
See, I have some breaking inputs right now in my hand that Union Home Minister, who's gonna come up and launch the manifesto out here at the Sofitel Hotel out here in BKC. I've got some details. There are high chances that they may promise to pay 2,100 rupees to as an old age pension holders. Apart from that, promise to present Vision Maharashtra at 2029 within 100 days after formation of government. Anganwadi and Asha workers will be given 15,000 rupees salary and insurance covers. 25 lakh employment will be created. So this is the big announcement that 25 lakh employment will be in fact given to the people of Maharashtra. Apart from that, 10 lakh students will be given tuition fee of 10,000 per month. So big announcement that is expected today. Apart from that, Bharatiya Janata Party manifesto may also have a counter for the Mahalakshmi scheme that has been in fact being presented by Congress Party. They have promised to provide 3,000 rupees per month to the women in the state of Maharashtra. Ultimately, we already have Ladki Bahin scheme out here in the state of Maharashtra. There are high chances that the installments of Ladki Bahin would be in fact increased to 1,500 from 1,500 to 2,100. So ultimately, we are waiting for Amit Shah, who is going to address the press conference out here. We have been said that Ajit Pawar would also be present out here. Also, Eknath Shinde will be here, and Devendra Fadnavis will also be here. We see the stage is all set. Today, the Bharatiya Janata Party would be putting up the plans of Bharatiya Janata Party before the people of Maharashtra, and any time from now, in fact, Amit Shah, the Union Home Minister, would be in fact coming out here addressing the press conference. So if we could break this information that we have exclusively right now, that 2,100 could be, 2,100 would be given to the old age pension holders. Apart from that, 10,000 to the youth as a tuition fee. So this could be a major announcement. The official announcement would be in fact made by Union Home Minister in some time.
Oh, well, absolutely. Now, my question also to you, Sandeep, is that Eknath Shinde has alleged that the Congress manifesto is in fact a copy-paste job. What more details can you bring on this BJP manifesto that's going to come up, and how will it be considerably different from the Congress manifesto and its guarantees?
See, as far as Bharatiya Janata Party's manifesto or Mahayuti's manifesto is concerned, it will, once it is published, only then we will be able to, analyze about the differences between Congress's manifesto and Bharatiya Janata Party's manifestos. But ultimately, what have been their arguments since day one, since the Mahalakshmi scheme has been announced by Congress Party, it is being in fact said that, we have Sudhir Mungantiwar speaking right now. We'll get few questions. We'll go back to him, but ultimately the basic difference that is being in fact that is being told that if Congress party announces 3,000 rupees per month for women in the state of Maharashtra, then ultimately this will have a burden on the treasury of the state of Maharashtra. Around 3 lakh crore rupees would be spent from the Maharashtra treasury, and that is the point that Bharatiya Janata Party leaders are in fact arguing right now. And in fact we'll show you the visuals out here. We have Sudhir Mungantiwar speaking to media right now. Vinod Taude, if you can see, Vinod Taude has arrived out here. You see Bharatiya Janata Party Mumbai chief Ashish Shelar has also arrived here. Any time from now, Mr. Amit Shah, the Union Home Minister would in fact address the press conference and will in fact brief the plans about the manifesto. How would they go before the people of Maharashtra? That is something that Amit Shah would be in fact briefing at any point in time from now. And in fact we give you the live visuals. Definitely all eyes on what would the women of Maharashtra would get. All eyes on what would the senior citizens of the Maharashtra would get, whether the youths will be considered, what kind of employment services would be in fact provided to the youth, how much money would be provided to the women in the state of Maharashtra, as the Ladki Bahin scheme is already there in the place. So will that installment would be increased from 1,500 to 2,000 rupees? That is something that we have to in fact look out for, and we have Mr. Sudhir Mungantiwar with us. We'll get his reaction. We'll get his reaction. So currently you see live visuals from Sofitel Hotel out here. Any time from now, Amit Shah, the Union Home Minister, would be in fact arriving, and we'll try to get his reaction. We'll get Mr. Sudhir Mungantiwar. Mr. Sudhir Mungantiwar joining us. Sudhir जी, क्या कुछ योजनाएं जो है राज्य के लिए दी जाएंगी? क्या लाड़की बहन योजना में कुछ वृद्धि की जाएगी? कांग्रेस के मैनिफेस्टो को कैसे जवाब देंगे?
नहीं, कांग्रेस के मैनिफेस्टो का जवाब सीधा है, दोस्त नंबर 1, बीवी नंबर 1। वैसे कांग्रेस के बारे में झूठे नंबर 1। देखो, अभी वो महंगाई की बात कर रहे हैं। मुझे बताइए, अमेरिका के सुअर को खिलाने वाला मिलो कौन से देश के पार्टी ने खिलाया था इस देश को? मनोज कुमार ने रोटी कपड़ा और मकान क्यों निकाला था? हाय महंगाई तू कहां से आई? कांग्रेस ने लाई, ऐसा क्यों बोला जाता था? तो कांग्रेस को कोई हक नहीं है। 55 वर्ष तक कांग्रेस ने इस देश का शोषण किया, सिर्फ इस देश की सत्ता की राजनीति की। हमने विकास की राजनीति की। जो आंकड़े अभी इस प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में जब मैं आपके सामने प्रस्तुत करूंगा तो आपको ध्यान में आएगा देश कितना तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहा है माननीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में। और महाराष्ट्र में जिम्मेदारी है, जो राज्य गीत का मैंने चयन किया उसके शब्द है, दिल्लीचे ही तख्त राखितो महाराष्ट्र माझा। अगर हमारे देश को आगे बढ़ाना है तो महाराष्ट्र का, छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज के इस शूर वीर पवित्र भूमि का एक बड़ा योगदान रहने वाला है। महाराष्ट्र ये इस राष्ट्र को महा बनाने के लिए योगदान देने वाला एक स्टेट है, और उस दृष्टिकोण से ये विजन डॉक्यूमेंट बनाएगा।
लाड़की बहन का इंस्टॉलमेंट बढ़ेगा, क्या हम ये मान के चल सकते हैं? क्या लाड़की बहन में जितने पैसे मिले जा रहे हैं, दिए जा रहे हैं, उसका इंस्टॉलमेंट बढ़ाने की बात की जा रही है? क्या उसमें बढ़ोतरी की जाएगी?
देखो भैया, वो तो आप घोषणा अभी सुनोगे। अब बहन बोलने के बाद बहन और भाई का प्रेम जो है वो तो बढ़ती ही रहेगा ना।
भाइयों बहनों का, दोनों का ख्याल रखेंगे।
हाँ जी, सभी का ख्याल, भाइयों का, लाड़ले बहनों का, और इतना ही नहीं, हमने भांजियों का भी ख्याल रखा है। 100% गरीब बहन के बेटी को 100% शिक्षा हमने मुफ्त कर दी।
किसानों के लिए क्या होगी? किसानों के लिए क्या करेंगे?
वो तो आप वहाँ सुनोगे ना, अभी ये तो संकल्प पत्र।
Any time from now, Amit Shah is going to address the press conference as Sudhir Mungantiwar, the Bharatiya Janata Party leader, was in fact speaking to Republic. He mentions, he targets Congress Party in fact and says that Congress Party is someone who had come up with the slogan of Garibi Hatao, but they in fact vanished. They in fact pulled poors from the country. So this is the kind of statement that has been given, and in fact he is assuring that all sectors of the people across the state of Maharashtra, they would be in fact benefited, and we give you the live visuals from this very place where the press conference would start at any point in time from now, and you see the leaders have started coming anytime from now. Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, Devendra Fadnavis, also Ajit Pawar would come here, and in the presence of Union Home Minister Amit Shah, they would in fact come up with the manifesto that will be in fact kept before the people of Maharashtra. Whole set of media across the country has in fact arrived out here to cover the Mahayuti's manifesto today here in Mumbai.
Well, absolutely. Thank you, Sandeep, for joining us and giving us those details. Viewers, we're learning as per our sources some details of the BJP manifesto that include promises of 25 lakh employment creation and rupees 2100 to old age pension holders, along with a promise to present a vision of Maharashtra for 2029. All right, viewers, breaking news from Canada now. One more person has been arrested in connection with the Brampton temple attack case. 35-year-old Inderjeet Gosal has been arrested from Brampton. He was arrested yesterday and charged with assault with a weapon. He was, however, released on condition and is asked to appear at the Ontario Court of Justice at a later date. 35-year-old Inderjeet Gosal has been arrested. The Khalistani extremist menace goes unabated in Canada, and Hindus united to protect their religious temples, institutions were targeted by the Khalistani extremists in Canada. In connection to that, one more accused has been arrested, and he was, however, released on conditions, is yet to appear at Ontario Court of Justice at a later date. Republic has accessed the images of the latest arrest. The regional police has also issued a statement saying that investigators from the 21 Division Criminal Investigations Bureau and the Special Investigation Team arrested and charged Inderjeet Gosal in the violent demonstration at a Brampton Mandir. The statement also reads that one of the individuals has since been arrested and identified. Visuals of that arrested accused Inderjeet Gosal, 35-year-old, on your screens now. This is one more arrest that has been made in Brampton in Canada over the temple attack case. Of course, coming after India pulled up Canada and issued a stern warning asking for justice and ensuring security of Hindus in Canada.
Seasons is on in the state of Maharashtra, and today the Union Home Minister will launch the Manifesto of Mahayuti in Mumbai's BKC Sofitel Hotel. Stay tuned to Republic TV for more on this.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
Hi there, welcome back to your weekly rendezvous with stories contemporary and consequential, after which hopefully you feel intellectually recharged. Like I always do, two stories, one domestic and one foreign this week. The phenomenal victory of Donald Trump in the United States in a never-before sweep for the Republicans provides a moment to look deep into the convulsions the country is going through. It's both in the moment and civilizational. In some ways, Trump's second coming on the back of a hard-fought campaign by both the Democrats and the Republicans represents a confused America having a know thyself dialogue with its declining self. I would unspool some of that phenomenon for you. Also, an op-ed written by India's leader of opposition, Rahul Gandhi, hit headlines this week. But the real message was lost in the din of sound bites. Rahul Gandhi's hard left turn has been known for some time. Under Rahul's watch, the Congress party has become wedded to the idea of wealth redistribution to the extent of getting blindsided on wealth creation. But why did he choose to put it in ink? We will decipher that. Let's get going. Americans as a civilization like everything in extremes. Either it has to be the biggest or the smallest, oldest or newest, highest or lowest. Even the super has to be in the superlative. You get that while visiting any of those famous touristy places or American museums. By that count, return of Donald Trump to the White House is a coming together of politics and that civilizational impulse. Victory of Trump is Trumpist in scale. America has never been redder in its entire political existence. From the White House to the Senate, from the Congress to the swing states, from the Supreme Court to the Electoral College. It's all Republican, all red, all Trump. It's that moment when the pendulum has swung to the extreme, which means it had swung the other extreme with Democrats pushing the envelope. With imposition of gender choices on infants, with the tyranny of the pronouns, with gender-neutral toilets, with the defunding of police forces, with hypocrisy on climate change, with promotion of men in women's sports in the name of queer sensitivities, with campuses spawned to pro-Palestine protests, with so much else, the Democrats swung it to the extreme. USA had never been that awkward. It contradicted decades of America's in-your-face masculinity projected through Hollywood. Democrats thought Trump, being a bad character and a convicted felon, would do the job. They failed to read the angst of a culture that was feeling shackled. Something had to give. It was, in fact, building up. That's why, amid all the liberal capture of narrative, sequel to the 1986 action thriller Top Gun, that typical product of American machoism, was a big success when it released last year. With campuses captured by pro-Palestine mobs, American corporates quietly started a new movement, skill before degree. Simply put, they don't need a college degree on your CV if you have the required skills. The movement has 300 plus of the Fortune 500 companies now part of it. The picture of Dana Bash holding Joe Biden's hands in a daughterly manner as Trump walked away after their joust in the CNN-hosted first presidential debate was a giveaway moment for the mainstream media. Trump went to Joe Rogan and made the CNN irrelevant. Elon Musk was not invited to the electric vehicles summit in 2021 by Biden. Look what he did in 2024. It is possible that apart from Trump himself, Musk might be the most consequential influencer of this election. A star is born is how Trump acknowledged it in his victory speech. Tech evangelist and venture capitalist Peter Thiel famously said in 2015 that his rule number one was not to bet against Elon. Trump supporters were called garbage. They came together to raise their stink. One personal anecdote of the Democrat pendulum that had swung far. Sometime in July last year, present US ambassador to New Delhi Eric Garcetti was giving a lecture on Indo-US relations at the Indian Institute of Technology in Delhi. I was in the audience. He quoted from a very famous poem by Robert Browning. But a man's reach should exceed his grasp, or what's heaven for? And then, after a moment's pause, Garcetti added, since it's 2023, a person's reach should exceed his grasp. This quote is from the poem Andrea del Sarto by Browning, and it essentially means that people should strive for goals that may seem beyond their reach. The pursuit of something seemingly unattainable is what gives life meaning and aspiration, similar to the concept of heaven representing a higher ideal. Garcetti, a former mayor of Los Angeles and hence close to Hollywood, degendered a 19th century poem to fit the present American zeitgeist. Trump was lampooned that he picked the issue of illegal aliens killing pets in Springfield, Ohio. And then we had the bizarre story of the Environment Conservation Department of the Biden administration euthanizing a pet squirrel, Peanut, on doubt of rabies, prompting an internet outrage in the midst of campaign. Peanut did not die in vain, said Bill Ackman, and pictures went viral of a squirrel at Harris' campaign's stage before her concession speech, suggesting that it was the ghost of Peanut haunting the Democrats. Imagine, the Peanut story in many ways typifies this American election, highlighting the Democrat overreach and the smugness to democracy on the ground. You know what? Pendulums swing both ways. So it would in the United States too. We are in the moment of the pendulum in the Trumpism territory, but it might have already started its journey the other way. Nature abhors extremes. Let me take you back to the Trump victory speech. While praising Musk, he said, a star is born. But that does not necessarily mean it's going to be good for Tesla's balance sheets. For Trump also said in the same speech that America has more oil than Saudi Arabia and that they are going to pump out a lot more of it, which means the global transition to electric vehicles might get pushed. How long before Elon feels the heat in his quarterly numbers? Trump faced the brute force of law enforcement agencies in what came to be called as lawfare during the campaign targeting the former president. Well, from whatever we know of Trump, it might not go unresponded. There are revenge lists already circulating on the platforms like The New Yorker and Politico of names of those in the Biden-Harris administration that could be targeted by the new Trump team for going after the president-elect last 4 years. Which brings me to my own understanding of what's happening in the United States. These are conversions of a society in a nation that's past its prime. America is grappling with its declining influence. Cold War was bipolar. Post the Cold War, America enjoyed a good 2 decades of unipolar dominance. But the last 10 years have been of negotiating a world of increasing multipolarity. Russia cares 2 hoots. Europe seems disconnected in its own postmodern shell. China is snapping at its heels. The small military skirmishes with US allies like Philippines in the South China Sea are testing waters for a larger military takeover of Taiwan. The superpower response would be an interesting watch whenever it happens. We have seen how a medieval militia like the Houthis created a global trade choke point by controlling the Bab al-Mandab Strait between the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden. What did the American might do? The opposite of masculinity cannot be effeminate. Obviously, a section of Americans was disturbed. A Trumpist America would withdraw from the chaos that it cannot control. Wars would see disinterest, and perhaps rightly so. It would build walls of tariffs, of immigration, even literal physical walls at its borders. There is both an opportunity and a threat for us in India as for the rest of the world. Brace for headwinds on exports of physical goods, tighter visa controls, pressure to buy more of US oil than Russian oil. there would also be some good. Lesser interference in internal affairs. Bangladesh would be set right. Trump might be more appreciative of India's national security concerns. Remember, the Biden administration revived maintenance contract for the F-16 fleet with the Pakistani Air Force that was dwindling, thus giving a new lease of life to the PAF. Expect Trump to not oblige the Pakis for a bargain, of course. Ultimately, the world would negotiate this churn in American society and move on, like it always does. We should too, to our next story. Moving to the second one, Rahul Gandhi, India's leader of opposition and the Congress party's sailor-in-chief when it comes to negotiating ideological wins, came out with an op-ed in the Indian Express on November 6, attempting to communicate his position and politics on business and its interactions with society and the government. The piece itself was not a comprehensive one, but gives a glimpse of his thinking on the subject of capital and capitalism. Let me summarize the op-ed before I analyze it for you. Rahul Gandhi seeks to present a picture of India's business and industry as a limited monopoly that is throttling larger entrepreneurial spirit of the nation with the backing of the state. Like the East India Company was used as a tool to exploit India by the colonial British government, the new monopolists are amassing wealth and power to the disadvantage of a great mass of citizenry, in the process making India an unequal and unfair place. In this unequal enterprise, the present state backs them with tools like the ED, CBI, and income tax to browbeat competition in favor of these monopolies. Rahul goes on to say that against these match-fixed monopolies are smaller, agile, new-age companies, of which he names about 24. They are new and old, brick and mortar, click and mouse, and even app and AI. No pattern per se. He then connects this classification with his politics of standing with the poor and the weak, giving example of Manrega and farm loan waivers. Essentially, by some strange logic, there are government-favored Brahmin companies, and then there is the Dalit business world, to which he promises a new deal. So what's his new deal? Rahul wants banks to look beyond these monopolies and to lend to the fair practice businesses. He believes that jobs, innovation, and fair play are being overshadowed by monopolies, oligarchies, and intimidation by the state. Since Manrega is mentioned as also right to food, the prescription seems to be the rights-based phone banking governance which characterized UPA 1 and 2 years. The new deal is more like old wine, only in the Indian Express. Op-ed page. First up, Gandhi's writers shot him in the foot by calling the Maharajas of yore as a compromised lot, effectively alleging that they sold the country under duress or for bribes to the East India Company. The political storm saw erstwhile royal scions from Diya Kumari of Jaipur to Yaduvir Warrior of Mysuru, from Jyotiraditya Scindia of Gwalior to Gayatri Raje Puwar of Devas in MP hit back at Rahul for his ignorance of the complex history of our freedom struggle. But I'll come to that in a bit. Rahul Gandhi has been on a harangue of sorts the past couple of years, targeting key business groups of the country, particularly the Ahmedabad-based Adani Group. Rahul's politics has been to show the group's rise as connected with the state patronage under the Modi government in New Delhi. That the Modi government has created an oligarchy to the detriment of more democratic business growth. If chicanry were a currency, Rahul Gandhi would have been a rich man. Not that he already is not. Every time he attacks the group, pictures pop up of Congress leaders from Ashok Gehlot then to Revant Reddy now with the promoters of the same Adani group. But then Rahul's attacks are a proxy for a larger shift Congress has taken towards Marxism under him and his mother, Sonia Gandhi. Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru was a Fabian socialist, enamored of the rapid strides made by Soviet Russia. That is the reason why under Nehru's watch, India's top institutions from the civil services to the planning commission, from university campuses to judiciary and the media, were all infused with various shades of leftist hue. All this created the industrialization mess with his commanding heights of state control, smothering a spirit of enterprise in its infancy. He famously told J.R.D. Tata after nationalizing the Air India in 1953 that profit was a dirty word. Daughter Indira Gandhi knocked Fabian, which means caution, out of the window, pressing the pedal on full socialism with a spate of nationalization laws, most famously of the banks. It was a knockout punch insofar as a liberal free market enterprise goes. India did not recover for decades. Sometime in 1959, Nehru was inaugurating an assembly line factory of a defense PSU in Jabalpur of Madhya Pradesh, manufacturing the 3-ton trucks for the Indian Army. In his speech, he mentioned how at some stage in the future, he would want to see the private sector also doing this. He lamented the lack of capacity then, because of which the government had to bear the burden. Criticizing that speech, Pandit Deen Dayal Upadhyay of the Jansangh, representing the right wing in Indian politics, wrote in a newspaper column how state monopolies were being created by throttling space for the private capital. By use of law, the monopolies were festering in capacity, scarcity, and corruption. Pandit Nehru should walk the talk on competition by deregulating non-defense sector at least, unquote. Imagine, this was 1959. Also, it is not a coincidence that both the privatization of Air India and the inauguration of a private sector defense company building a military aircraft in the country both happened under the present Modi government. Incidentally, both going to the Tatas. JRD's soul would be in some solace. In fact, the socialist mess Nehru's policies were creating led to the formation of India's first and only truly liberal party, the Swatantra Party, by former Congress stalwart C. Rajagopalachari, or Rajaji as we call him. Others part of the founding team, K.M. Munshi, N.G. Ranga, Meenu Masani, were all former Congress leaders frustrated at the suffocation of the liberal spirit and throttling of private capital in the country. How successful Swatantra became in challenging Nehru and Indira's economic policies can be gauged from the fact that it became the principal opposition party, cornering 44 Lok Sabha seats in the 1969 general elections. But that triggered the go for broke pivoting to economic povertarianism of Indira's Garibi Hatao years. As if Garibi was a cow that could be just shooed away. The nationalization measures were crippling for the economy, but worked to great effect for Indira's politics. The appeal of Garibi Hatao consolidated her hands against the syndicate, the group of leaders led by Morarji Desai, who were revolting against her leadership. Desai was in fact sacked as finance minister by Indira the evening before she brought the law of nationalization of banks. Another step by Indira, abolishing the privy purse of the royals, turned princes to paupers. This was the same period that peak income tax rate was raised to 97% and a wealth tax of 3.5% was introduced. The talented scooted to foreign shores. Industries shut. Businessmen opened Swiss bank accounts to preserve their wealth. Nationalization of more industries followed. Coal to metals, mining, insurance, to even hospitality. With both pillars of support, princes and big business gone, Swatantra Party dwindled into oblivion. Those were intelligent and intellectually agile statesmen. The likes of Ranga and Munshi had warned Nehru on the perils of leaning on the USSR against China. They were proved right when Khrushchev looked the other way, as China smothered India in the Himalayas in 1962. The Swatantra leaders anticipated a two-front war situation with China and Pakistan decades ago and advised Nehru and later Indira of jettisoning the non-aligned movement and mending fences with the West. They espoused a classical liberal agenda of free market, individualism, and a democratic polity. Meenu Masani's speech opposing the bank nationalization move of Indira Gandhi is instructive of the foresight of those leaders. And I quote, "At home, both the depositors and the borrowers who today enjoy freedom of choice between various banks will now face one soulless monopoly. Experience has shown that whatever is nationalized has three evils. One, that it is subject to bureaucratic red tape and inefficiency. Second, that it is subject to political influence, graft, and corruption. And third, that inevitably almost all state enterprises make a loss." Unquote. Rahul, in his New Deal article, talks about monopoly and corruption, both a legacy of his mother and grandfather. Some on social media highlighted that Rahul's op-ed was plagiarized from British statesman Edmund Burke's treatise on India, which panned the then British colonial state to exploit us through the tool of the East India Company. Irrespective of whether Rahul's writers plagiarized the content or just the idea, apart from showing that subconsciously, Congress still defers to the English mind when searching for thoughts on policy, the op-ed gives an ample hint on the worldview of Rahul Gandhi on wealth creators and their interaction with society. Rahul Gandhi might have been very young when his father Rajiv Gandhi's government declared a big industrialist a persona non grata, slapping deportation notice, just because he happened to be in a mongoose fight with another industrialist who was in favor of the Congress party. I'm talking about the Nusli Wadia versus Dhirubhai Ambani battle, which had its own share of swings and intrigue. But then that's for later. The hard left turn of Rahul has left many congressmen also confused. Take the case of Sandeep Singh, a close aide to both Rahul and Priyanka Vadra, who helps them in their speeches. While at the JNU, Singh was a member of the All India Students Association, AISA, the student wing of the Communist Party of India Marxist-Leninist, or CPI-ML. He was caught on camera waving black flags protesting the visit of Prime Minister Manmohan Singh to the campus in November of 2005. Or look at the frequency with which Rahul leans on left-leaning Delhi University Professor Apurvanand for advice, despite the fact that he is known to be critical of Sonia Gandhi for not doing enough on the 2002 Gujarat riots. The wealth redistribution that Rahul Gandhi has been talking up the last few years is classic Marxism, and you know from where it is coming. Post-independence, there was a happy cohabitation between the Congress and the Communists, the Congress occupying direct power and the left by proxy through institutions. Imagine the irony. Through much of the Nehru-Indira years, the economic planning was in the hands of godless communist economists churned out of campuses like the JNU and the Delhi School of Economics. Having failed miserably in their job and having turned India into a development mess, guess what? they put the blame on the majority religion of India, Hinduism, calling the product of their failures the Hindu rate of growth. Rajiv Gandhi's speech in 1985 from the Mumbai AICC annual session that also marked 100 years of the Congress spoke eloquently of how a corrupt ecosystem around Congress leaders had detached the grand old party from the realities on the ground. He expressed frustration at the manner in which caste divisions were being played up. Rajiv doubled down against caste politics in his Lok Sabha speech in 1989, opposing the Mandal Commission report. That was also his longest parliamentary speech. Rajiv Gandhi was Rahul's father. Despite being disinterested in politics, Rajiv was an early computers enthusiast, a pilot who traveled the world and had the restlessness to bring some of it home. Despite being starry-eyed about Soviets, Nehru did not bite into Stalin's violent left. Despite tilting more socialist, Indira kept the window ajar for calling Savarkar a patriot. In his desperation to claw back to power, Rahul Gandhi has closed his eyes to his own family legacy. On the left and business, of course, Rahul has just taken off the facade. And, oh, by the way, the left turn is only for politics. In personal life, he invests wisely. As per some media reports, his portfolio of his stocks has made great strides since Modi came back to power in June. It's okay if he gets some of it right, so long as you are getting me right. Thanks for watching.
Director, the taste of success.
Summit over the years has become a very successful conclave for deliberation. It's become a platform for vision. As the Union Finance Minister, steering the country through the most difficult and the most unprecedented of times with her calm and cool demeanor. Ms. Sitharaman knows well enough how many cynics there are in this country, but I must say it, you have taken the country through many, many crises.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
BJP launches Maharashtra Manifesto in Mumbai. After encounter in Sapor, exchange of fire between terrorists and security forces in BJP's call for Hindu unity, ek hai to safe hai, irks Owaisi. He says if there is justice, then India is safe. Jammu and Kashmir students in a nursing college allege being targeted, say asked to shave by college. College says disciplinary protocol will be taken in Karnataka. Awami League leader files complaint in ICC against genocide of minorities, including Hindus. The complaint against Yunus and 62 others has been filed by the Awami League leader. Trump offers to pay for Democrats' pending campaign money, sends out a unity message. Alright viewers, we are getting you top updates. Let's go to Devendra Fadnavis, who is speaking after BJP has now released their manifesto for the elections in Maharashtra.
आम्ही तयार केलेले आहेत विविध घटकांकरता त्यांना हे बिनव्याजी कर्ज 15 लाखापर्यंत देण्याचा आमचा निर्णय. यासोबत ओबीसी असतील, ईबीसी असतील, ईडब्ल्यू असतील, एनटी असतील, व्हीजेएनटी असतील आणि अर्थातच एससी आणि एसटी असतील, या सगळ्यांना शिक्षण शुल्क आणि परीक्षा शुल्काची प्रतिपूर्ती करायची हा निर्णय देखील या ठिकाणी आम्ही घेतलेला आहे. युवांमध्ये मोठ्या प्रमाणात फिटनेस असला पाहिजे या दृष्टीनं स्वामी विवेकानंद युवा आरोग्य आणि फिटनेस कार्ड हे आम्ही तयार करणार आहोत आणि युवांच्या फिटनेस करता एक मोठी मोहीम हातामध्ये घेऊन क्रीडा क्षेत्रामध्ये आणि फिटनेसच्या क्षेत्रामध्ये मोठ्या प्रमाणात संधी उपलब्ध करून देण्याचा आमचा प्रयत्न आहे. गडकिल्ल्यांच्या विकासाकरता प्राधिकरण हे तयार करण्याचा आमचा मानस आहे. मागच्या काळात काही गडकिल्ल्यांकरता आपण केला, पण सर्व गडकिल्ल्यांचं संवर्धन करणारं एक प्राधिकरण हे या ठिकाणी आम्ही तयार करणार आहोत. आणि ज्येष्ठ नागरिकांना प्राधान्य देण्याच्या दृष्टीनं एक ज्येष्ठ नागरिकांसाठी विविध सेवा देणारं धोरण. आज आपल्याकडे आपण अनेक सेवा देतो, पण त्या सगळ्या ज्या सेवा आहेत या सेवांचं एक एकत्रित धोरण हे तयार करण्याचा आमचा प्रयत्न आहे. एकूणच जर आपण विचार केला तर प्रधानमंत्री महोदयांनी आपल्याला जो काही संदेश या ठिकाणी दिलाय की गरीब, शेतकरी, महिला आणि युवा हे जे 4 घटक आहेत जे विकसित भारत तयार करणार आहेत, या 4 घटकांना समोर ठेवून आणि त्यांच्यासोबत सिनियर सिटीजन्सला सोबत ठेवून सर्व जाती धर्माचे लोक हे या ठिकाणी आमच्या योजनांमुळे लाभान्वित होतील अशा प्रकारचं एक संकल्पपत्र तयार केलंय. जे मूळ आमचं डॉक्युमेंट आहे याच्यामध्ये सगळ्या क्षेत्रांचा रोडमॅप देखील आम्ही दिलेला आहे. त्या क्षेत्रांमध्ये काय होणार आहे हे देखील आम्ही सांगितलेलं आहे. आत्ता मी त्यातले फक्त 25 हायलाईट आपल्याला सांगितलेले आहेत. आपण जर आमचं पूर्ण डॉक्युमेंट वाचलं तर याच्यामध्ये कुठलंही क्षेत्र सुटलेलं नाही. सगळ्या क्षेत्रामध्ये विकसित भारताचा रोडमॅप हा आम्ही मांडलेला आहे. विकसित महाराष्ट्राचा रोडमॅप मांडलेला आहे आणि आमचा प्रयत्न आहे, जसं आत्ता सुधीर भाऊंनी सांगितलं की या ठिकाणी आम्ही अर्ध्या ट्रिलियनचा मार्क महाराष्ट्राने पार केलाय आणि महाराष्ट्र देशातली पहिली $1 ट्रिलियन इकॉनॉमी करण्याकरता आम्ही सगळे संकल्पित आहोत. या दृष्टीनं ह्या संकल्पपत्र आम्ही तयार केलाय. हे संकल्पपत्र तयार करण्याकरता सन्माननीय सुधीरभाऊ मुनगंटीवार आणि विनयजी सहस्त्रबुद्धे यांच्यासोबत ज्या टीमने काम केलं त्या टीमचं मी मनापासून आभार मानतो. खूप जवळपास महिने, 1.5 महिने, 2 महिने एक मोठी प्रक्रिया राबवून त्यांनी या ठिकाणी हे संकल्पपत्र केलेलं आहे. आणि 2029च्या निवडणुकीला जेव्हा सामोरे जाऊ त्यावेळी या संकल्पपत्रासोबत एक रिपोर्ट आम्ही देऊ की या संकल्पपत्रात काय सांगितलं होतं आणि आम्ही काय काय पूर्ण केलं, अशा प्रकारचा रिपोर्ट देखील आम्ही आपल्या समोर ठेवू. खूप खूप धन्यवाद.
धन्यवाद देवेंद्रजी. आपल्या लक्षात आलं असेल की हा एक प्रकारे समाजाच्या सर्व वर्गांसाठीचा आणि मुख्य म्हणजे अंत्योदयाचा आलेख आहे या स्वरूपात हे संकल्पपत्र आहे आणि त्याच्या विमोचनासाठी आज आपल्यामध्ये आदरणीय अमित शहा उपस्थित आहेत. ही अतिशय आनंदाची गोष्ट आहे. ती याकरता की अमित भाईंचं आणि महाराष्ट्राचं एक वेगळं नातं आहे. नातं म्हटल्यानंतर आपल्याला असंच वाटेल की ते महाराष्ट्राचे जावई आहेत. ही गोष्ट आपल्याला मी सांगेन, पण केवळ ते कारण नहीं. अमित भाई महाराष्ट्र के प्रति जो भाव रखते हैं, संसद के हमारे ग्रंथालय में छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज के प्रति उनके बारे में जितनी सारी किताबें हैं उसमें से सब
Right. Okay. So we are seeing this BJP launching the poll manifesto. Yeah, and what we see right now, viewers, is that finally Union Home Minister Amit Shah has unveiled BJP's manifesto for upcoming Maharashtra Assembly elections. And now Amit Shah will speak. Let's hear and listen in.
आज के कार्यक्रम में मंच पर उपस्थित महाराष्ट्र भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष श्रीमान बावनकुळे जी, भाजपा के वरिष्ठ नेता और हमारे उप मुख्यमंत्री श्रीमान देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी, मोदी जी की मंत्रिपरिषद में मेरे साथी पीयूष गोयल जी, राव साहब दानवे पाटिल जी, मुंबई भाजपा के अध्यक्ष श्री आशीष सेलार जी, आज जिस संकल्प पत्र पर हम बात करने के लिए एकत्रित आए हैं, ये बनाने की समिति के हमारे अध्यक्ष श्री मुनगंटीवार जी, हमारे राष्ट्रीय महासचिव विनोद तावड़े जी, विनय सहस्त्रबुद्धे जी और आज यहाँ पर उपस्थित सभी पत्रकार छायाकार बंधु भगिनी, आप सभी का मैं मन से स्वागत करता हूं. आज यहाँ पर अभी जिस संकल्प पत्र का विमोचन हुआ, वो संकल्प पत्र ये महाराष्ट्र की महान भूमिका, सारी जनता के आकांक्षाओं का प्रतिबिंब है. महाराष्ट्र एक प्रकार से कई युगों से हर क्षेत्र में देश का नेतृत्व कर रहा है. एक जमाने में जब जरूरत थी तब भक्ति आंदोलन की शुरुआत भी महाराष्ट्र से हुई. जब जरूरत पड़ी तब गुलामी से मुक्ति का आंदोलन भी शिवाजी महाराज ने यही भूमि से किया और जब जरूरत पड़ी तब सामाजिक क्रांति की शुरुआत भी यही महाराष्ट्र ने की. और ये महाराष्ट्र की पूरी जनता के आकांक्षाओं का प्रतिबिंब आज हमारे इस संकल्प पत्र के अंदर दिखाई पड़ता है. आज यहाँ पर मैं आप सबके सामने उपस्थित हूं. इस वक्त हमारे एनडीए की जो सरकार, महायुति की सरकार चल रही है, उसने किसानों का सम्मान करने की बात की है, गरीबों का कल्याण करने को जमीन पर उतारने का काम किया है, महिलाओं का स्वाभिमान बढ़ाने के लिए हम योजनाएं लेके आए हैं और विरासतों का पुनरुत्थान करने का काम भी महायुति सरकार ने किया है. मित्रों, आज मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि जब मैं अंबेडकर जी की भूमि पर खड़ा हूं, तब अभी अभी कश्मीर में जो चुनाव हुआ, आजादी के बाद पहली बार कश्मीर का चुनाव के बाद मुख्यमंत्री का शपथ अंबेडकर जी ने बताए हुए संविधान से हुआ है. इससे बड़ी श्रद्धांजलि अंबेडकर जी की वो नहीं हो सकती. धारा 370 हटने के बाद पहली बार कश्मीर में भारत के संविधान की शपथ लेकर सरकार बनाने का काम हुआ और इसका पूरे देश को आज नाज है. हमने इस संकल्प पत्र के माध्यम से महापुरुषों की परंपराओं को, सांस्कृतिक विरासत को आगे बढ़ाने के संकल्प भी रखे हैं. अराजकता फैलाकर विकास के नाम पर विफल राज देने वालों की विफलताओं से बोध लेते हुए मजबूत समृद्ध और सुरक्षित महाराष्ट्र कैसे हो, इसका भी इसके अंदर आपको योजना दिखाई पड़ेगी। आज चुनाव में हमारा मुकाबला अघाड़ी से है। मैं निश्चित रूप से कहना चाहता हूं कि अघाड़ी की सारी योजनाएं सत्ता के लालच में तुष्टीकरण की है, विचारधाराओं का अपमान करने वाली है और महाराष्ट्र की संस्कृति से छल कर कर केवल सत्ता प्राप्ति के लिए आगे बढ़ने वाली विचारधारा है। मित्रों, मुझे गत चुनाव का परिणाम याद है। आज मैं महाराष्ट्र की जनता के सामने कहने आया हूं कि आप लगातार तीसरी बार महायुति की सरकार को आपका मैंडेट दीजिए। पहली बार 2014 में महाराष्ट्र की जनता ने महायुति को मैंडेट दिया, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेतृत्व में महायुति की सरकार बनी। 19 में भी मैंडेट भारतीय जनता पार्टी और महायुति के लिए था, मगर जनादेश का द्रोह कर कर सत्ता की लालच में वो जनादेश को नकारा गया और अंतोतगत्वा जो कृत्रिम होता है, जो बनावटी होता है, वो लंबा टिकता नहीं है। वो सरकार गिरी और फिर से महायुति की सरकार बनी। महायुति एक मुश्त होकर, एकजुट होकर मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सिद्धांतों के आधार पर महाराष्ट्र का कल्याण करने के लिए आगे बढ़ रही है और अघाड़ी की सरकार बनाने का जो लोग दावा कर रहे हैं, उनका चुनाव अभियान भी आंतरिक विरोधाभासों से घिरा हुआ है। मैं आज इस मंच से उद्धव ठाकरे जी को पूछना चाहता हूं, क्या वो कांग्रेस के नेता राहुल गांधी को इतनी विनती कर सकते हैं कि वीर सावरकर के लिए 2 अच्छे शब्द बोल दे? क्या कांग्रेस का कोई नेता सम्माननीय बाला साहब ठाकरे के सम्मान में 2 वाक्य अच्छे बोल सकता है क्या? ये अंतर विरोध के बीच में अघाड़ी की सरकार बनाने का स्वप्न लेकर जो लोग निकले हैं, उनको महाराष्ट्र की जनता जान ले, ये बहुत जरूरी है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी जब संकल्प लेकर आती है, संकल्प पत्र लेकर आती है, हमारे संकल्प पत्थर पर की लकीर होती और पूरे देश ने देखा है, चाहे राज्य हो, केंद्र हो, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार, एनडीए की सरकार, महायुति की सरकार जब जब बनी, हमारे संकल्पों को सिद्धि में परिवर्तित करने का काम हमने प्रयास पूर्वक किया। कोई नहीं मानता था कि धारा 370 का वादा समाप्त हो जाएगा, इस देश से धारा 370 चली जाएगी, मगर आज धारा 370 को समाप्त करने का काम मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में एनडीए सरकार ने किया। कोई नहीं मानता था इस देश में सीएए आएगा, कोई नहीं मानता था इस देश में यूसीसी की शुरुआत हो सकती है, कोई नहीं मानता था कि इस देश के अंदर ट्रिपल तलाक समाप्त हो जाएगा, कोई नहीं मानता था इस देश में राम जन्मभूमि का मंदिर 550 साल के बाद सम्मान के साथ राम जन्म के स्थान पर ही भव्य मंदिर दिखाई पड़ेगा। इसके साथ साथ हमने वादा किया था समृद्ध भारत का। 11वें अर्थतंत्र से हमने 10 साल के अंदर ही देश के अर्थतंत्र को 5वें नंबर पर पहुंचा है और हमारा वादा है कि 27 में हम भारत को 3रे नंबर का अर्थतंत्र बनाएंगे। इस वादे की ओर हम तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। 60 करोड़ गरीबों को घर, बिजली, गैस, शौचालय, पीने का पानी, मुफ्त अनाज और मुफ्त इलाज, ये देने का काम भी हमने किया है। और दूसरी ओर अघाड़ी है, कांग्रेस के अध्यक्ष ने भी कहना पड़ता है कि कांग्रेस के जब वादा करे तो सोच समझ कर करे, क्योंकि वादा पूरा नहीं करते हो और मुझे जवाब देना पड़ता है। हमारे सामने हिमाचल का उदाहरण है, कांग्रेस वादों से मुकरी है। तेलंगाना का उदाहरण है, कांग्रेस वादों से मुकरी है। कर्नाटक का उदाहरण है, कांग्रेस वादों से मुकरी है। ये अघाड़ी के वादों के विश्वसनीयता पाताल से नीचे गई है और युति के वादों पर पूरे देश की जनता को भरोसा है, भारत की जनता को भी भरोसा है। और इंतहा तो तब होती है कि जिस संविधान की प्रति को लेकर राहुल जी संसद में संसद सदस्य की शपथ लिए, जिस संविधान को लहराकर बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर के संकल्पों की याद दिलाई, जब किसी प्रेस के मित्र ने वो संविधान की प्रति को खोल कर देखा तो पूरा कोरा था, एक अक्षर भी नहीं लिखा। इससे बड़ा अपमान भारत के संविधान का भारत की 76 साल की आजादी में कभी नहीं हुआ। न केवल ये भारत के संविधान की अपमान है, भारत की संविधान सभा और बाबा साहेब आम्बेडकर का भी अपमान करने का काम एक कांग्रेस पार्टी ने किया है। और अभी अभी मैंने अखबारों में देखा, दस्तावेज भी देखा है, उलेमाओं की कॉन्फ्रेंस ने, उलेमाओं की एक संस्था ने मांग की कि माइनॉरिटी को आरक्षण दिया जाए और कांग्रेस के अध्यक्ष नाना पटोले जी ने इस मांग को स्वीकार करने का पत्र एक्नॉलेजमेंट एक दिया है। मैं महाराष्ट्र की जनता को पूछना चाहता हूं, क्या कांग्रेस पार्टी के ये मंसूबे के साथ आप सहमत हैं क्या? एसटी, एससी, ओबीसी, दलितों का, आदिवासियों का और पिछड़ों का आरक्षण लेकर मुस्लिमों को देने के पक्ष में महाराष्ट्र की जनता है क्या? हमारा संविधान धर्म के आधार पर आरक्षण के पक्ष में नहीं है। हमारे संविधान में किसी भी प्रकार का आरक्षण धर्म के आधार पर नहीं हो। और ये कांग्रेस ने सत्ता में आने से पहले ही वादा कर दिया है। मैं महाराष्ट्र की जनता को आगाह करना चाहता हूं कि आपको इस बात को संज्ञान में रखना चाहिए। मैं आज उद्धव ठाकरे को भी कुछ याद कराने आया हूं। उद्धव जी, आप कहां बैठिएगा इसका फैसला आपको ही करना है, हम नहीं कर सकते। आपको ही करना चाहिए, आपने ही करा है, मगर कहां बैठे हो वो जगह मैं जरूर याद कराना चाहता हूं। आप 370 हटाने के विरोध करने वालों के साथ बैठे हो। आप राम जन्मभूमि के निर्माण का विरोध करने वालों के साथ बैठे हो। आप सावरकर जी के लिए अपशब्द कहने वालों के साथ बैठे हो। आप संभाजी नगर नाम का विरोध करने वालों के साथ बैठे हो। सीएए और यूसीसी लाने का विरोध करने वालों के साथ बैठे हो। और आप वक्फ बोर्ड के अंदर आने वाले सुधारों के बिल का विरोध करने वालों के साथ बैठे हो। मित्रों, मैं आज इस प्रेस वार्ता के माध्यम से महाराष्ट्र की जनता को बताना चाहता हूं, मोदी जी वक्फ बोर्ड में सुधार का एक बिल लेकर संसद में आए हैं। और अभी अभी जो वक्फ बोर्ड का कानून जो कांग्रेस के राज में 2013 में अमेंड हुआ, इसका परिणाम दिखे। कर्नाटक के गांव वक्फ के कानून के तहत वक्फ की संपत्ति घोषित कर दी। किसानों की भूमि, लोगों के घर, यहां तक कि मंदिर भी वक्फ की संपत्ति घोषित कर दिए गए। और उस कानून को उचित बदलाव के लिए जब हम लेकर आए हैं तो उसका भी ये अघाड़ी के लोग विरोध कर रहे हैं। मैं महाराष्ट्र की जनता को ये कहना चाहता हूं कि वक्फ के कानून के बदलाव का विरोध का मतलब है कि आने वाले दिनों में यहां पर भी वक्फ बोर्ड आपकी संपत्तियों को इसी प्रकार से घोषित कर सकता है। मित्रों, देवेंद्र जी ने संकल्प पत्र की प्रमुख बातें बताई हैं, परंतु मैं इतना बताना चाहता हूं कि डबल इंजन की सरकार ने करीब करीब 10 साल के अंदर महाराष्ट्र के विकास के लिए ढेर सारे काम किए हैं। आज मैं इस मंच से शरद पवार जी को पूछना चाहता हूं, 10 साल तक आप यूपीए की सरकार में मंत्री थे। 2004 से 14 महाराष्ट्र के विकास के लिए क्या किया वो महाराष्ट्र की जनता को आपको बताना चाहिए। 10 साल में यूपीए की सरकार ने, एक प्रकार से अघाड़ी की सरकार ने महाराष्ट्र को सिर्फ 1,91,384 करोड़ रुपए और नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार ने 14 से 24 तक 10,15,000 890 करोड़ रुपया दिया। एक और करीब 2 लाख करोड़ रुपया, और मोदी जी ने 10 लाख करोड़ रुपया दिया। मैं अघाड़ी के मित्रों को पूछना चाहता हूं, आपका हिसाब आप महाराष्ट्र की जनता के सामने रखेंगे क्या? 10 साल तक महाराष्ट्र को कितना अन्याय हुआ, जबकि उस वक्त भी ऊपर और नीचे दोनों जगह आपकी सरकार थी। और 10 साल में हमने 10 लाख करोड़ रुपया दिया, जब दोनों जगह एनडीए की सरकार थी। ये अंतर है महायुति और अघाड़ी के बीच में। हमने सिंचाई नेटवर्क को नीलवड़े बांध, गोसीखुर्द, टेम्बू और जलयुक्त शिवार जो देवेंद्र जी जब मुख्यमंत्री थे तब योजना लाए थे, इससे महाराष्ट्र की भूमि को सिंचन क्षेत्र के अंदर 30% की बढ़ोतरी करने का काम हमारी युति सरकार ने किया। नदियों को जोड़ने के हेतु नारपार, दमनगंगा, गोदावरी और वैतरणा का विकास करने का काम भी हमने किया। 11 वंदे भारत ट्रेन चालू हो गई, 128 रेलवे स्टेशनों का अपग्रेडेशन हो रहा है। मुंबई, पुणे और नागपुर में मेट्रो का विस्तार हुआ। शिरडी और सिंहदुर्ग में नए हवाई अड्डे और टर्मिनल बने। 13,000 करोड़ से मरीन ड्राइव से बांद्रा वर्ली से सीलिंग जोड़ने वाले मुंबई कोस्टल रोड का निर्माण पूरा हुआ। वासी पुल का विस्तारीकरण हुआ। मेट्रो फेज 1 का निर्माण समाप्त हुआ। अटल सेतु ट्रांस हार्बर लिंक का निर्माण हुआ और 76,000 करोड़ से वाधवान बंदरगाह का निर्माण का सैद्धांतिक निर्णय दिया गया, जो एशिया का सबसे बड़ा बंदरगाह होगा और सबसे ज्यादा कंटेनर उतारने की और चढ़ाने की आवागमन की क्षमता इसकी होगी। और बैनगंगा नलगंगा इंटरलिंक परियोजना, घोसी खुर्द परियोजना जो लगभग 63 टीएमसी पानी को मोड़कर विदर्भ में नागपुर, वर्धा, अमरावती, यवतमाल, अकोला और बुलढाणा जिले के 3,71,000 हेक्टेयर भूमि को सिंचित करने का काम करेगी। इससे विदर्भ की प्यासी धरती को बहुत बड़ा फायदा होने वाला है और ये 85,000 करोड़ की योजना अगले 10 साल में हम इसको पूरी करेंगे। 2200 करोड़ से खड़कवासला बांध से फुरसुंगी तक 34 किलोमीटर सुरंग बनाकर हमने एक बड़ा साहस करने का निर्णय किया है। 24 में सोलापुर हवाई अड्डे का उद्घाटन हुआ। पुणे और कोल्हापुर में नए टर्मिनल बने और पालघर जिले में बहुउद्देशीय बंदरगाह बनाने का भी हमने निर्णय किया। 13,000 करोड़ के निवेश से 2800 मेगावाट की संयुक्त क्षमता वाले 2 पंप हाइड्रो स्टोरेज प्रोजेक्ट शुरू हमने किए और सिरवाटा पुणे 1800 मेगावाट और भीवपुरी रायगढ़ में 1000 मेगावाट की योजनाओं को भी हम लेकर आए। इसके अलावे आज एक प्रचार हो रहा है कि महाराष्ट्र में इन्वेस्टमेंट नहीं आ रहा है। मैं अघाड़ी के मित्रों को याद कराना चाहता हूं, जब अघाड़ी की सरकार कुछ समय के लिए चली तब महाराष्ट्र इन्वेस्टमेंट में फिसल रहा था। महाराष्ट्र एफडीआई इन्वेस्टमेंट में 4थे नंबर तक फिसल गया था। हमारी सरकार बनने के बाद, एकनाथ शिंदे जी और देवेंद्र जी और अजित दादा की सरकार बनने के बाद दोनों वर्ष में हाईएस्ट एफडीआई अगर कोई एक राज्य के अंदर आया है तो वो महाराष्ट्र में आया है। वो आपको याद होना चाहिए। शरद पवार जी जिस प्रकार के वादे करते हैं और जिस प्रकार के मुद्दे खड़े करते हैं, इसका सच्चाई से किलोमीटरों तक कोई संबंध नहीं होता। झूठे आरोप कर कर, एक विमर्श खड़ा कर कर, एक नकली जनादेश लेने का आपका जो आदत है वो इस बार सफल नहीं होने वाला है। इस बार महाराष्ट्र की जनता महायुति के पक्ष में खड़ी है। मित्रों, ये संकल्प पत्र लेकर जो हम आए हैं, वो संकल्प पत्र में देवेंद्र जी ने 25 मुद्दे, प्रमुख मुद्दे आप लोगों के सामने रखे हैं। लाडली बहन योजना, इसको हम बढ़ोतरी कर रहे हैं। वृद्धावस्था पेंशन का बढ़ोतरी कर रहे हैं, किसानों के लिए ऋण माफी और किसान सम्मान निधि को 12,000 से बढ़ाकर 15,000 कर रहे हैं। मूल्य स्थिरीकरण कोष के माध्यम से हम महंगाई को काबू करेंगे और 10 लाख प्रतिभावान छात्रों को मासिक 10,000 का मानदेय उनके आगे के अवसर के लिए देंगे। 45,000 गांवों में रास्ते बनाने का काम किया जाएगा। आशा वर्कर और आंगनवाड़ी कार्यकर्ताओं का बीमा कवरेज भी किया जाएगा और उनका मासिक वेतन 15,000 तक बढ़ाया जाएगा। वीज बिल में 30% कपात सौर ऊर्जा और अक्षय ऊर्जा पर से भर दिया जाएगा और 2028 तक महाराष्ट्र की इकोनॉमी को $1 ट्रिलियन की अर्थव्यवस्था करने का लक्ष्य हमारी यूटी सरकार ने रखा है। मैं विश्वास दिलाना चाहता हूं महाराष्ट्र की जनता को कि $5 ट्रिलियन का जो मोदी जी ने लक्ष्य रखा है, इसकी पूर्ति महाराष्ट्र के $1 ट्रिलियन के इकोनॉमी के लक्ष्य से होने वाले ही। मेक इन महाराष्ट्र नीति के तहत भारत के प्रमुख उत्पादक राज्य के रूप में महाराष्ट्र को हम प्रस्तापित करेंगे। देश का पहला समर्पित AI विश्वविद्यालय, उसकी स्थापना की जाएगी। नागपुर, पुणे, संभाजीनगर, अहिल्यानगर, नासिक को आधुनिक एरोनॉटिकल और स्पेस उत्पादन के केंद्र बनाए जाएंगे और किसानों की आय बढ़ाने के लिए ढेर सारे उपाय भी हम लेकर आए हैं, जिसमें उर्वरकों पर SGST में से छूट और जो SGST है वो सब्सिडी के रूप में वापस दिया जाएगा। सोयाबीन के लिए प्रति क्विंटल 6,000 का MSP हम सुनिश्चित करेंगे और सोयाबीन को प्रोसेसिंग के लिए समर्पित मूल्य श्रृंखला सोयाबीन उत्पादित करने वाले क्षेत्रों के अंदर स्थापित की जाएगी। मोदी जी ने लखपति दीदी का एक कंसेप्ट रखा है, उसको आगे बढ़ाते हुए हमारी सरकार 50 लाख लखपति दीदियां सिर्फ महाराष्ट्र में खड़ी करेगी। इसके लिए 500 स्वयं सहायता समूहों को और कई औद्योगिक क्लस्टर का निर्माण किया जाएगा और इसके लिए 1,000 करोड़ का रिवॉल्विंग फंड दिया जाएगा। अक्षय अन्न योजना के तहत प्रति माह मुफ्त राशन में चावल, ज्वार, मूंगफली, तेल, नमक, हल्दी, सरसों, जीरा और मसाले, इस सबको समाहित किया जाएगा और कौशल जनगणना का देश में सबसे पहला प्रयोग हम महाराष्ट्र में करेंगे। स्किल की जनगणना कर जिस युवाओं के अंदर स्किल है, टैलेंट है, उनको उचित जगह पे उनको प्लेसमेंट कराने के लिए एक नई मशीनरी हम खड़े करेंगे। छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज आकांक्षा केंद्र, जिससे 10 लाख नए उद्यमियों का निर्माण होगा। अनुसूचित जातियों, जनजातियों, पिछड़े वर्ग के उद्यमियों के व्यवसाय के लिए 15 लाख तक के ब्याज मुक्त ऋण और इसकी गारंटी भी महाराष्ट्र सरकार लेगी और OBC, SC, BC, EWS, NT और VJNT के पात्र विद्यार्थियों को शिक्षा शुल्क और परीक्षा शुल्क से पूर्णतया मुक्ति दे दी जाएगी। महाराष्ट्र में कई प्राचीन और ऐतिहासिक किले हैं जो राज्य के गौरव के प्रतीक है, एक महान संघर्ष के प्रतीक है और एक किला विकास प्राधिकरण बनाकर हम इसके संरक्षण और संवर्धन की भी नीति लेकर आएंगे और वरिष्ठ नागरिकों के लिए प्राथमिकता नीति अपनाई जाएगी, जिसमें आधार सक्षम सेवा वितरण को लागू किया जाएगा। जबरन और धोखाधड़ी से और लोभ से धर्मांतरण के खिलाफ कठोर कानून लाया जाएगा और कृषि और मानव बस्ती के क्षेत्रों में पशुओं से क्रॉप का जो हानि होता है उसको रोकने के लिए AI, ड्रोन और रेडियो कॉलर जैसी आधुनिक तकनीक का उपयोग किया जाएगा। भाई और बहनों, इस संकल्प पत्र महाराष्ट्र के हर वर्ग के, हर भौगोलिक क्षेत्र के और हर आयु वर्ग के, सामाजिक वर्ग के और आयु वर्ग के लोगों से सुझाव लेकर प्राप्त किया है, सुझाव प्राप्त कर बनाया गया है। ये एक प्रकार से समग्र महाराष्ट्र की जनता की आकांक्षाओं का प्रतिघोष है। और मैं फिर से एक बार कहना चाहता हूं, महाराष्ट्र में जब जब युति की सरकार आती है, भाजपा के नेतृत्व में सरकार बनती है, महाराष्ट्र आगे बढ़ता हुआ दिखाई पड़ता है। और जब जब अघाड़ी की सरकार आती है, तब तब महाराष्ट्र में केवल और केवल राजनीति होती है। महाराष्ट्र के युवाओं को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए, महाराष्ट्र को राष्ट्र का, देश का प्रमुख राज्य बनाने के लिए और हर क्षेत्र में देश में महाराष्ट्र को सर्वप्रथम बनाने के लिए मैं अपील करने आया हूं महाराष्ट्र की जनता को कि आप मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में महायुति का साथ दीजिए। भारतीय जनता पार्टी, शिवसेना और एनसीपी अजीत दादा को आपका समर्थन दीजिए। कमल फूल, धनुष बाण और घड़ी पर अपना कीमती वोट देकर महाराष्ट्र के विकास में आप सहभागी बनिए। यही मेरी महाराष्ट्र की जनता से प्रार्थना है। धन्यवाद। वंदे मातरम।
धन्यवाद आदरणीय अमित शाह जी।
कानून जिसके कारण धर्मांतरण शून्य हो जाए, इस प्रकार का कानून लेकर हम आएंगे। देखिए, पहले तो मैंने नहीं कहा कि वो अमल नहीं कर रहे हैं, उनके राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी ने कहा है कि बड़ा कठिन होता है ऐसे वादे दे देते हो तब। और मैं पूरी महाराष्ट्र की जनता को करबद्ध विनंती करना चाहता हूं। महाराष्ट्र के लोग हिमाचल में भी है, महाराष्ट्र के लोग कर्नाटक में भी है और महाराष्ट्र के लोग तेलंगाना में भी है। जरा फोन कर पूछ लीजिए कि किस प्रकार की अव्यवस्था वहां पर बनी हुई है और वादों का क्रियान्वयन कितना हुआ है। और जहां तक लाडली बहन योजना पर अघाड़ी का रिएक्शन का सवाल है, वो स्वाभाविक है, क्योंकि उनको समझ में आता है कि लाडली बहन योजना महाराष्ट्र की माताओं बहनों की लाडली बन गई है, वो उनको सत्ता में आने से रोक रही है, इसलिए वो इसका विरोध करे। राजनीति से प्रेरित है और एक प्रकार से अंतर्विरोध भी दिखाई पड़ता है। वो खुद भी वादा कर रहे हैं और लाडली बहन योजना का विरोध भी कर रहे हैं। पीछे कभी भी हमारे किसी सहयोगी संगठन ने और विशेषकर आरएसएस ने इस प्रकार के फतवे जारी नहीं किए। चुनाव के अंदर मतदाता का संपर्क और अपने मन के हिसाब से मतदाताओं को समझाने का प्रयास, ये लोकतांत्रिक अधिकार है। परंतु धर्म के आधार पर इस प्रकार की लामबंदी कर फतवे जारी करना, अगर उसको अघाड़ी वाले उचित समझते हैं तो उन्होंने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस कर महाराष्ट्र की जनता को कहना चाहिए कि इस प्रकार के फतवों का हम समर्थन करते हैं।
इधर एक मिनट एक करेंगे।
देखिए, सबसे पहले आपने जो पूछा मुख्यमंत्री का सवाल, इसका मैं जवाब दे दूं, क्योंकि काफी लोगों के हाथ जो खड़े हुए हैं उसके बाद खड़े नहीं होंगे। अभी महाराष्ट्र में युति सरकार का नेतृत्व एकनाथ शिंदे जी कर रहे हैं। एकनाथ शिंदे जी हमारे मुख्यमंत्री हैं और चुनाव के बाद मुख्यमंत्री कौन होगा, तीनों पार्टियां इकट्ठा बैठकर इसका तय करेगी। हम शरद पवार जी को कोई मौका नहीं देंगे।
पीछे बैठिए।
चुनाव के बाद जब भारतीय जनता पार्टी साथी दलों से बात करेगी, उस वक्त जरूरत पड़ी तो हम जरूर बताएंगे कौन प्रिय व्यक्ति।
मृणाल जी
Coming in, BJP IT cell chief Amit Malviya has slammed Aditya Thackeray over Palghar lynching case. Malviya has taken a sharp jibe at Aditya Thackeray, accusing him of selective memory regarding the 2020 Palghar lynchings, where two saffron-clad sadhus were killed. Now, in a social media post, Malviya suggested that Thackeray's disregard stemmed from an antipathy towards Hindu symbols, implying that Bala Sahib Thackeray's grandson diverges from his Hindu legacy. BJP attacking Aditya Thackeray over Palghar lynchings and saying he is deviating from his pro-Hindu legacy. Malviya has also stated that Maharashtra would not forget or forgive the role of the Mahavikas Aghadi government, which was in power at the time of the Palghar lynching incident. Let's remind you, viewers, two saffron-clad sadhus were killed in 2020 in Palghar. And moving on, bringing you some more breaking news updates from Jammu and Kashmir, where multiple anti-terror operations are underway in Kuntwara, Keshwan and Paddar area of Kishtwar. Joint forces operating to trace out groups of Jaish terrorists active in the region. As we speak, viewers, operations underway in 3 locations in Jammu and Kashmir, including in Kishtwar, Srinagar and Sopore. In the latest, in Kishtwar itself, operations are underway in Kuntwara, Keshwan and Paddar area. Let's go across to Gursimran, who's joining us live from Jammu. Gursimran, a very good morning to you. We've broken to our viewers how there are twin encounters underway in Sopore and in Srinagar. Now we're getting updates from you on the search operations that are underway in Kishtwar. Give us more details about the input that the intelligence and the security forces have received.
It's important that there is an update to the ongoing search operations, that it has now turned to an encounter, and the Jaish terrorists who have carried out the killing of the village defense group members in the Kuntwara area of Kishtwar a couple of days ago, they have been trapped by the security forces. That is the update we are getting. So an encounter, a full-fledged encounter has broken out. It is being led by the special forces of the Indian Army along with the Jammu and Kashmir police that are carrying out these operations, and the forces are now trying to ensure that the perpetrators are neutralized at an earliest. Important to mention that these terrorists are said to be 3 in numbers. These are the Jaish terrorists that are active in the Chas forest area of the Keshwan. It is a couple of kilometers from the place where the dead body of the terrorist was recovered by the security forces, and soon after that we have seen massive search operations being launched by the security forces. There have been multiple incidents that have been reported in the Kishtwar district of the terror violence in last couple of months, be it the attack on the Rashtra Rifles or the VDG members being killed by the terrorists. And now the security forces, that includes the Jammu and Kashmir police along with the special forces of the Indian Army and the 7 Assam Rifles, is conducting these operations. And as we speak, the intense gunfight is underway between the terrorists and the security forces. Important to mention that these are the same terrorists that were behind the killing of 2 VDG members, that is Kuldeep Kumar and Nazir Ahmed, in the Kuntwara upper areas when they were first abducted by the terrorists, and then they were killed by the terrorists brutally in a ISIS fashioned manner. And now those deadliest terrorists that were active in the upper reaches, these are the Pakistani terrorists that have now been trapped by the security forces, and the forces are hopeful that since the contact has been established in the morning time, by the end of the day, they will be able to neutralize these terrorists.
All right. Well, thanks, Gursimran, for joining us for now and giving us those crucial details. Viewers, we will now shift our focus. We're getting you some more news. Now, the Congress Rajya Sabha MP Ajay Makhan has slammed Kejriwal and said that Congress has taken out Nyay Yatra against 10 years of rule of Arvind Kejriwal's government and the corruption during his tenure. It's a rift within the Indi alliance now. Indi partners, Congress and Aam Aadmi Party, taking on each other Congress's Ajay Makan saying it's taking out a Nyaya Yatra in Delhi against Arvind Kejriwal government's misrule in the national capital. Listen in to that statement from the Congress leader.
वर्ष के केजरीवाल सरकार के कुशासन के खिलाफ में पिछले 10 वर्ष के केजरीवाल सरकार के लगातार उसके अधीन हो रहे भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ में ये न्याय यात्रा है। वो कहते हैं कि दिल्ली के अंदर उपराज्यपाल उनको लोकपाल नहीं पास करने देता, दिल्ली में पूरी पावर नहीं है, लोकपाल नहीं पास करने देता। चलिए दिल्ली में पास नहीं कर सकते, पंजाब में कर दीजिए। पंजाब में कौन उनको रोकता है? पंजाब में तो उनको पूरी सरकार है, पंजाब में उपराज्यपाल तो नहीं है। तो इनका मकसद, ये पार्टी जो बनी थी लोकपाल को बनाने के नाम पे पार्टी अपने आप को लेकर के आए थे। कहाँ है लोकपाल? इसलिए लोकपाल नहीं बना रहे क्योंकि इनको डर है कि लोकपाल अगर बनेगा, जिस लोकपाल की ये बात पहले करते थे, तो लोकपाल अगर बनेगा पूरी पावर उसको मिलेगी तो सबसे पहले जेल केजरीवाल को ही भेजेगा लोकपाल, इसलिए लोकपाल को नहीं बनाया जा रहा।
And viewers, the BJP has now taken a dig at the Congress party over its past alliances with the Aam Aadmi Party. Listen in to some reactions from the BJP and an exclusive conversation with Ramveer Singh Biduri.
पिछले 10 साल से भारतीय जनता पार्टी कह रही है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल भ्रष्ट है, उसके मंत्री भ्रष्ट हैं, उनकी सरकार भ्रष्ट है। अब उन्हीं के सहयोगी आज आम आदमी पार्टी इंडी गठबंधन की एक पार्टनर है। तो अब कांग्रेस यदि ये कह रही है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल की सरकार ने पिछले 10 वर्षों में भयंकर भ्रष्टाचार किया है, तो जो कुछ हम कहते रहे हैं ये हमारी बात को समर्थन कांग्रेस दे रही है। मैं कांग्रेस की लीडरशिप के प्रति बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं। थोड़ी देरी हो गई लेकिन कोई बात नहीं, उनको जो बात हम कहते रहे हैं अब उनको ये बात समझ में आ गई है, ये एक अच्छी बात है।
कल तक कांग्रेस और आम आदमी पार्टी लोकसभा में गा रहे थे हम साथ साथ हैं, और अब विधानसभा के चुनाव उस समय गा रहे हैं हम आपके है कौन। पंजाब में तो वैसे ही अकेले हम अकेले तुम गाते हैं। मतलब कि देखिए, ये इंडी अलायंस वालों का कोई मिशन नहीं है। लोकसभा में एक दूसरे के साथ थे क्योंकि एम्बिशन, कमीशन, करप्शन, पोजीशन, इसका चक्कर था। अब विधानसभा में एक दूसरे के खिलाफ है और सब जगह इसी प्रकार से है, एक दूसरे के ऊपर ही हमला करते हैं। अब कांग्रेस ने हमला बोला है आम आदमी पार्टी पर और बोला है ये भ्रष्टाचारी पार्टी है। बताइए, कांग्रेस आम आदमी पार्टी को भ्रष्टाचारी बोल रही है। ये आम आदमी पार्टी बच्चों की सौगंध खा कर बोलती थी कि कांग्रेस से कभी हाथ नहीं मिलाएंगे, ये भ्रष्ट है, शीला दीक्षित करप्ट है, कांग्रेस करप्ट है, वाड्रा करप्ट है, राहुल करप्ट है, सोनिया करप्ट है। उनके साथ जाकर गठबंधन कर लिए दिल्ली में। आज कांग्रेस ही उनकी पोल खोल रही है भ्रष्टाचार की। तो समझ में आता है कि इनका कोई मिशन नहीं है, पूरे इंडी अलायंस में यही चल रहा है।
And now joining us live is my colleague Riyanka on the phone line. Riyanka, what we are seeing is a rift in the partners, Congress and Aam Aadmi Party. Congress clearly going all out against the Aam Aadmi Party. Kejriwal specifically, who's riled in the liquor gate. What exclusive details are you picking up about this Congress Nyaya Yatra in Delhi against Aam Aadmi Party?
That's right, Kriti. It was just day before yesterday when the Congress had started with its Nyaya Yatra against the Aam Aadmi Party, and this is happening just ahead of the Delhi Assembly elections that are going to be held early next year. Now, Aam Aadmi Party is corrupt, is what the Congress Party is saying at this point in time. And when we talk about the Congress Party, we know that the Aam Aadmi
and the Congress Party both are a part of the Indie
bloc. And now the questions which are exactly being raised by the BJP is that when 4 months ago both of these parties were a part of the India Alliance and they were together, today when it comes to the Delhi Assembly elections and the campaigning, Congress has finally gone against Aam Aadmi Party and calling the Aam Aadmi Party corrupt. The BJP, on the other hand, as we saw in their reactions, they are raising questions as to what exactly had happened if you had to go against the Aam Aadmi Party. If you had to go against the Aam Aadmi Party, then why did you form an alliance with the Aam Aadmi Party? Here you're not, BJP is saying the Congress is not going to work for the people, but it is all about politics, who gets where. So many questions are being raised by the BJP at this point in time. Viewers, we will come right back after this short break. Do stay tuned as our rolling coverage will continue given the war between the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress in the India Alliance, given the Delhi elections coming forth next year.
Director, the taste of success.
बच गया सारा
लास्ट जो है स्टेशन पे सब मैं पहुंच गया था, लेकिन ब्लास्ट हो गया। हमारा स्टाफ इस तरफ था, अल्लाह का शुक्र है हमारा स्टाफ बच गया सारा। बहुत बड़ा ब्लास्ट जो है, हमारी ट्रेन अभी आई नहीं थी। मैं पहुंच गया था, लेकिन ब्लास्ट हो गया। हमारा स्टाफ इस तरफ था, अल्लाह का शुक्र है हमारा स्टाफ बच गया सारा। बहुत बड़ा ब्लास्ट हुआ है। हमारी ट्रेन अभी आई नहीं थी, हमारा स्टाफ सेफ है, हमारे पार्सल वगैरह ये रखे हुए हैं, हमारा सारा डाक सेफ है।
largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, we're live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest coming in this Sunday. And our top story: anti-terror operations in Jammu and Kashmir, in Sopore and Srinagar. We'll get to you all the details of that. But as usual, we'll talk about the next big summit, which is upon us next week. That is right. Let's talk about that this time. Once more has come when the greatest economic minds of India will gather under one roof and discuss the driving forces behind our thriving economy. Republic Media Network presents the 4th edition of the India Economic Summit, Viksit Bharat Bullseye, a platform where topmost ministers, visionary policymakers, renowned economists and influential industry leaders and entrepreneurs will chart India's economic future. Tune in on Tuesday, November 12th for all the live action that we are tracking. It's time for the headlines. Let's get started.
ये अपने परिवार को प्रायोरिटी देने के चक्कर में इन्होंने खुद अपनी
BJP launches Maharashtra Manifesto in Mumbai. Home Minister Shah launches scathing attack on Uddhav Thackeray for siding with India alliance. After encounter in Sopore, exchange of fire between terrorists and security forces in Srinagar. BJP's call for Hindu unity, ek hai to safe hai, irks Owaisi. He says if there is justice, then India is safe. Jammu and Kashmir students in Karnataka in a nursing college alleged being targeted, say asked to shave by college says disciplinary protocol has been implemented. Awami League leader files complaint in ICC against genocide of minorities, including Hindus. Complainant against Yunus and 62 others. Trump offers to pay for Democrats' pending campaign money, sends out a unity message. Encounter begins at Keswan, Kishtwar between terrorists and security forces. 3 to 4 terrorists believed to be trapped. 1 army soldier injured in the encounter. Getting some big breaking news. This is same group which killed 2 innocent villagers. Big update coming in, viewers. We're coming to see that there's more. After support and anti-terror operations in Srinagar, now we are coming to know that there is a encounter underway in Jammu and Kashmir's Kishtwar. 1 army jawan injured in the encounter operation. 3 to 4 terrorists are believed to be trapped in the area. We'll try to connect to reporters in short while to understand what we could expect next in terms of these operations which are underway. So we already have seen in the past 24 hours has been the anti-terror operations in Kishtwar, in Sopore and in Srinagar. 1 army jawan has been injured in these operations, and these are the pictures coming in from earlier today that we are getting for you. Let's go to Gursimran. Gursimran, we've seen the past 24 hours, like I was telling our viewers, we have seen multiple anti-terror operations. 1 terrorist eliminated in Sopore. Srinagar, we are seeing a similar anti-terror operation happening. And now we see in Kishtwar that 1 army jawan has also been injured, I believe. If you could take our viewers through what is the latest coming in.
See, this encounter broke out in the Chas forest area. This is in the Keshwan forest, where the body of the 2 BDG members was recovered from a stream after they were brutally killed by the Pakistani Jaish terrorists in an ISIS fashion. We saw how their eyes were blindfolded, and then they were fired from behind their head, and the exit point was their face. The brutality that was committed by the terrorists, after which the security forces launched a massive search operation in the area. And during the search operations, we are getting to know that the security forces got hold of the location of the terrorist, and the encounter broke out. In the initial exchange of fire, 1 jawan of the Indian Army has been injured in the ongoing encounter. And if we speak of the situation, there have been injuries initially to the Indian Army side, but now the operation is underway. There is an intense exchange of fire that is going on. The Jammu and Kashmir police, along with the 7 Assam rifles and the special forces of the Indian Army, they are part of these operations that are underway in the Kishtwar, and the forces are hopeful that these terrorists will be neutralized, because these are heavily armed terrorists, and they have done the brutality a couple of days ago when they killed the VDG members, that is Kuldeep Kumar and also Nazir Ahmed. When they have gone to grazing along with their cattle, they were first abducted and then they were killed in an ISIS fashion by these terrorists. So the forces have gone and all out. We know that the DGP Jammu and Kashmir Police, Dalil Prabhat, along with the ADG Jammu Zone and the Corps Commander of the 16th Corps of the Indian Army, Lieutenant General Naveen Sachdeva, they all were camping in the Kishtwar for a couple of days, and they strategized the operations, after which the forces were rushed to the place where the terrorists could possibly be, and the terrorists have opened the fire at the forces, which led to initial injury to the Indian Army, and now we are told that the heavy exchange of fire is underway. The forces have now said that they will be taking the revenge for the killing of the VDG members that were brutally killed by the terrorists, and we have seen that in 48 hours the terrorist location has been now traced by the forces.
Right. Okay. And if you could take our viewers through, Gursimran, to the other updates which are coming in, especially we know that 3 to 4 terrorists have been trapped in the area. Do we know which terror group they belong to? Any responsibility which has been claimed by terror groups?
See, it is a Jaish group that has been trapped by the security forces, because Jaish has infiltrated into the Indian territory from the Kathua-Sama international border. It's been more than a couple of months that they have infiltrated into the Indian territory, and they have been operating in the Doda and the Kishtwar region. Now the operations are underway to neutralize this group, because this group has highly trained terrorists, those who are carrying the sophisticated weapons along with them, and that is why it is making really very challenging for the security forces to operate. The place where the operation is underway is the Chas forest area. This is a bowl of the Keshwan Forest Ridge, where the terrorists are believed to be hiding, after which the operation was launched. And now it has been confirmed that the terrorists are active in the area and the forces are going full throttle. We are told that in a couple of minutes from now, the commandos will also be heli-dropped for an additional reinforcement, so that this group of terrorists that has carried out the killing of the VDG members, that can be neutralized at an earliest.
Right. Thank you for joining us there, Gursim, with all those details. I'll be coming back to you as we get more updates. There is an encounter underway in Kishtwar. We have to move ahead right now. We're getting some big breaking updates because bulldozer action on illegal construction is happening in Kesarbagh market. LDA officers and employees and LDA, of course, are present on the spot. LDA has given order for the demolition to the owners. Arman and Oais Mirza have gone to the commissioner. And we are seeing these pictures coming in where we see more bulldozer action in Lucknow. Bulldozer action on illegal construction in Kesarbagh market. Okay, we are being joined by Raghvendra joining us live. Raghvendra, एक बार हमारे व्यूअर्स को बोलिए अभी क्या चल रहा है, क्योंकि we see bulldozer action एक और बार, और योगी आदित्यनाथ गवर्नमेंट ने बहुत बार बोला है कि anybody who breaks the rules will face bulldozer. Go ahead.
बिल्कुल, देखिए राजधानी लखनऊ में फिर से एक बार बुलडोजर कार्रवाई देखने को मिल रही है। आप देखिए यहाँ पर ये जो पुकलैन है, जेसीबी जो है वह पहुँच चुकी है, और यह जो एक अभी नया जो अवैध कंस्ट्रक्शन है, एक बड़ा सा एक गोडाउन बनाया गया है जिसको बुलडोजर पूरी तरह से ध्वस्त कर रहा है, गिरा रहा है। LDABC यानी लखनऊ विकास प्राधिकरण ने आदेश दिया है इस अवैध कंस्ट्रक्शन को ध्वस्त करने के लिए। लिहाजा यहाँ पर जो लोग रहते हैं, जिनकी यह बिल्डिंग थी, जिनकी यह इमारत थी, वह कमिश्नरेट में गए हैं, यानी कि कोर्ट में गए हैं, लेकिन उनको क्लियर स्टे नहीं मिला है। हालांकि अगली तारीख 14 नवंबर को लगी जरूर है, लेकिन आज संडे का दिन है, उनके पास कोई ऑप्शन नहीं है। लिहाजा जो लखनऊ विकास प्राधिकरण है उसने आदेश दिया था कि इस अवैध कंस्ट्रक्शन को ध्वस्त किया जाए। एलडीए अपने नए रूप में पहुंची है, नए अवतार में पहुंची है। एलडीए की जो फोर्स है, यानी रिटायर्ड आर्मी के हवाले एलडीए का एक नया सुरक्षा दस्ता गठित किया गया है। आप देख सकते हैं कि एलडीए वही जवान है जो रिटायर्ड आर्मी है, और इनके जो कर्नल जो रिटायर्ड होते हैं वो इनके कमांडर हैं। तो यहाँ पर उत्तर प्रदेश की पुलिस और जो एलडीए की जो नई सुरक्षा दस्ता है, नया जो इनका बल है, उस दोनों ग्राउंड जीरो पर है, और यहाँ पर बुलडोजर अपना काम कर रहा है। और इस पूरे गली को, यानी कि ये जो मेन सड़क है, इसको दोनों ओर से बंद कर दिया गया है। यहाँ जो स्थानीय मार्केट के जो लोग हैं वो वही यहाँ पर खड़े हुए हैं, नहीं तो बाकी और लोगों से कोई मतलब नहीं है। दोनों तरफ जो एलडीए की जो सुरक्षा बल है वो तैनात है। यूपी पुलिस भी यहाँ पर उनको अपना पूरा सहयोग कर रही है। और ऐसे में आप देख रहे हैं कि एक बार फिर से राजधानी लखनऊ में बड़े दिन के बाद बुलडोजर कार्रवाई देखने को मिल रही है। हालांकि आपने देखा होगा कि इन दिनों लगातार हाई कोर्ट, सुप्रीम कोर्ट में एलडीए कार्रवाई को लेकर तमाम तरह के बातें गई हैं, जीरा गई हैं, लेकिन सरकार का यह कहना है कि अगर कहीं कुछ गलत है तो वो बर्दाश्त नहीं किया जाएगा, नियमों का कहीं कुछ उल्लंघन है तो बर्दाश्त नहीं किया जाएगा। ऐसे में आप देख सकते हैं कि यूपी में, यानी कि लखनऊ में केसरबाग, और लखनऊ का एक प्रकार से दिल होता है, केसरबाग हेरिटेज जगह है, यहाँ पर बहुत ही घनी आबादी भी है और मार्केट भी है। ऐसे में यहाँ पर केसरबाग, लखनऊ के केसरबाग में यह जो ध्वस्तीकरण की कार्रवाई चल रही है, यह बहुत बड़ी कार्रवाई है। ये बड़ा मैसेज देती है कि अगर कुछ गलत होता है, उसकी शिकायत अगर शासन प्रशासन को जाती है, तो योगी आदित्यनाथ का बुलडोजर रुकने वाला नहीं है। जी
Right, Raghvendra, keep showing us those pictures, and you have also filed a report for us from the ground showing the bulldozer action. Let's go ahead and play it out.
आप देख सकते हैं कि राजधानी लखनऊ में बुलडोजर कार्रवाई शुरू हो गई है। यहाँ आप देख सकते हैं कि एक कंस्ट्रक्शन पर, अभी जो कि नया कंस्ट्रक्शन है, इस पर बुलडोजर चल रहा है। एलडीए ने आदेश दिया है, लेकिन जिन्होंने इस मकान को, यानी कि इस कंस्ट्रक्शन को बनाया है, उनका कहना है कि मामला अभी कोर्ट में विचारा। क्या है मामला, बताइए।
कोर्ट में हमारा जो मामला चल रहा है अभी, और कोर्ट से हमारा स्टे है 6 हफ्ते का, और 6 हफ्ते के स्टे के दौरान
स्टे की डेट क्या है?
स्टे ये पिछले 4 महीने से चल रहा था, जुलाई से। तो अब जो है अभी भी 6 हफ्ते का ऑर्डर दिया हाई कोर्ट ने। उसके बाद भी ये जो है स्टे होने के बाद भी ये जो है कोई आदेश नहीं मान गए।
अभी आपने कहा कि अगली तारीख 14 नवंबर है।
जब यथास्थिति का हाई कोर्ट का ऑर्डर है, तो उसके बाद ये तो संडे को आके जबरन तोड़ा जा रहा है।
ये तो बिल्कुल नाइंसाफी की जा रही है इनके साथ।
एलडीए बीसी ने किस आधार पे कहा है इसको अवैध घोषित किया?
अधिकारी बताएंगे, ये बताने को नहीं तैयार हैं।
और ये
हाईकोर्ट और ना अपना नाम बता रहे हैं कि जो तुड़वा रहे हैं वो अपना नाम तक नहीं बता रहे हैं कि भाई क्यों तुड़वा रहे हो, जब हाईकोर्ट का स्टे का ऑर्डर है उसके बाद भी देखिए ऑर्डर दिए हुए हैं।
मुझे जो जानकारी दी गई कि एलडीए बीसी के आदेश पर इस अवैध कंस्ट्रक्शन को तोड़ा जा रहा है, एलडीए बीसी के आदेश पर, ऐसा हमें जानकारी
है। कमिश्नरी में हम वो हो चुका है, कमिश्नरी में चलेगा, 14 तारीख की डेट लगी हुई है। उसके बावजूद जो है बिना स्टे ऑर्डर है उसके बाद भी कुछ
कहना चाहेंगे?
हम ये कहना चाहेंगे एक पक्षीय कार्रवाई हो रही है।
क्या कोई पीछे पड़ा है क्या?
इसमें एक दलाल है नातिक हक नाम का, जिसके नाम हजरतगंज थाने में कम से कम 10 से 12 FIR है जालसाजी की।
क्या नाम है पूरा उसका?
सैयद नातिक हक।
क्या पहले उसको आप लोग जानते हैं?
अरे जानते नहीं, हमारा काम करा रहा था, वो पलट के हमसे पैसे मांग रहा था इन लोगों से, अरमान बशीर से और
वो आपके पीछे लगा है, आपके कहना?
अरे वो पीछे लगा, वो दलाल है, अधिकारियों की वीडियो बनाता है, अधिकारियों की वीडियो बना के अधिकारी
देख रहे हैं कि तमाम तरह के आरोप हैं इन लोगों के। इनका ये कहना है, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल मैं आपकी बात पूरी रख रहा हूँ और ये सीधी बातें जा रही हैं। ठीक है, क्या आप क्या कहना चाह रहे हैं?
सर, हमारा हाईकोर्ट से स्टे ऑर्डर है और कमिश्नरी में मेरी अपील पेंडिंग है, जिसकी डेट लगी है 14 नवंबर की। उसके बाद भी ये डिमोलिश कर रहे हैं और इन्हीं ने नोटिस जो काटी है वो मेरे नाम पे नहीं, किसी और के नाम पे नोटिस काटी, मुझे कोई नोटिस नहीं रिसीव हुई है। उसके बाद भी ये मेरी बिल्डिंग डिमोलिश कर रहे हैं।
अब आप देख सकते हैं कि किस तरह के बात निकल कर आ रहे हैं। ये लोग जिनका कंस्ट्रक्शन टूट रहा है, जिनके कंस्ट्रक्शन पर बुलडोजर चल रहा है, इनके अपने अपने बात है जी, इनकी अपनी अपनी बातें हैं। वकील के साथ ये लोग मौजूद हैं, आप देख सकते हैं कि लोगों ने अपनी बात रखी है, डॉक्यूमेंट्स भी दिखा रहे हैं। लेकिन एलडीए का कहना, हम चलते हैं एलडीए के अधिकारियों के पास, अगर कोई होगा उनसे भी जानने की कोशिश करते हैं कि यहाँ पर सर एक छोटी सी जानकारी देंगे क्या यहाँ पर बुलडोजर चल रहा है?
मैं नहीं हूँ, नाम तक नहीं बता।
थोड़ा सा कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? देखिए हम एलडीए, लेकिन उन्होंने बोलने से इनकार किया। लेकिन आप मौके पर देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर बुलडोजर चल रहा है, काफी यहाँ पर डस्ट निकल करके आ रही है, चारों तरफ यहाँ पर लोग इकट्ठा हुए हैं। आज संडे के कारण यह मार्केट थोड़ी सी बंद है। इस लाइन को तो पूरी तरह से क्लोज कर दिया गया है। दोनों तरफ से जो एलडीए की फोर्स है, जो अभी आर्मी के हवाले हुई है, रिटायर्ड आर्मी के फौजी इस पूरे इस दस्ता को संभाले हुए हैं, उन लोगों ने इस सड़क को बंद कर दिया है। यहाँ पर जो स्थानीय जो मार्केट के लोग हैं वो यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं और ये लगातार यहाँ पर जो बुलडोजर की कार्रवाई है वह शुरू है और देखते हैं कि आखिर इसमें क्या कुछ होता है। ये कार्रवाई कंटिन्यू चलती रहेगी या ये कार्रवाई रोकी जाएगी, आने वाले समय में आपको पता चल जाएगा। लेकिन आप देख सकते हैं कि लगातार जो बुलडोजर है वह अपना काम करता हुआ दिखाई दे रहा है। वीडियो जर्नलिस्ट सैनिक साथ राघवेंद्र पांडे, रिपब्लिक भारत, लखनऊ।
As the battle for Maharashtra is heating up, Union Home Minister Amit Shah has launched the election manifesto for the state. Now, the launch marks a key moment in the intense election race as political parties across the state ramp up their campaigns. During his address, Shah launched scathing attacks on Sena UBT Supremo Uddhav Thackeray. And this is what we are seeing right now. The Shah also hit out at NCP SP Chief Sharad Pawar, saying Pawar cannot fool the people of Maharashtra anymore. And let's go ahead and play out that exact reaction and the statement that Union Home Minister Amit Shah made while launching the BJP Manifesto for Maharashtra.
आज मैं इस मंच से शरद पवार जी को पूछना चाहता हूं, 10 साल तक आप यूपीए की सरकार में मंत्री थे, 2004 से 14 महाराष्ट्र के विकास के लिए क्या किया वो महाराष्ट्र की जनता को आपको बताना चाहिए। 10 साल में यूपीए की सरकार ने, एक प्रकार से अघाड़ी की सरकार ने महाराष्ट्र को सिर्फ 1,91,384 करोड़ रुपए और नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार ने 14 से 24 तक 10,15,000 890 करोड़ रुपया दिया। एक और करीब करीब 2 लाख करोड़ रुपया, और मोदी जी ने 10 लाख करोड़ रुपया दिया। मैं अघाड़ी के मित्र को पूछना चाहता हूं, आपका हिसाब आप महाराष्ट्र की जनता के सामने रखेंगे क्या? 10 साल तक महाराष्ट्र को कितना अन्याय हुआ, जबकि उस वक्त भी ऊपर और नीचे दोनों जगह आपकी सरकार थी, और 10 साल में हमने 10 लाख करोड़ रुपया दिया जब दोनों जगह एनडीए की सरकार थी। ये अंतर है महायुति और अघाड़ी के बीच में। हमने सिंचाई नेटवर्क को नीलवड़े बांध, गोसीखुर्द, टेम्बू और जलयुक्त शिवार जो देवेंद्र जी जब मुख्यमंत्री थे तब योजना लाए थे, इससे महाराष्ट्र की भूमि को सिंचन क्षेत्र के अंदर 30% की बढ़ोतरी करने का काम हमारी युति सरकार ने किया। मैं आज इस मंच से उद्धव ठाकरे जी को पूछना चाहता हूं, क्या वो कांग्रेस के नेता राहुल गांधी को इतनी विनती कर सकते हैं कि वीर सावरकर के लिए 2 अच्छे शब्द बोल दे? क्या कांग्रेस का कोई नेता सम्माननीय बाला साहब ठाकरे के सम्मान में 2 वाक्य अच्छे बोल सकता है क्या? ये अंतर विरोध के बीच में अघाड़ी की सरकार बनाने का स्वप्न लेकर जो लोग निकले हैं, उनको महाराष्ट्र की जनता जान ले, ये बहुत जरूरी है।
Getting some big breaking updates coming in, viewers. We also have seen Home Minister Shah saying that Mahayuti will come with a strong anti-conversion law in Maharashtra if voted to power. Shah announced this during the Manifesto launch of the BJP. Big update coming in right now. And we also have the reaction. Let's go ahead and play out that very important promise of the anti-conversion law in Maharashtra.
देश में कानून नहीं है, हर राज्यों ने बनाया है, और एक कानून के मसौदे पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपनी एक आंतरिक कमेटी भी बनाएगी, और महायुति की सरकार बनने के बाद सरकार भी एक कमेटी बनाकर सभी स्टेक होल्डर से चर्चा कर पर कठोर से कठोर कानून जिसके कारण धर्मांतरण शून्य हो जाए, इस प्रकार का कानून लेकर हम आएंगे। देश में कानून नहीं है, हर राज्यों ने बनाया है, और एक कानून के मसौदे पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपनी एक आंतरिक कमेटी भी बनाएगी, और महायुति की सरकार बनने के बाद सरकार भी एक कमेटी बनाकर सभी स्टेक होल्डर से चर्चा कर पर कठोर से कठोर कानून जिसके कारण धर्मांतरण शून्य हो जाए, इस प्रकार का कानून लेकर हम आएंगे।
And viewers, we'll get to some more stories we're tracking in our next segment, Bharat in 2 minutes. Let's get started. Denis Manturov, the first Deputy Prime Minister of Russia, will make a working visit to India from November 11 to 12. During his visit, Manturov will participate in the plenary session of the Russian-Indian Business Forum in Mumbai. On November 12th, he will attend the 25th session of the Intergovernmental Russian-India Commission on Trade, Economic, Scientific, Technical and Cultural Cooperation in New Delhi. Alongside India's Minister of External Affairs, Dr. S. Jaishankar, Manturov will also have many meetings planned as part of his official agenda. 35-year-old individual Inderjeet Gosal of Brampton was arrested following his involvement in a violent demonstration at the Brampton Mandir on November 3rd. He faces charges of assault with a weapon and has been released on condition. Gosal is scheduled to appear at the Ontario Court of Justice in Brampton at a later date. The arrest is part of an ongoing investigation into the incident. UP CM Yogi Adityanath has voiced strong opposition to the Supreme Court's hearing on the statue of Aligarh Muslim University. During a public gathering, CM Adityanath has questioned the rationale behind granting minority status to AMU, an institution that receives public funding, suggesting it was an inappropriate privilege. Kolkata police with the STF detained Ismail Khan. A search operation led to the discovery of 3 single-shot firearms, 2 7mm semi-automatic pistols, 50 rounds of 8mm live ammunition and 40 rounds of 7.65mm live cartridges. Khan will be presented in court on November 10th, 2024 and a case is being registered at the STF police station. In UP's Pilibhit, the BJP MLA Baburam Paswan's distant cousin Phul Chand was allegedly beaten to death by a group of assailants. The attackers reportedly pelted stones at his house and dragged away his minor granddaughter. Phul Chand was one of 8 people injured in the attack and later succumbed to his injuries at a local health center. Authorities are investigating the incident, which occurred in the Udra village under Ghungchai police station jurisdiction. The Karnataka government has suspended all property mutation processes related to alleged registration under the Waqf board. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah ordered an immediate halt to ongoing mutations and the withdrawal of any notices connected to this issue. Furthermore, no actions will be taken against farmers currently cultivating the disputed lands. Disciplinary action is expected to be for officials who issued unauthorized orders regarding the land. It's been 3 months since the RJ Kaur rape and murder case shocked the nation. Now, junior doctors in Kolkata are continuing to stage protests demanding justice for Abhaya. The rally, which drew significant support, highlighted their frustrations over the slow progress of the investigation into the murder of the postgraduate trainee. Let's listen into this report. Three months after RJ Kaur case, junior doctors resumed their protest demanding justice as their demands remain unfulfilled. The protesters marching from College Square expressed their outrage over the incident, which sent shock waves across the country. However, West Bengal leader of opposition Suvendu Adhikari stated that the case will not be resolved under Mamata Banerjee's leadership.
इतना टाइम ममता बनर्जी चीफ मिनिस्टर रहेगी, इंसाफ नहीं मिलेगी। और ये सीधा बात है, इस केस को बंगाल से दूसरा प्रदेश में ट्रांसफर करना चाहिए। बंगाल में इस तरीके से जुडिशियरी से लेकर जेल तक जिस तरीके से रेपिस्ट, मर्डरर और करप्टेड पीपल को प्रोटेक्शन यहाँ का सरकार दे रहा है, इसमें कोई न्याय नहीं मिलता।
Meanwhile, TMC leader Kunal Ghosh emphasized that the trial process in the case is ongoing.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
उद्धव ठाकरे जी को पूछना चाहता हूं, क्या कांग्रेस का कोई नेता सम्माननीय बाला साहब ठाकरे के सम्मान में 2 वाक्य अच्छे बोल सकता है क्या?
BJP launches Maharashtra Manifesto in Mumbai. Home Minister Shah launches scathing attacks on Uddhav Thackeray for siding with the India Alliance. After encounter in support, exchange of fire between terrorists and security forces in Srinagar. BJP's call for unity, Hindu unity. Ek hai to safe hai. Irks OAC, he says, if there is justice, then India is safe. In Karnataka, Nursing College alleges being targeted, minors being targeted in Karnataka. They say that they were asked to shave by the college. Awami League leader files complaint in ICC against genocide of minorities, including Hindus. Complaint against Yunus and 62 others. Trump offers to pay for Democrats' pending campaign money, sends out a unity message. All right, viewers, getting you some updates coming in. We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla, where we're seeing that the Kala Jatedi gang operatives have made a threatening call to a jeweler. This has happened in Rohini. And they've demanded extortion money. Now this gang, Kala Jatedi gang member, gave threats of dire consequences if extortion was not paid. On the audio call, it's very clear. And it's very visible that the jeweler and his wife denied that they can't pay the extortion money as their family is in debt-ridden state. Okay, big update coming in right now, Republic TV. We are learning that this gang operatives, Kala Jatedi gang operatives, have made a threatening call. And this is to a jeweler in Delhi's Rohini and demanded extortion money. The gang members gave threats of dire consequences if extortion was not paid. On the audio call, it's clearly visible that the jeweler and his wife are denying that they cannot pay the extortion money as their family is debt-ridden. We'll try to connect to Akil in just a short while, our colleague. But this is what we're learning of right now, Republic TV. Let's go to Akil. Akil is joining us live. Akil, these gang members have made a threatening call to a jeweler in Delhi's Rohini. And if you could take our viewers through, who are these gang members? What is their background? And where is the story standing right now?
Well, Shvangi, if you see what has happened, that last evening, a jeweler who has been identified as Akash, he basically lives in Rohini area of Delhi. He basically got a call yesterday evening around 7 p.m. that himself from Kala Jatedi gang, he has said that if you won't pay us the extortion money, then we'll pay back you in different terms. So this is what he has said. And if you listen to the audio, it's pretty clearly visible that that the jeweler and his wife both of them have been constantly saying that they can't afford that much amount of ransom money, and they have further clearly said that they are debt-ridden and they have several loans which have been going on, and they are just running that jewelry shop by taking money from different people. So the Kala Jatedi gang operative basically denied all those things, and he has said that I'm just giving you just 2 days, and within 2 days you are supposed to submit that extortion money, and if you won't be able to send that extortion money, then it will be a problematic for you. So what we have been learning from our sources, that if you see, there have been multiple instances which have been reported in the recent past of gang war. If you talk about the November 4th incident, what we have seen on November 4th, that in Alipur area there was a furniture shop in Nangloi itself. So there were two different incidents which took place on November 4th. First one is in the Nangloi area where three persons came on a bike and then they fired a gunshot at a furniture.
I'll come back to you, Akhil. I'll come back to you. We will be coming back to you in a short while from now. We have to move ahead because we're getting some more breaking updates coming in. And Congress, Rajya Sabha MP Ajay Maken has slammed Kejriwal and says the Congress has taken out a Nyaya Yatra against 10 years of rule of Arvind Kejriwal's government and corruption during his tenure. We have to move ahead right now to see the breaking news coming in from the national capital where Congress is slamming Aam Aadmi Party over corruption in Delhi. Remember that the Congress had held a very big rally in Old Delhi, 25 kilometers long, as part of its Delhi Nyaya Yatra launched a day earlier. So we saw that these party workers walked through Chandni Chowk before going to the Bara Hindu Rao Hospital. Yatra had halted in multiple areas. At this time, we're seeing that Ajay Maken has slammed Kejriwal and said that this entire yatra was carried against 10 years of rule of Arvind Kejriwal's government and the corruption done during his tenure. So it's a very, very powerful statement coming in from Congress, given the fact that they have always portrayed, both the Congress and Aam Aadmi Party portrayed to be part of the India alliance. And if we could just go ahead and play out exactly what Ajay Maken had said in this big story that we are tracking.
10 वर्ष के केजरीवाल सरकार के कुशासन के खिलाफ में पिछले 10 वर्ष के केजरीवाल सरकार के लगातार उसके अधीन हो रहे भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ में ये न्याय यात्रा है। वो कहते हैं कि दिल्ली के अंदर उपराज्यपाल उनको लोकपाल नहीं पास करने देता, दिल्ली में पूरी पावर नहीं है, लोकपाल नहीं पास करने देता। चलिए दिल्ली में पास नहीं कर सकते, पंजाब में कर दीजिए। पंजाब में कौन उनको रोकता है? पंजाब में तो उनको पूरी सरकार है, पंजाब में उपराज्यपाल तो नहीं है। तो इनका मकसद, ये पार्टी जो बनी थी लोकपाल को बनाने के नाम पे पार्टी अपने आप को लेकर के आए थे। कहाँ है लोकपाल? इसलिए लोकपाल नहीं बना रहे क्योंकि इनको डर है कि लोकपाल अगर बनेगा, जिस लोकपाल की ये बात पहले करते थे, तो लोकपाल अगर बनेगा, पूरी पावर उसको मिलेगी, तो सबसे पहले जेल केजरीवाल को ही भेजेगा लोकपाल, इसलिए लोकपाल को नहीं बनाया जा रहा।
The BJP is taking a dig at the Congress over its past alliance with Aam Aadmi Party government. Let's listen in to the BJP reactions which are coming in on this development.
पिछले 10 साल से भारतीय जनता पार्टी कह रही है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल भ्रष्ट है, उसके मंत्री भ्रष्ट हैं, उनकी सरकार भ्रष्ट है। अब उन्हीं के सहयोगी आज आम आदमी पार्टी इंडी गठबंधन की एक पार्टनर है। तो अब कांग्रेस यदि ये कह रही है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल की सरकार ने पिछले 10 वर्षों में भयंकर भ्रष्टाचार किया है, तो जो कुछ हम कहते रहे हैं ये हमारी बात को समर्थन कांग्रेस दे रही है। मैं कांग्रेस की लीडरशिप के प्रति बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं। थोड़ी देरी हो गई लेकिन कोई बात नहीं, उनको जो बात हम कहते रहे अब उनको ये बात समझ में आ गई है, ये एक अच्छी बात है।
कल तक कांग्रेस और आम आदमी पार्टी लोकसभा में गा रहे थे हम साथ साथ हैं, और अब विधानसभा के चुनाव उस समय गा रहे हैं हम आपके हैं कौन। पंजाब में तो वैसे ही अकेले हम अकेले तुम गाते हैं। मतलब कि देखिए, ये इंडी अलायंस वालों का कोई मिशन नहीं है। लोकसभा में एक दूसरे के साथ थे क्योंकि एम्बिशन, कमीशन, करप्शन, पोजीशन, इसका चक्कर था। अब विधानसभा में एक दूसरे के खिलाफ है और सब जगह इसी प्रकार से है, एक दूसरे के ऊपर ही हमला करते हैं। अब कांग्रेस ने हमला बोला है आम आदमी पार्टी पर और बोला है ये भ्रष्टाचारी पार्टी है। बताइए, कांग्रेस आम आदमी पार्टी को भ्रष्टाचारी बोल रही है। ये आम आदमी पार्टी बच्चों की सौगंध खा कर बोलती थी कि कांग्रेस से कभी हाथ नहीं मिलाएंगे, ये भ्रष्ट है, शीला दीक्षित करप्ट है, कांग्रेस करप्ट है, वाड्रा करप्ट है, राहुल करप्ट है, सोनिया करप्ट है। उनके साथ जाकर गठबंधन कर लिए दिल्ली में। आज कांग्रेस ही उनकी पोल खोल रही है भ्रष्टाचार की। तो समझ में आता है कि इनका कोई मिशन नहीं है, पूरे इंडिया अलायंस में यही चल रहा है।
Is there a genuine potential here economically of India being the leading player of the global south.
People are now seeing that emerging markets will speak and will speak on agenda which matters to them, and we can't ignore them because they constitute a substantial part of the global trade, global economy. Specifically, people came to me, finance ministers came to me to say India's G20 presidency stands out for two things, for the content and also the conduct.
Breaking news coming in, the Global Punjabi Association will be protesting against the Khalistani elements and their recent attacks on Hindu temples and targeting the embassy staff. The protesters have started gathering outside the Sangrahalaya, the Pradhan Mantri Sangrahalaya. They are going to march for over 1.5 kilometers. I want to go across to Gopi joining us live. Massive protests against temple attacks in Canada after we saw that some of the Hindu temples were attacked by Khalistani extremists in Canada. This happened around a week or so back. Global Punjabi Association is staging a stir in Delhi. Let's go straight across to my colleague Gopi. Gopi, what is happening?
Well, in fact, we are standing right outside Pradhan Mantri Sangrahalaya, where the Global Punjabi Sikh Association here, in fact, are going to protesting against the Khalistani elements as well as the recent attack on Hindu temples. We are, you can see the visuals. There are many Sikhs present here. We will go and ask a few of them. Lali Sahni ji, sir, you are protesting today. Can you say words on why are you protesting and what are your exact demands?
First of all, we are protesting because Canada needs to understand that they cannot divide the Hindu and Sikhs for their petty, narrow political gains, number one. And number two is that they need to stop promoting the fringe rogue under the bogey of free speech. And number three, they have to guard our diplomatic staff, because inside the temple, when they attacked, the diplomatic staff was rendering services to individuals, and half of them were Sikhs, by the way. So that's how misinformed these Johnnies are. And they have to protect under every act of Vienna Convention and otherwise the diplomatic protocols. They cannot allow our staff to be assaulted and to be exposed to such exposure. I mean, that's basic courtesy and protocol between two developed economies which are both, natural allies in English-speaking countries.
This was Lali Sahni, who happens to be the director of Global Association for Sikhs. While we are standing here, I would ask my cameraman to pan and show. They are marching towards the Canada embassy and they are going to raise slogans. You can see there are a few slogans being raised here. आवाज दो हिंदू सिख एक हैं, कनाडा के मंदिर पर आक्रमण नहीं सहेगा हिंदुस्तान. So these are a few slogans being raised by the protesters here. We will go and ask a few protesters what are their demands and what are they fighting for. आप आज यहाँ प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, किस मुद्दे को लेके और क्या आपके डिमांड्स हैं?
मुद्दा यही है जो कनाडा में हो रहा है कि हिंदू और सिखों को लेकर जो हिंदुओं के मंदिरों पे जो हमला हो रहा है, ये मतलब बहुत ज़्यादा निंदनीय है कि ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए, क्योंकि गुरु तेग बहादुर जी ने जो हमें सिखाया है सबको एकता, कौमी एकता के लिए सबको एकजुट किया है, हिंदू और सिखों में कोई फ़र्क नहीं बनाया है. और ये वहाँ पे जो वहाँ का जस्टिस ट्रूडो है, जो वहाँ का प्रधानमंत्री है कनाडा का, ये सब अपनी सत्ता के लिए, सत्ता पाने के लिए ये आपस में हिंदू और सिखों को, भाईचारे को, दोनों को आपस में लड़ा रहा है, जो कि आपस में बढ़ जाए. लेकिन ऐसा नहीं होगा. हिंदू और सिख भाई थे और भाई हमेशा रहेंगे, ये हम बट नहीं सकते. ये सरकारें अपना जितना मर्जी गंदी राजनीति कर लें, लेकिन हिंदू और सिख दोनों भाई आपस में एकत्र रहेंगे और बटेंगे नहीं. और हिंदुस्तान में ऐसा भी कुछ नहीं होगा. इसलिए हम सब हिंदू और सिख सब इकट्ठे हैं और इकट्ठे आगे तक इकट्ठे रहेंगे.
So the Sikhs here clearly are saying that this is a larger political controversy. It's a foreign political controversy.
controversy wherein they are trying to divide Hindus and Sikhs, and this is the voice which we are getting from the side of the protest. We will speak to a few other protesters as well. आज आप प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, आपके क्या मेन डिमांड्स हैं और क्यों प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं? We will have to see if
जनरेशन आतंकवाद में मर गई हमारी, उसके बाद नशा आ गया पंजाब के अंदर, फिर धर्मांतरण आ गया, क्या क्या सहेंगे हम क्यों बर्दाश्त करेंगे इनको?
So here we are joined by, we will ask him why, sir, why are you protesting? What are your major demands?
देखिए, आज पूरे देश के अंदर, पूरी दुनिया में एक जो गलत संदेश दिया जा रहा है कि हिंदू और सिख लड़ रहे हैं, सिख हिंदुओं के मंदिर में तोड़ने के लिए जा रहे हैं, हिंदू गुरुद्वारे के वहाँ जा रहे हैं प्रदर्शन करें, गलत है ये बिल्कुल। हम इसको कंडेम करते हैं। जो विदेशी ताकतें, जो ISI चाहती है कि हम ये प्रचार करके इनको लड़वा दें आपस में, सिख कभी ऐसा काम नहीं कर सकता। सिखों ने मंदिर बनाए हैं। आप महाराजा रंजीत सिंह का इतिहास देख लीजिए उठा के, आप देख लीजिए गुरु तेग बहादुर साहब की शहादत हिंदू धर्म की खातिर हुई है। अब गुरु गोबिंद सिंह जी का वंश वारा गया है पूरा, और हम कैसे लड़ेंगे? हमारे बच्चे आपस में बटे हुए हैं जी, हमारी बच्चियाँ उनके घर में, उनकी बच्चियाँ हमारे घर में हैं। हम उस दर्द को कैसे भूल सकते हैं जो विभाजन के समय में हुआ? हम कैसे भूल सकते हैं कि 84 का कत्लेआम हमारे साथ हुआ? वो हिंदुओं ने नहीं किया, वो पॉलिटिकल मार थी हमारे को। आज फिर उस मार को मारने के लिए, आज कल देखो टूडो जी ने मान लिया कि हाँ कुछ अलगाववादी ताकतें हैं, और वो उन्हीं की पैदा की हुई हैं। वो एक फाइनेंशियली फ़ायदे के लिए, वोटों के फ़ायदे के लिए ऐसे गलत काम कर रहे हैं। आज हम मेमोरेंडम देने आए हैं कि हमारे देश भारत का सिख अलग नहीं है। आप चले जाइए बंगला साहब गुरुद्वारे में 90% आपको हिंदू मिलेंगे वहाँ पे। आप मंदिरों में चले जाइए, वहाँ सिख मिलेंगे। इसलिए वो जो प्रचार कर रहे हैं गलत कर रहे हैं, उनकी मंशा कभी पूरी नहीं होंगे। और हम एक ही नारा देते हैं कि हम सब एक हैं।
So they are in fact saying हम सब एक हैं, and we have another protester who wants to speak to.
ये जो कर रहे हैं, अगर सिख मंदिर पे अटैक करता है या मंदिर वाले सिख गुरुद्वारे पे अटैक करते हैं, तो जो उनकी मंशा है ये समझ लो कि हम उनको पूरा करने के लिए उल्टा सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। तो हमें इसको अपोज कर रहे हैं, ना कि सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं।
So these are the motives. I would ask my cameraman to pan and show you the amount of people that have gathered here. You can see the crowd of over 1,000 people have been right here at the protest site, who are heading towards the Canada Embassy. We will be back with the rolling coverage. Stay tuned with Republic TV.
course, we will now get you all the top stories attracting from the world and all the global headlines which are making the news now. Let's get started. Israel's ongoing military operations in the Gaza Strip have claimed lives of around 43,000 plus Palestinians and injured 1,02,000 plus others over the past 13 months. According to Gaza's health authorities, in the past 24 hours, Israeli airstrikes have killed 44 people and wounded 81 people. Among the dead were 9 people, including women and children, in an airstrike on a tent for displaced people in Khan Yunis, located in southern Gaza. The attacks also targeted other locations, including a refugee camp in Rafah and Deir al-Bala area in central Gaza. US President Joe Biden will host President-elect Donald Trump for the traditional post-election meeting in the Oval Office on Wednesday. This meeting is customary part of the peaceful transition of power in the US is set to take place despite the unusual circumstances surrounding Trump's return to the presidency. Biden called Trump earlier this week to congratulate him on his victory and extend the invitation. Following the attack on Maccabi Tel Aviv fans in Amsterdam, both Israeli and Dutch foreign ministers issued statements. Dutch Foreign Minister Casper Veldkamp emphasized that a full investigation would be conducted into whether Dutch authorities respond appropriately. Police in Amsterdam have arrested more than 60 suspects in connection with the attacks, which were reportedly motivated by social media calls to target Jewish people. Tensions erupted in Valencia on evening time when a small group of protesters clashed with riot police outside the city hall following a peaceful march that drew tens of thousands of Spaniards. The protesters were called for the resignation of the regional president Carlos Mazon in response to his administration handling of catastrophic floods last week that left more than 200 dead or missing. Police used batons to disperse the crowd, and footage showed one protester being detained. Mazon's administration has been criticized for failing to, in fact, issue timely flood alerts.
Director, the taste of success.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
Genuine potential here economically of India being the leading player of the global south.
People are now saying that emerging markets will speak and will speak on agenda which matters to them, and we can't ignore them because they constitute a substantial part of the global trade, global economy. Specifically, people came to me, finance ministers came to me to say India's G20 presidency stands out for two things: for the content and also the conduct.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good afternoon to all of you who are watching Republic TV. I'm Kriti Mehta. You're watching live and breaking now at 1 p.m. viewers. The BJP has released its manifesto for the Maharashtra election, and the Sikhs are protesting outside the Canadian embassy over the Khalistani extremism in Canada. Not just the Sikhs, the Hindus and people from across religious lines. We'll bring you all those details, all the latest breaking news stories after a quick check of the headlines.
उद्धव ठाकरे जी को पूछना चाहता हूं, क्या कांग्रेस का कोई नेता सम्माननीय बाला साहब ठाकरे के सम्मान में दो वाक्य अच्छे बोल सकता है क्या?
BJP launches Maharashtra Manifesto in Mumbai. Home Minister Amit Shah launches scathing attacks on Uddhav Thackeray for siding with India Alliance. Encounters break out in Sopore, Srinagar and Kishtwar in Jammu and Kashmir. BJP's call for Hindu unity. एक है तो safe है Asaduddin Owaisi. He says if there is justice, then India is safe. Jammu and Kashmir students in a Hassan Nursing College allege being targeted, say asked to shave their beards by college, but college management says it's a disciplinary protocol. Awami League leader files complaint in the
ICC against genocide of minorities, including Hindus, complaint against Muhammad Yunus and 62 others. Trump offers to pay for Democrats' pending campaign debts, sends out a unity message. And viewers, in some breaking news coming in, the Global Punjabi Association is protesting against the Khalistani elements and their recent attacks on Hindu temples and embassy staff in Canada. The protesters have started gathering outside the Canadian embassy. They are going to march for over 1.5 kilometers. आवाज दो हिंदू सिख एक हैं. So Hindus and Sikhs coming together against Khalistani extremism in Canada under the Trudeau government. My colleague Gopi is reporting live from the site of protest. Let's go across to Gopi. Gopi, very good afternoon to you. Talk to us about what you're seeing on the grounds and what are the people staging protests they're demanding.
Well, in fact, Kriti, we are standing right outside Chanakyapuri Thana, and as you can see here, the Global Punjabi Association members are out on streets protesting against the insult of temples in Canada, while they are also reiterating this fact that Hindus and Sikhs are one when it comes to attack on temples or any extremist elements. We are standing right here, and as you can see, the protesters are raising slogans of Bharat Mata Ki Jai, while they are also raising slogans against the Khalistani elements. So we will ask a few people here. आज आप protest कर रहे हैं. Can you tell us what are your demands? ये किस चीज के लिए?
हम भारत विरोधी ताकतों को बताना चाहते हैं कि हम हिंदुस्तान के अंदर, चाहे कहीं भी पूरे वर्ल्ड के अंदर, हिंदू और सिख एक ही है. किसी की उसमें आते नहीं है और हम किसी की बातों में भी नहीं आते. आज भी हमारे सिख मंदिरों के रखवाले हैं और हम हमेशा मंदिरों के रखवाले रहेंगे. हमारे गुरु तेग बहादुर साहब ने अपने जीवन का बलिदान ही हिंदू कौम के लिए, हिंदुस्तान के लिए दिए थे. तो आज हम उन्हीं के चलने वाले हैं, उन्हीं के अपने गुरुओं को मानने वाले हैं. तो हम ऐसी हरकत कभी हम सोच भी नहीं सकते. ये देश विरोधी ताकतों का काम है. हम उन्हें कामयाब नहीं होने देंगे और हम पूरी दुनिया को दिखा देंगे कि हिंदुस्तान में हिंदू और सिख एक है.
So in fact they are reiterating this fact, the rich history. They're remembering Guru Tegh Bahadur, how they've always stood for Hindus. We will ask sir, you are protesting today. What are the major demands? What are the major demands of Global Punjabi Association?
आज का प्रदर्शन कैनेडियन एम्बेसी में जाके हम सचेत करना चाहते हैं कि जो किया जा रहा है वहाँ पे दुष्प्रचार, वो आईएसआई की ताकतें जो चाहती हैं कि सिखों को बदनाम किया जाए. किसी सिख ने मंदिर नहीं तोड़ा है जी. वो सिख नहीं हो सकता जो मंदिर तोड़ता है. सिखों ने मंदिर बनाए हैं. महाराजा रंजीत सिंह का इतिहास देखिए, आप गुरु तेग बहादुर जी की शहादत देखिए ना. ये अलगाववादी ताकतें हैं जो ये शो करती हैं कि हिंदुओं ने तोड़ा, सिखों ने तोड़ा. इसलिए हम बताने आए हैं कि ये सिखों का प्रदर्शन इसलिए हो रहा है कि हिंदू सिख भाई भाई हैं, एक है, हम अलग नहीं हो सकते.
So again they are reiterating the fact that Hindus and Sikhs are in fact together in this, and they are going to fight against any extremist elements that comes their way, be it with respect to insulting the Hindu temples or any other instances that have taken place in the past. I would ask my cameraman to show the visuals here where how the Sikhs are in fact raising various slogans, which includes Indians will not tolerate the insult of temples in Canada, while there are also being slogans raised which says Komi Ekta Zindabad, Komi Ekta Zindabad. They have seriously condemned the fact that there was an attack on a Hindu temple in Canada. So these are the visuals from the protest site where now they are marching towards the Canada embassy. While on the other side of the Chanakyapuri Thana, you can also see that there is heavy barricading being done by Delhi police to stop them to reach the Canada embassy. Back to you, Kriti.
All right, Gopi, in fact, there has been widespread condemnation for the Trudeau government for providing shield to the Khalistani extremists there in Canada. Several Canadian MPs have already issued an ultimatum to Justin Trudeau to step down. India has pulled up Canada as well for these attacks against Hindus. Now we see how Hindus and Sikhs have come together and are staging these protests. The law and order situation in Canada is in complete shambles as we see back-to-back attacks on Hindu religious institutions, temples and Hindu community there. What message are the protesters really intending to send across to the Trudeau government?
Well, in fact, see, time and again we have seen that how there have been repeated protests that have been happening. Now, be it, we have seen how protests have happened in Canada as well, which were for the Khalistani elements, while here we are seeing a group of Sikhs who are protesting against the Khalistani element, who are condemning the fact, in fact, that the attack on temple was not fair, and if at all there's any foreign agency or element, be it the Trudeau government or ISI, as per the few protesters here, they are reiterating the fact that Sikhs have always been for Hindus, be it the contribution of Raja Ranjit Singh or Guru Tegh Bahadur. So this is what we are learning from the protest site. We will ask a few protesters here again. कनाडा में जो हुआ है उसके लिए आप क्या कहेंगे? आप किस चीज़ के लिए डिमांड कर रहे हैं?
हम जो भी कनाडा में ये हो रहा है अभी वो सिर्फ वोटर्स के लिए हो रहा है, फॉर वोटिंग्स के लिए हो रहा है और उसका कोई मोटिव नहीं है। खालिस्तानी प्रोटेस्टर्स जो है उनको सपोर्ट नहीं करते हैं, हम इंडियंस बिल्कुल नहीं करते हैं, चाहे वो सिख हो या हिंदू हो। हिंदू और सिख एक थे, एक है और हमेशा ही एक रहेंगे। ये कनाडा को चीज़ समझनी चाहिए जो कनाडा जियोपॉलिटिक्स में कर रहा है अभी।
आप आई थिंक काट दिया होगा क्योंकि
All right, we have lost that connection with my colleague Gopi, who's reporting live from the location there, viewers. But let's remind you that the Global Punjabi Association is staging these protests against the Khalistani extremism, the Khalistani terror, and the recent attacks on Hindu temples and embassy officials in Canada. Protesters have staged these protests and will be marching for over 1.5 kilometers. The protesters are sending across one voice in unison. Hindus and Sikhs are together. Stop the attacks on temples in Canada. That's the big message that they are sending across to the Trudeau government that seems to be involved in a love affair of sorts with the Khalistani extremists. This just as Canada is to see election next year in October and Trudeau clearly on the back foot with a very low ratings in his own home country. In fact, Gopi has joined us live again. Gopi, over to you. Take us through the scenes on the ground.
Well, Well, we are standing right here near Chanakyapuri Thana, and as you can see that slogans are being raised by the Global Sikh Punjabi Association, while there are a few protesters who are raising slogans which reiterates the fact that आवाज दो हिंदू सिख एक है. While we have a few protesters here, we would want to ask them, आप ट्रूडो गवर्नमेंट को क्या बोलना चाहेंगे? ट्रूडो गवर्नमेंट को आप कनाडा में क्या बोलना चाहेंगे जो हिंदू टेम्पल्स पे अटैक हुए हैं, खालिस्तानी एलिमेंट्स एक्टिव है, वहाँ पे क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
हम यही कहना चाहेंगे जो भी कोई गुरु नानक के सिद्धांत और विचारधारा को मानने वाला है वो कभी भी किसी भी धर्म के धार्मिक स्थान के ऊपर कोई ऐसा हमला नहीं कर सकता. अगर जो वो करता है तो गुरु नानक का सिख नहीं हो सकता, क्योंकि गुरु नानक महाराज साहिब श्री गुरु ग्रंथ साहिब जी मेरे में गुरु ग्रंथ साहिब जी में और गुरु साहिबान और जो उसमें महापुरखों की बाणी है वो ये हमें ये समझाती है, अव्वल अल्लाह नूर पाया कुदरत के सब बंदे, एक नूर ते सब जो उपजा कौन भले को मंदे. भी कोई माड़ा नहीं, कोई छोटा नहीं. हमें सारी मनुष्यता है, सब में एक परमात्मा को एक ऐसा सब में बराबर वसा हुआ समझना चाहिए कि परमात्मा सारे के अंदर है. कोई किसी भी धर्म को मानने वाला है हम उसका सत्कार करें, उससे प्यार दें, पर किसी के साथ घृणा या ईर्ष्या ना करें.
So they are in fact condemning the fact, and they are saying, they are reiterating the fact that no true Sikh would ever be an extremist. आप ट्रूडो गवर्नमेंट को, कनाडा को क्या कहना चाहेंगे जो अभी हाल ही में टेम्पल्स पे अटैक हुआ है, खालिस्तानी एलिमेंट्स अभी एक्टिव है, क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
हम उसका विरोध करते हैं और सिख कभी भी ना मंदिरों पे कभी अटैक कर सकता, ना गुरुद्वारे या किसी धर्म पे अटैक नहीं करता. सिखों ने रक्षा करी है, हमने तो अपना बलिदान दिया दूसरों के लिए. हमने ज़िंदगी में हमने कभी भी ऐसा काम ना करते हैं ना करेंगे. हम हिंदू सिख एकता को एक हैं, इस संदेश को देने के लिए हम यहाँ पर त्रिवेंद्र सिंह मारवा जी के नेतृत्व में यहाँ पर हम आए हैं.
सिख कभी आतंकवादी नहीं हो सकता. सिख सिर्फ बलिदानी है और हिंदू धर्म की रक्षा करने के लिए ही पैदा हुआ है. वो कभी भी किसी भी कंडीशन में आतंकवादी नहीं हो सकता.
Are again calling the Khalistani elements as somebody who has terror mindset, and they are again reiterating the fact that a true Sikh can never support any form of extremism or any form of terrorism. We will ask a few more protesters here. आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे ट्रूडो गवर्नमेंट के खिलाफ? आप क्या सोचते हैं?
अभी मैं संचालन कर रहा हूँ, मैं बाद में बोलूँगा.
अपने पॉलिटिकल I think that is not viable, क्योंकि what is important is that we are human and we should always focus on humanity rather than हम कौन से धर्म से belong करते वो हमें मैटर नहीं करता. अगर मैं हिंदू सिख यूनिटी की बात करूं, हम लोग हमेशा से ही यूनाइटेड रहे हैं और आगे हमेशा ही यूनाइटेड रहेंगे. और अगर ये चीज़ें हो रही हैं तो हमारा स्कोप ये है कि हम मिलकर एक साथ इस प्रॉब्लम का समाधान निकालें और सब एकजुट होकर इस चीज़ को पूरी तरह से मतलब किसी की गलत बातों में आना, किसी की विचारधारा को बिना सोचे समझे अपनाना, वो सबसे बड़ी गलत सोच है. हर इंसान यहाँ पे मानव है, हर इंसान का अपना एक धर्म है. हम जानते हैं कि हमारे भारत में, अगर आपको पता होगा, धर्मनिरपेक्षता एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट कॉन्सेप्ट है. सेक्युलरिज्म कभी भी ये नहीं सिखाता कि एक धर्म दूसरे धर्म के ऊपर है. वो सभी धर्मों को एक समान मानता है. तो क्यों नहीं इस धर्म के आधार पर ये जो वायलेंस हो रहा है, I really condemn that, and I don't think so कि किसी भी मानवता
these are the voices from the protest where they are condemning the fact while the protest is still on. There is heavy barricading on the other side, and they won't be allowed to reach the Canadian embassy. We will be back here from the protest site, back to the studio.
All right, in fact, let's cut across to another breaking news update in connection to the case itself. Now, Canadian MP Chandra Arya has condemned the politicians in Canada over the attacks on Hindu devotees at the Hindu Sabha temple in Brampton. Taking to social media, he says politicians are deliberately avoiding recognizing and mentioning Khalistanis as responsible for the attack or are shifting the blame to other entities. He says they are misleading Canadians by framing this as an issue between Hindus and Sikhs, which it clearly is not, but a menace, a wrongdoing of Khalistani extremists. Let's listen in to Canadian MP Chandra Arya.
On behalf of Hindu Canadians and vast majority of Sikh Canadians, I again strongly condemn the attack by Khalistani extremists on Hindu devotees at the Hindu Sabha temple in Brampton. Politicians are deliberately avoiding, recognizing and mentioning Khalistanis as responsible for this attack or are shifting the blame to other entities. They are misleading Canadians by framing this as an issue between Hindus and Sikhs. This is not true. Throughout the history, Hindus and Sikhs have been connected through family relationships and shared social and cultural ties. It is common to see Hindus visiting Sikh Gurudwaras and Sikhs visiting Hindu temples. Politicians may try their best to divide Hindus and Sikhs. We can and must prove them wrong. Hindus and Sikhs have been united throughout history, are united today, and will continue to be united in the future. We, as Hindus and Sikhs, will not and should not allow vested interest to divide us for their political gain. Politicians are portraying Hindus and Sikhs as opposing sides regarding the attack on the temple by Khalistani extremists. This picture is simply not true.
Alright, and moving on, viewers, we're now bringing you breaking news from Karnataka over the nationwide Waqf land emergency. Now the Karnataka government has issued orders to halt property mutations and withdraws notice amid the ongoing controversy. In fact, this is a big impact of a Republic campaign. The Karnataka government has halted all property mutation processes related to alleged registration of farmers and other properties under the Waqf board. Chief Minister's directive also states that no action will be taken against farmers currently cultivating the concerned lands. Disciplinary measures are expected against officials who issued unauthorized orders related to the issue. Big Republic campaign impact. Karnataka government issuing orders to halt property mutations and withdraws notice amid Waqf nationwide land emergency in Karnataka. Let's listen in to Priyank Khadge.
नहीं, सिर्फ हमारे सरकार के नहीं, पिछले बीजेपी के सरकार में भी जो भी वक्फ के नोटिस इशू हुए थे वो सबको बंद कर दिया है और सबको विड्रॉ करने के लिए बोला है। अनटिल एंड अनलेस कि जो भी हमारे किसान भाई पिछले सालों से वो खेतीबाड़ी कर रहे हैं उन सबको प्रोटेक्शन दिया जाएगा करके ऑलरेडी सीएम ने बताया है और उसी के तहत ये ऑर्डर इशू है। ये कन्फ्यूजन बहुत हो रहा है, सब लोग क्लेम कर रहे हैं, मैं भी क्लेम कर रहा हूँ, आप भी क्लेम कर रहे हैं, तो इसलिए ऐसा ये सब के लिए
बीजेपी आपको लगता है इसके ऊपर पॉलिटिक्स?
बीजेपी ने भी कर रहा है, बीजेपी पॉलिटिक्स ही कर रहा है ना। जब उनका टाइम था, जब बीजेपी का सरकार था, तो वो उन्होंने ये वक्फ ऑफिस पे ताला लगाया था क्या? उन्होंने 1000-2000 लोगों के लिए बेघर नोटिस दिया था, बेघर भी किया था।
All right, I am now joined in by my colleague from Republic Kannada, Sri Lakshmi, live on the bulletin. Sri Lakshmi, a very good afternoon to you. This is clearly a big Republic Kannada impact. The government withdrawing the mutation that we reported had happened overnight. We had raised this demand of the farmers on our network, and now the Karnataka government seems to have acted on this and withdrawn those notices. What more details do you have?
Right, Kruti, as you said, as you very rightly pointed out, it is Republic Kannada which brought out this Waqf story to the people of Karnataka. And now, on one hand, as you just now narrated, Karnataka government has halted the notice and the action that has been taken against the lands of farmers here in Karnataka, and notices have been withdrawn. And CM Siddaramaiah orally has also said that no notice will be served to any farmer, and none of the farmers' lands will be snatched. But in a very ridiculous way, Kriti, Karnataka government on one hand, wiping the tears of farmers, and on the other hand, is it betraying the farmers? Because the big question is, now the Karnataka government, it is said that has started to survey those lands which has been claimed by Waqf. From Revenue Department, it is said that the government has given orders to survey again. Around 21,767 Waqf cases are still pending. And now it is said that sources have said that the government has given permission to survey all these lands which are claimed by Waqf. Again, once thousands of farmers were in distress because of this Waqf scam very few days ago here in Karnataka. Now again, due to this move, again farmers will be in distress. And as I already said,
All right, those are the visuals of the protests being staged over the Khalistani terror in Canada. The protesters, as you see on your screens, viewers, breaking the barricades. They have clearly raised the pitch of Hindu-Sikh unity, and they are saying that Hindus and Sikhs are united. They have raised their voice against Khalistani terror in Canada. This is a big stir that is now escalating with the protesters breaking through barricades. They are, let's remind you, staging protests outside the Canadian embassy, I beg your pardon. In fact, let's go across to Gopi, who is live on the spot. Gopi, the protests have clearly escalated. The protesters have broken through the barricades. How's the situation on the ground looking like?
Well, in fact, we are standing here, and you can see, as you can see the visuals, the first level of barricading has been broken, while people are now jumping from the barricade. They are climbing from the barricade, and they are moving towards the second level of barricading, which is being done from near the outside of Canadian High Commission. And here, as you can see, look at the visuals, how people are standing on the barricades, and they are raising slogans of Hindu Sikh Ek Hai. Indian will not tolerate insult against the attack on temples. So these are a few visuals from the protest site from outside of the Chanakyapuri Thana, while they have now shattered the first level of barricading, and they are marching towards the Canadian embassy. And आप यहाँ पे आज प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, किस चीज के लिए प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, क्या आवाज उठा रहे हैं?
इसके लिए है कि सिख धर्म के जो गुरु थे उन्हें सभी हिंदू धर्म की रक्षा की है, और जो मंदिर तोड़ा गया है वो मंदिर जो है सिख धर्म का जो सही अनुयायी है वो कभी नहीं तोड़ेगा। और सिख और हिंदू एक हैं, भारत में एक हैं और एक रहेंगे, और किसी भी हालत में वो सिख धर्म का कोई भी आदमी मंदिर में न मार सकता है, न कोई आदमी मंदिर को तोड़ सकता है।
सिख धर्म ही सनातन धर्म से निकला हुआ है, सनातन धर्म की रक्षा के लिए ही सिख धर्म बना था, तो ये सनातन धर्म को कैसे नुकसान पहुंचा सकते हैं? कुछ ऐसे आताताई हैं जो भारतवर्ष में खुशहाली देखना नहीं चाहते। खास तौर पे ये जो आक्रांता भारत में पहले आए थे, अपना लाव लश्कर लेकर के भारत के ऊपर आक्रमण करके उस वक्त जो हिंदुओं के मंदिर तोड़े गए थे, वही प्रक्रिया, वही प्रणाली ये दोबारा लेकर के आना चाहते हैं। तो हिंदुस्तान ये सब समझता है। आपने देखा होगा सिख भाई, हिंदू धर्म और अन्य धर्मों के सभी लोग यहाँ पर विराजमान हैं, और जो कनाडा में आतंकवादी गतिविधियां वो जो कर रहे हैं, आक्रांता उस वक्त जब आए थे, तो वो ध्यान दे लें कि हमारी एकता, तो ये जो एकता है इसका परिचय आप देख लें। हिंदुस्तान जिंदाबाद।
Just to tell our viewers that it is not just the Global Punjabi Association which is doing this protest. In fact, there are many Hindu organizations also who have joined hands with the Global Punjabi Association, and they are here as well in communion with the Sikhs, and they are protesting from Chanakyapuri. And as I've just said, this is the first level of barricading which you can see, which is being broken, and now the protesters have moved towards the Canadian embassy, towards the second level of barricading. There is heavy police deployment, there is rapid action force which is also deployed around the second level of barricading. We will have to wait and watch. It is around 900 meters from here, and they will be reaching the Canadian embassy. Back to the studio. So we are here standing at the Chanakyapuri Thana, and protesters here are protesting. We will be back with the rolling coverage. Stay tuned with Republic TV.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
लास्ट जो है स्टेशन पर सर मैं पहुंच गया था, लेकिन लास्ट हो गया। हमारा स्टाफ इस तरफ था, अल्लाह का शुक्र है हमारा स्टाफ बच गया सारा। बहुत बड़ा ब्लास्ट जो है, हमारी ट्रेन अभी आई नहीं थी।
किसान सम्मान निधि का पैसा हम सीधे झारखंड के किसानों के बैंक खाते में पैसे भेजते हैं और वो पूरे के पूरे उन्हें मिलते हैं। मिलते हैं कि नहीं मिलते हैं भाई? मिलते हैं कि नहीं मिलते हैं? कोई कमीशन जाता है, कोई भ्रष्टाचार करना पड़ता है, कोई कटकी कमाता है। ऐसे ही हाईवे, रेलवे, एयरपोर्ट के कितने ही काम होते हैं जिस पर केंद्र सरकार सीधे खर्च करती है, किसी को बीच में से कट करने का मौका ही नहीं देते। झारखंड में भी हमारी सरकार ने लाखों करोड़ रुपए खर्च किए हैं। आज झारखंड में 50 से ज्यादा रेलवे स्टेशनों को आधुनिक बनाया जा रहा है, उनमें सुविधाएं बढ़ाई जा रही है। आप देखिएगा कुछ समय में बोकारो का रेलवे स्टेशन भी कितना आधुनिक हो जाएगा। यहां बोकारो में एयरपोर्ट भी बन चुका है। झारखंड में भाजपा एनडीए सरकार बनने के बाद जल्द से जल्द हवाई सेवा भी शुरू हो जाएगी। और मेरा तो सपना है, जो हवाई चप्पल पहनता है ना, वो हवाई जहाज में जाएगा। साथियों, ये जो निर्माण का काम होता है, उसका भी बहुत बड़ा लाभ झारखंड को, झारखंड के नौजवानों को रोजगार के रूप में मिलता है। कुछ भी बनाए तो सीमेंट लगता है, स्टील लगता है, बिजली के लिए कोयला लगता है। इन सब की फैक्ट्रियां यहां बोकारो में, झारखंड में ही तो है। यानी हाईवे, रेलवे, एयरपोर्ट के निर्माण काम से हमारे श्रमिकों को, नौजवानों को भी बड़ा फायदा होता है। साथियों, भाजपा एनडीए सरकार नए उद्योगों को बढ़ावा दे रही है। हम झारखंड में बंद पड़े पुराने कारखाने भी खुलवा रहे हैं। सिंदरी का खाद कारखाना भी तो पहले की सरकारों की कुनीति की वजह से बंद हो गया था। हमने सिंदरी खाद कारखाने को शुरू करवाया। इससे झारखंड के हजारों युवाओं को रोजगार मिला है। जब झारखंड में भाजपा सरकार बनेगी तो वो सरकार में भी ज्यादा से ज्यादा युवाओं को पक्की नौकरी देगी। साथियों, आपका कोई जानकार परिचित व्यक्ति अगर हरियाणा में काम करने गया हो तो जरा फोन करके उसको पूछ लेना। वहां अभी अभी चुनाव हुआ, लोगों ने भारी बहुमत से तीसरी बार भाजपा को सेवा करने का मौका दे दिया और वहां सरकार बनते ही भाजपा ने बिना खर्ची, बिना पर्ची हजारों नौजवानों को सरकारी नौकरी का ऑर्डर दे दिया। इधर हमारे झारखंड के लोग एक खर्ची पर्ची जानते हैं क्या? हरियाणा में खर्ची पर्ची का मतलब ये होता है, जब तक नोटों का बंडल नहीं देते, खर्ची नहीं करते, नौकरी नहीं मिलती। और पर्ची का मतलब है, जब तक कोई बड़ा नेता पर्ची लिख करके नहीं देता, आपकी दाल गलती नहीं है। हमने एक खर्ची और पर्ची दोनों को दफना दिया है। हम झारखंड में भी यही करेंगे मेरे नौजवानों। और झारखंड में हमारा एक और लक्ष्य होगा। यहां जेएमएम कांग्रेस ने जो पेपर लीक माफिया और भर्ती माफिया पैदा कर दिया है, पेपर लीक माफिया, उन सब पर प्रहार किया जाएगा। सबके सबको पाताल में से ढूंढ करके जेल के हवाले कर दिया जाएगा। जिन्होंने झारखंड के नौजवानों के भविष्य के साथ खिलवाड़ किया है, जिन्होंने झारखंड के भविष्य के हमारे होनहार युवाओं का भविष्य मिट्टी में मिला दिया है, उनके सारे मंसूबे ये मोदी चकनाचूर करके रहेगा। साथियों, झारखंड के हमारे बहन बेटियों का जीवन आसान हो, ये मेरी प्राथमिकता है। हमारी सरकार की योजनाओं से बहनों को शौचालय मिले, बैंक में खाते खुले, गर्भावस्था के दौरान सीधा उसके खाते में पैसा पहुंचा। अब झारखंड भाजपा ने आपको, मेरी माताएं बहनें, बड़ी नम्रता के साथ मैं आज आपकी सेवा में आया हूं। और भाजपा ने आपको गोगो दीदी योजना का वायदा किया है। झारखंड की मेरी माताएं बहनें, ये मोदी की गारंटी है, सरकार बनने के बाद गोगो दीदी योजना लागू हो जाएगी। इस योजना से भी हमारी माताओं बहनों से बैंक खातों में सीधे पैसे जाएंगे। कोई बीच में बिचौलिया नहीं, कोई कटकी कंपनी नहीं, और वो माताओं बहनों के खाते में ही जाएंगे, ताकि घर को चलाने के लिए माताओं बहनों को काम आए। साथियों, अब हम झारखंड की बहनों को पहले गैस दिया, उज्ज्वला गैस का मुफ्त कनेक्शन दिया, और कुछ लोगों को लगता है अरे मोदी जी बहुत हो गया, तीसरी बार आ गए हो, आपने तो गैस का चूल्हा घर घर पहुंचा दिया, उज्ज्वला गैस दे दिया, अरे अब तो आराम करो। मुझे ऐसा कहने वाले लोग मिलते हैं, लेकिन मोदी ऐसे बैठने के लिए पैदा नहीं हुआ है। वो तो आपके लिए ही जीता है, और इसलिए पहले उज्ज्वला गैस सिलेंडर दिया, अब जैसे घर में पाइप से पानी आता है ना, अब झारखंड में पाइप से सस्ती गैस पहुंचने में मोदी लगा हुआ है। पाइप से जैसे पानी आता है घर में, वैसे गैस आएगा। अब सिलेंडर के लिए इधर उधर झोंकना नहीं पड़ेगा और वह सस्ता होगा। ये गैस सस्ता मिलेगा। यहां ओएनजीसी कंपनी ने गैस पैदा करने का बहुत बड़ा काम शुरू कर दिया है। ये जो बोकारो अंगुल गैस पाइपलाइन हमने बिछाई है ना, इससे 11 जिलों को लाभ हो रहा है। 11 जिले। यहां भाजपा एनडीए सरकार बनते ही ज्यादा से ज्यादा घरों तक पाइप से सस्ती गैस पहुंचाई जाएगी। साथियों, हम झारखंड के हर परिवार का बिजली बिल जीरो करने के लिए भी काम कर रहे हैं। अब आपका बिजली का बिल कितना? बिजली का बिल कितना? बिजली का बिल कितना? जीरो। और कैसे करेंगे? खजाना लूटा करके नहीं, नौजवानों के भविष्य को बर्बाद करके नहीं करेंगे। हम पीएम सूर्यघर मुफ्त बिजली योजना अब देश भर में शुरू हो चुकी है। आप अपने घर पर सोलर पैनल लगाएंगे और सोलर पैनल लगाने के लिए आपका ये सेवक, दिल्ली में बैठी हुई आपकी सरकार, भाजपा सरकार, हर घर को 75,000 से 80,000 रुपये का खर्च देगी सोलर पैनल लगाने के लिए। आप अपने घर में 300 यूनिट बिजली पैदा करिए, जीरो बिजली बल से उसका घर चलाइए, उपयोग कीजिए। और इतना ही नहीं, ये मोदी की गारंटी है, अगर ज्यादा बिजली आपने पैदा की तो आपको वो बिजली सरकार खरीदेगी और सरकार आपको ऊपर से पैसे देगी। पहले बिजली के लिए आप सरकार को पैसे देते थे, अब बिजली के लिए सरकार आपको पैसे देगी। ये काम हम करने वाले हैं। साथियों, झारखंड के तेज विकास के लिए सबका प्रयास यानी सभी की सामूहिक शक्ति लगनी बहुत जरूरी है। इसलिए आप सभी को कांग्रेस जेएमएम की एक बहुत बड़ी साजिश से सतर्क रहना है, सजग रहना है। ये कांग्रेस जेएमएम की चौकड़ी ने नया खेल खेलना शुरू किया है और ये सत्ता पाने के लिए कुछ भी कर सकते हैं जी। कांग्रेस हमेशा से एससी, एसटी, ओबीसी की एकजुटता की, एकता की घोर विरोधी रही है। आजादी के बाद जब तक हमारा दलित समाज, हमारा एससी समाज बिखरा रहा, हमारा आदिवासी भाई बहन, हमारा एसटी समाज बिखरा रहा, हमारा ओबीसी समाज बिखरा रहा, तब तक कांग्रेस बांटो और राज छीनो के सिद्धांत पर मजे से केंद्र में सरकारें बनाती रही, लूटती रही। लेकिन जैसे ही समाज एकजुट हुआ, हमारे दलित समाज के भाई बहन एससी के रूप में उनकी पहचान बनी, आदिवासी भाई बहन एसटी के रूप में उनकी पहचान बनी, ओबीसी पिछड़ों के रूप में उनकी पहचान बनी, तो कांग्रेस उसके बाद कभी भी पूर्ण बहुमत के साथ केंद्र में अपनी सरकार कभी भी नहीं बना पाई। आप ये गणित समझिए, 1990 में ओबीसी समाज को आरक्षण मिला, ओबीसी की अलग अलग जातियों का संख्या बल एक साथ जुट गया, तो उसके बाद से कांग्रेस आज तक लोकसभा में 250 सीटें भी नहीं जीत पाई है। इसलिए कांग्रेस ओबीसी की सभी जातियां, ओबीसी की जो सामूहिक ताकत बनी है ना, उसको तोड़ना चाहती है। और भुइयार को कहार चंद्रवंशी से ये आपस में लड़ाना चाहती है। ये चाहते हैं कि ओबीसी की छोटी छोटी जातियां खुद को ओबीसी मानना छोड़ दे और अपनी अपनी जातियों में ही उलझे रहे। मैं जरा आपसे पूछना चाहता हूं, क्या आप चाहते हैं कि यहां का ओबीसी समाज भी 125 टुकड़ों में टूट जाए? आपको मंजूर है? पूरी ताकत से बताइए मंजूर है? ऐसा अगर टूट गए तो आपकी आवाज कमजोर होगी कि नहीं होगी? कोई भी नहीं चाहता है कि समाज बिखरे, समाज छोटे छोटे टुकड़ों में बंट जाए। और इसलिए हमें ये हमेशा याद रखना है, एक रहेंगे तो सेफ रहेंगे।
Director, the taste of success.
What's your message to everyone who use, controversies to say our institutional mechanism is not strong enough?
Where our institutions need to be given credit, we put that aside and only pick that one thing about that institution and say, look at this, our institutions are really now being threatened. But what about the other things which make our institutions stand out? Every one of our institutions are really doing their maximum best, world-class best. Today, our benchmarks are being looked at rather than the benchmark elsewhere.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
ब्लास्ट हुआ स्टेशन पर सर मैं पहुंच गया था, लेकिन ब्लास्ट हो गया। हमारा स्टाफ इस तरफ था, अल्लाह का शुक्र है हमारा स्टाफ बच गया सारा। बहुत बड़ा ब्लास्ट हुआ हमारी।
What's your message to everyone who use, controversies to say our institutional mechanism is not strong enough?
Where our institutions need to be given credit, we put that aside and only pick that one thing about that institution and say, look at this, our institutions are really now being threatened. But what about the other things which make our institutions stand out? Every one of our institutions are really doing their maximum best, world-class best. Today our benchmarks are being looked at rather than the benchmark elsewhere.
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good afternoon and thank you for tuning in. You're watching the news at 2 p.m. I'm Suesha Samant. In this edition, we continue to get you all the top stories we're tracking for you this Sunday afternoon. Also, the ongoing operation in Kishtwar. First, a quick check of the headlines we're tracking. Prime Minister Modi in poll-bound Jharkhand hits out at the Congress and JMM, says the duo looted people of the state.
कठोर से कठोर कानून जिसके कारण धर्मांतरण शून्य हो जाए, इस प्रकार का कानून लेकर
BJP releases Sankalp Patra in Maharashtra. Amit Shah promises anti-conversion law after BJP comes to power in state.
मैं आज इस मंच से उद्धव ठाकरे जी को पूछना चाहता हूं, क्या कांग्रेस का कोई नेता सम्माननीय बाला साहब ठाकरे के सम्मान में दो वाक्य अच्छे बोल सकता है क्या?
Amit Shah takes a jibe at Uddhav Thackeray, says Uddhav Sena siding with those who insulted Bala Sahib. Protests outside Canadian embassy against attacks on Hindus in Canada. Massive anti-terror operations launched in Jammu and Kashmir, encounter underway in Sopore and Srinagar. Alright, so we are getting you details of an ambush that was attempted by about 6 to 7 terrorists. This happened in Kishtwar, where Jaish terrorists attempted to trap our soldiers. In fact, we are learning that the Indian Army personnel were fired upon from 3 sides by these terrorists, and unfortunately 4 Army personnel who have been injured in Kishtwar. In fact, a group of 3 to 4 Jaish terrorists who attempted this ambush on the Indian Army, and while they were repulsed, but 4 Army personnel who were injured in Kishtwar. These Jaish terrorists who attempted to trap 6 to 7 soldiers of the Indian Army in this ambush. In fact, air ambulance that was also called at the operation site after 4 soldiers were reportedly injured. We continue to get you deferred pictures as it is an ongoing operation in Kishtwar. I'm being told Simran will join us shortly to take us through the details of the current status of this operation. clearly very challenging for our forces given the way the terrain is, and 6 to 7 soldiers who were fired upon from 3 sides when these 3 to 4 Jaish terrorists tried to trap these soldiers. Let me cut across to Gursimran, and I'm being told Arawat is also with us on the broadcast. Gursimran, quick details from you on what the status of the operation is and what had happened.
See, the exchange of fire is underway. We are told that at regular intervals, the exchange of fire is taking place. And what has happened that it was today around 11 in the morning when the security forces were moving in the area. This is the Chas forest area in the Keshwan area. This is 1.5 to 2 kilometers from the place where the bodies of the 2 village defense group members, that is Kuldeep Kumar and Nazir Ahmed, were recovered by the security forces after they were abducted and killed by the Jaish terrorists in ISIS fashion elimination that they carried out by blindfolding their eyes and then shooting them behind their head. The exit points of these bullets were from their face. And after that, intense search operations were launched in the area. But today, when the special forces of the Indian Army were moving in the area, we are told that the terrorists of Jaish, they attempted a major ambush on the Indian Army's party. The 6 to 7 soldiers that were moving in that area, they were on the target of these Pakistani hard-trained terrorists that are well aware of the jungle warfare and the demography of this area. They opened the fire from at least 3 sides, in which we are told that till now 4 soldiers have been injured. Now the air ambulances have been called in. But the ambush attack, the deadly plan of the terrorists was to carry out a similar attack that they carried out in Desa, in which 1 army captain and 3 other soldiers that came in their way, that is in the ambush that they carried out, all of them were killed by the terrorists. And they were planning a similar fashion attack, but that was repulsed due to the alertness of the special forces of the Indian Army. 4 soldiers have got injuries, that is what we are picking up, and now all of them are being evacuated via air to the base hospital in Udhampur. That is what we are picking up, and the operations have been intensified. The additional forces have been rushed to the spot. That includes the 7 Assam Rifles along with the Rashtra Rifles operating in the area and the Jammu and Kashmir police that are trying to ensure that these perpetrators do not get a chance to escape from this area. Though this is very challenging area to operate on, but this is the same group that has killed the 2 VDG members a couple of days ago and once again attempted a major ambush on the Indian Army's special forces. Though that has been repulsed, but 4 soldiers of the Indian Army have been injured in the ongoing encounter with these terrorists in the Keshwan forests.
To stay on, Gursimran, let me quickly bring in Arawat also. And Arawat, as sure as we are that our forces will avenge these attacks, but most importantly, the current status on how these 4 soldiers are doing. They were injured, they were rushed to the hospital, and an air ambulance that was sent. What is the latest?
Absolutely, as we have seen, the anti-terror operation is on. In fact, if we'll talk about Jammu and Kashmir, that the 3 operations are underway at this moment. The first operation we started yesterday late night in the North Kashmir Sopore, and the second operation which is underway here at Srinagar. And I will request my VJ to show you these deferred visuals from the spot where the ongoing operation is going on. Also, the third operation which is also underway in the Kishtwar, where 3 to 4 terrorists believed to be trapped in an encounter. Also, this operation was launched here at Srinagar after receiving the credible intelligence-based input that 2 to 3 terrorists believed to be trapped in the Zabarwan hills of Central Kashmir, Srinagar. Then after, you can see here in the visuals that the security forces are here and the massive coordinate search operation is still on. Since the morning, we have seen that the exchange of fire also took place here. Then after, we have been told that the senior officers from the Jammu and Kashmir Police and Indian Army are assessing the situation here on the ground. As you can see here in the visuals, the massive coordinate search operation on. This operation have been extended to other hills of Zabarwan from the South Kashmir range, also here in the Central Kashmir. But as of now, the operation is still going on. There was the reports that 2 to 3 terrorists believed to be trapped in the ongoing encounter in the Srinagar, and 3 major anti-terror operations are underway at this moment in the Jammu and Kashmir parts. Yes.
All right, Arawat and Gursimran, I want to thank you for getting us the latest. Of course, we'll keep coming back to you for further updates. For the moment, we also cut across to UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, who's addressing a rally in Mirzapur.
कृष्णानंद राय के साथ ही जिनको गोलियों से इस माफिया ने भून डाला था। लेकिन बहनों और भाइयों, समाजवादी पार्टी की सरकार थी, कुछ भी कार्रवाई नहीं हुई। ऐसे ही प्रयागराज में हुआ था। राजू पाल बहुजन समाज पार्टी के विधायक थे, समाजवादी पार्टी की सरकार थी। अतीक अहमद के गुंडा ने राजू पाल की निर्मम हत्या कर दी, न्याय नहीं मिला। लेकिन न्याय उस परिवार को तब मिला जब डबल इंजन की भाजपा की सरकार आ गई। और इसीलिए मैं कहता हूं बहनों और भाइयों, इसीलिए मैं कहने के लिए आया हूं, ये जो समाजवादी पार्टी है, यह हर दुर्दांत माफिया और अपराधी का प्रोडक्शन हाउस बन गया है। यानी यहीं से पैदा होते हैं, यहीं से लूट खसोट करते हैं, अराजकता फैलाते हैं और फिर जनता को गुमराह करने की बात भी करते हैं। आखिर मैं पूछना चाहता हूं, इस मिर्जापुर में विश्वविद्यालय समाजवादी पार्टी की सरकार 4 बार मुख्यमंत्री थे, क्यों नहीं उन्होंने दिया? क्यों नहीं मेडिकल कॉलेज बनाया? क्यों नहीं यहां की हर घर नल की योजना को लागू किया? क्यों नहीं मां विंध्यवासिनी के धाम को इन्होंने कॉरिडोर के रूप में बदलने का काम किया? क्योंकि विकास इनके एजेंडे में नहीं। यहां तो विकास उनके परिवार का हो, मिर्जापुर और विंध्य क्षेत्र का नहीं, प्रदेश का नहीं। इससे इनको कोई लेना देना नहीं, विकास से इन्हें कोई लेना देना नहीं। ये लोग तो अव्यवस्था और अराजकता में विश्वास रखते हैं। और इसीलिए जब विकास की बात होती है, आपने मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में बदलते हुए भारत को देखा है। आज तो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने यह भी कह दिया है कि देश के अंदर 50 करोड़ लोग पहले से 5 लाख रुपए की स्वास्थ्य बीमा का कवर प्राप्त कर रहे थे। अब तो मोदी जी ने कह दिया है 70 वर्ष के ऊपर के जितने भी बुजुर्ग होंगे सबको हर वर्ष 5 लाख रुपए की फ्री में स्वास्थ्य की सुविधा देंगे। अब मुझे बताओ, क्या इसमें भी जाति की बात है क्या? तो जो भी है सबको मिलेगा, सबका साथ और सबका विकास। सबका साथ और सबका विकास यही होता है। राशन 15 करोड़ लोग यूपी में और देश के अंदर 80 करोड़ लोग फ्री में राशन का लाभ प्राप्त कर रहे हैं। पिछले 4.5 वर्ष से प्राप्त कर रहे हैं और अगले 5 वर्ष तक प्राप्त करते रहेंगे। आप सोचिए, 4 करोड़ गरीबों के मकान बन गए। अकेले यूपी के अंदर 56 लाख गरीबों के मकान बन गए। 12 करोड़ गरीबों के घर में शौचालय बन गए देश में। यूपी के अंदर 2 करोड़ 62 लाख घरों में एक शौचालय बन गया। बहनों और भाइयों, 10 करोड़ गरीबों के घर में उज्ज्वला योजना का कनेक्शन पहुंच गया। और हम लोगों ने तो तय किया है कि होली और दीपावली में फ्री में एक भरा हुआ सिलेंडर उपलब्ध करवाएंगे। वह आज वर्तमान में भी मिल रहा है।
And that is UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, who's once again unleashing a full frontal attack on the SP over the politics. We'll continue to play our excerpts of that address. For the moment, we also move on to more breaking news coming in. This is over the Waqf emergency, where in the very latest, Union Home Minister Amit Shah has announced that the Waqf Board Amendment Bill will be tabled in the winter session of the Parliament. This is the big development that is coming in, given the kind of politics we've seen over the past few months, and most importantly, how the Waqf Board has claimed ownership to land chunks across the country. Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who just made a statement a few days ago, assuring people that as long as it is the Modi government at the centre, the Waqf Board cannot take away their land. And now he said that the Waqf Amendment Bill will be tabled in the winter session of the Parliament. Listen in.
महाराष्ट्र की जनता को बताना चाहता हूं, मोदी जी वक्फ बोर्ड में सुधार का एक बिल लेकर संसद में आए हैं और अभी अभी जो वक्फ बोर्ड का कानून जो कांग्रेस के राज में 2013 में अमेंड हुआ, इसका परिणाम दिखे। कर्नाटक के गांव वक्फ के कानून के तहत वक्फ की संपत्ति घोषित कर दी। किसानों की भूमि, लोगों के घर, यहां तक कि मंदिर भी वक्फ की संपत्ति घोषित कर दिए गए। और उस कानून को उचित बदलाव के लिए जब हम लेकर आए हैं तो उसका भी ये अघाड़ी के लोग विरोध कर रहे हैं। मैं महाराष्ट्र की जनता को ये कहना चाहता हूं कि वक्फ के कानून के बदलाव का विरोध का मतलब है कि आने वाले दिनों में यहां पर भी वक्फ बोर्ड आपकी संपत्तियों को इसी प्रकार से घोषित कर सकता है।
Yes, and more breaking news coming in after the BJP had called out Rahul Gandhi over displaying a blank copy of the Constitution, saying that Rahul Gandhi had insulted the Constitution. It is Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge who has fired an all-new attack against Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In fact, this happened while he was at the launch of MVA's Manifesto, where he went on to call Prime Minister Narendra Modi Jhootho ka Sardar. Listen in.
मोदी जी ने इस बुक को कहा और वो फडणवीस कौन से स्कूल में पढ़ा मुझे मालूम नहीं, उन्होंने भी बोलते कोरे कागज आहेत ते संविधान नाही, ते कोरे कागद आहे ते दाखवते राहुल तुम्हाला। ये कितना झूठ है, मैं बोलूं तो इसीलिए मैं बार बार बोलता हूं कि वो झूठों का सरदार है। 15 लाख नहीं दिया, 2 लाख करोड़ नौकरी देने का नहीं, एमएससी डबल करने का नहीं, एमएसपी, ये आदमी ने बोला सब झूठे वायदे किए। अगर इनको झूठा बोले तो आपको गुस्सा क्यों आता है? अब अभी भी झूठी बोल रहे, अभी भी ये रेड बुक क्या है, उन्होंने बोला कि ये अर्बन नक्सलाइट, एक मार्क्स नक्सलाइट वालों की निशानी है, तो इसीलिए ये नक्सलवादी लोगों का नहीं है, सॉरी, तो ये भरा हुआ है किताब। ये देखो, मोदी जी को दिखाओ।
Meanwhile, Prime Minister Modi, who has been holding back-to-back rallies in Maharashtra, now during the launch of the Congress Manifesto for the MBA, Mallikarjun Kharge also said, and I quote, "What does he mean by this? आप किसको काटेंगे? Indira Gandhi and Rajiv Gandhi sacrificed their lives to keep the country united. This is Yogi ji's slogan. Modi ji says, "Ek hain to safe hain." I don't know which slogan will work. You are among the people who killed the one who got us independence, unquote. Listen into that statement.
एक तरफ मनुवादी लोग हैं और बटेंगे तो क्या है, कटेंगे। अरे पहले तो आप मनुस्मृति स्वीकार करके पहले ही समाज को बांट दिया है, पहले ही बांट दिया, अब फिर और बांटना चाहते हो। कौन कहता है काटना? किसकी बात कर रहे, किसको काटेंगे आप? 140 करोड़ जनता को काटेंगे? अरे अब तक तो हम एक रख के आए हैं, बटना नहीं, इसी के लिए इंदिरा गांधी जी ने अपनी कुर्बानी दी। ये देश बटना नहीं, इसी के लिए तो राजीव गांधी अपनी कुर्बानी दी। अब आप बात कर रहे हो, इनका स्लोगन अलग है, योगी साधु जी का, योगी महाराज का, योगी नहीं, योगी जी का अलग है, मोदी जी का अलग है स्लोगन। एक है तो सेफ है, सेफ, ये सेफ नहीं बोले, वो हिमाचल की सेफ है बोले। तो इनका स्लोगन चलेगा अब, क्या उनका चलेगा, मुझे मालूम नहीं है।
Denis Manturov, the first Deputy Prime Minister of Russia, has made, will make a working visit to India from November 11-12. During his visit, Manturov will also participate in the plenary session of the Russian-Indian Business Forum in Mumbai. On the 12th of November, he will attend the 25th session of the Intergovernmental Russian-Indian Commission on Trade, Economic, Scientific, Technical and Cultural Cooperation in New Delhi alongside Indian Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar. Manturov also has several bilateral meetings planned as part of this official agenda. A 35-year-old individual, Inderjeet Gosal of Brampton, was arrested following his involvement in a violent demonstration at a Brampton temple on the 3rd of November. He faces charges of assault with a weapon and has been released on conditions. Gosal is scheduled to appear at the Ontario Court of Justice in Brampton at a later date. The arrest is part of an ongoing investigation into the incident. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath voiced strong opposition to the Supreme Court's hearing on the status of Aligarh Muslim University. During a public gathering, CM Adityanath questioned the rationale behind granting minority status to AMU, an institution that receives public funding, suggesting it was an appropriate privilege.
ये कैसे हो सकता है कि भारत के संसाधनों से पलने वाला, भारत की जनता के टैक्स से चलने वाला एक ऐसा संस्थान जो अनुसूचित जाति, जनजाति और पिछड़ी जाति के लोगों को कोई आरक्षण नहीं देता है, लेकिन वहां पर मुसलमानों के 50% आरक्षण की व्यवस्था वे लोग अपने स्वयं के माध्यम से करने का प्रयास करते हैं।
Kolkata police with the STF detained Ismail Khan. A search operation led to the discovery of 3 single-shot firearms, 2 7mm semi-automatic pistols, 50 rounds of 8mm live ammunition, 40 rounds of 7.65mm live cartridges. Khan will be presented in court on November 10, 2024, and a case is being registered at the STF police station. In UP's Pilibhit, BJP MLA Baburam Paswan's distant cousin Fulchand was allegedly beaten to death by a group of assailants. The attackers reportedly pelted stones at his house and dragged away his minor granddaughter. Fulchand was one of the 8 people injured in the attack and later succumbed to his injuries at a local health center. Authorities are investigating the incident, which occurred in Udra village under the Gungchai police station jurisdiction. Karnataka government has suspended all property mutation processes related to alleged registrations under the Waqf Board. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah ordered an immediate halt to ongoing mutations and the withdrawal of any notices connected to this issue. Furthermore, no action will be taken against farmers currently cultivating the disputed lands. Disciplinary action are expected for officials who issue unauthorized orders regarding the land.
What's your message to everyone who use controversies to say our institutional mechanism is not strong enough?
Where our institutions need to be given credit, we put that aside and only pick that one thing about that institution and say, look at this, our institutions are really now being threatened. But what about the other things which make our institutions stand out? every one of our institutions are really doing their maximum best, world-class best. Today, our benchmarks are being looked at rather than the benchmark elsewhere.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
An afternoon to emphasize the increasing participation of women in workforce. An effort to laud the spirit of women power. Join us as Republic TV and Marksman daily honor the most preferred workplaces for women 2024-2025. Brought to you by Team Marksman.
लास्ट जो है स्टेशन पर सर मैं पहुंच गया था, लेकिन लास्ट हो गया। हमारा स्टाफ इस तरफ था, अल्लाह का शुक्र है हमारा स्टाफ बच गया सारा।
A very good afternoon, viewers. It's 2:30 and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar and our top focus is on the encounter that's currently underway in Kishtwar. 4 jawans have been injured, an air ambulance have been called in and 4 terrorists are trapped in that particular location. We'll get you all the latest details from Ground Zero, but first a quick check on the headlines.
जेएमएम सरकार में पिछले 5 साल में हुआ क्या भाई? आपके हक की ये सुविधाएं जेएमएम कांग्रेस के लोगों ने लूट ली, लूट।
Prime Minister Modi in poll-bound Jharkhand hits out at Congress and JMM, says the Indie duo looted people of the state.
कठोर से कठोर कानून जिसके कारण धर्मांतरण शून्य हो जाए, इस प्रकार का कानून लेकर
BJP releases Sankalp Patra in Maharashtra. Amit Shah promises anti-conversion law after BJP comes to power in the state.
मैं आज इस मंच से उद्धव ठाकरे जी को पूछना चाहता हूं, क्या कांग्रेस का कोई नेता सम्माननीय बाला साहब ठाकरे के सम्मान में 2 वाक्य अच्छे बोल सकता है क्या?
Amit Shah jabs Uddhav Thackeray, says Uddhav Sena is siding with those who insulted Bala Saheb Thackeray. Protest outside Canadian Embassy in the national capital. Sikh community condemns attacks on Hindus in Canada.
मोदी जी ने इस बुक को कहा और वो फडणवीस कौन से स्कूल में पढ़ा मुझे मालूम नहीं, उन्होंने भी बोलते कोरे कागज आए थे, ये संविधान नहीं, ते कोरे कागज आहे ते दाखवते राहुल तुम्हाला। ये कितना झूठ हुए, मैं बोलू दूं, इसीलिए मैं बार बार बोलता हूं कि वो झूठों का सरदार है।
After Rahul Gandhi's constitution blunder, Congress now peddles false narrative. Kharge says PM Modi called the constitution an urban Naxal book. Massive anti-terror operations launched in Jammu and Kashmir. 4 jawans injured in an ambush in Kishtwar. Viewers, the time has come once again when the greatest economic minds of India will gather under one roof and discuss the driving forces behind our thriving economy. Republic Media Network presents the 4th edition of the India Economic Summit, Viksit Bharat Bullseye, a platform where topmost ministers, visionary policy makers, renowned economists and influential industry leaders and entrepreneurs will chart India's economic future. Tune in on Tuesday, November 12th for all the live action. We have some big breaking news coming in. This from the state of Assam. There's a violence report being reported in Assam's Samaguri ahead of the elections. And incidents of violence have been reported in Samaguri Assembly constituency, where by-elections will be held on the 13th of November, with both the ruling BJP and the opposition Congress alleging that gunshots were fired targeting each other's supporters over the last 24 hours. Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma tweeted and said, I quote, I strongly condemn the attack on MLA Jitu Goswami in Samaguri by Assam Congress supporters. This is the same Congress that proudly holds up the constitution for the cameras, yet resorts to violence under the cover of darkness to intimidate our Karyakartas. The real question is, why has Congress stooped to such depths in this by-election? This is a serious attack coming in from Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma after incidents of firing were reported from this particular constituency, which is all set to go into for the by-polls. We have Anirudh also joining us live from Guwahati. Anirudh, tell us what's happening. What is this latest face-off all about, and when were the gunshots heard? Anirudh, if you could hear me, if you could unmute yourself and tell us about what's happening in this particular assembly constituency, because Himanta Biswa Sarma has strongly criticized the Congress of launching an attack on BJP Karyakartas.
Poll-related violence this time, and it may also be mentioned that
Well, let's also play out the nats of these visuals, viewers. This is the commotion that was witnessed in Assam's Samaguri, where the workers of Congress and the BJP clashed over violence, over the incidents of violence that have been reported in the Samaguri Assembly constituency. Remember, this is all set to go into by-polls on the 13th of November, that's Wednesday. And ahead of the by-poll battle, we have incidents of violence being reported. Himanta Biswa Sarma has now hit out at the Congress party, saying that the Congress, which holds up the constitution every single time, has resorted to acts that are against the constitution. Well, Anirudh, we can see in the pictures that Republic has accessed, we can see glasses of a car completely shattered, two groups clashing, and there's almost a fist fight that's visible on our screens. Tell us more about what's happening.
As I was pointing out, that Samaguri, which had been a Congress bastion for the last several years, is witnessing fresh by-elections this time after Rakibul Hussain was elected to the parliament. However, Congress have fielded Rakibul Hussain's son, Tanzil Hussain, as the candidate for the by-election, and after that, we have seen that BJP is also gearing up to, recover the seat from the Congress, and there have been several allegations and counter allegations being leveled against each other as far as the by-poll in Samaguri constituency is concerned. And over the last few days, ever since the by-polls were announced, we have also seen how in Samaguri constituency, particularly poll-related violence have broken out in several areas. And in one such incident yesterday, it has been alleged that BJP MLA from Nagaon, Jitu Goswami, when he was moving through the Samaguri constituency, gunshots were fired towards his vehicle from the residence of a Congress worker. However, the Congress party meanwhile has also alleged it differently and said that the convoy which was moving had instead fired gunshots towards the residence of a Congress supporter, in which one of the Congress supporter was injured. He was hit by a bullet on his leg, and these are the allegations and counter allegations which are coming in. Earlier also, we have seen the unprecedented violence which has been reported from Samaguri constituency. Several convoys, several vehicles were smashed, not only of the Congress party but also of the BJP by Congress supporters and the vice versa. And in yesterday's incidents also, there have been allegations from both the sides, the BJP as well as the Congress, that their people have been attacked. The police is investigating the matter. The police is now investigating the matter, and police have taken note of the complaints filed both by the BJP and the Congress, and they are saying that they are investigating to find out the truth. Studio.
Many thanks for joining us with those details. Well, as we speak, viewers, the matter is under investigation. But what we have to understand is that this constituency is all set to go to the by-polls on Wednesday. And ahead of the by-poll clash, there's an intense violent scenes being reported from Samaguri, where a BJP leader was attacked. The visuals on your screens clearly show how his car was targeted. Glasses have been completely shattered. We'll get you all the latest details and the Congress's response to Himanta Biswa Sarma's tweet on the entire episode that unfolded last evening in Samaguri. Now let's shift our focus and tell you about what's happening in Maharashtra, viewers, because the battle for Maharashtra is heating up. The Union Home Minister Amit Shah has launched the election manifesto for the state, and this launch, viewers, marks a key moment in this intense election race as political parties across the state have ramped up their campaigns. And during his address, Amit Shah launched scathing attacks on Sena UBT, Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray, Supremo Uddhav Thackeray, for siding with the Congress party. Shah also hit out at NCP SCP, led by Sharad Pawar, saying that Sharad Pawar cannot fool the people of Maharashtra anymore. Listen in.
उद्धव ठाकरे को भी कुछ याद कराने आया हूं। उद्धव जी, आप कहां बैठिएगा इसका फैसला आपको ही करना है, हम नहीं कर सकते। आपको ही करना चाहिए, आपने ही करा है, मगर कहां बैठे हो वो जगह मैं जरूर याद कराना चाहता हूं। आप 370 हटाने के विरोध करने वालों के साथ बैठे हो, आप राम जन्मभूमि के निर्माण का विरोध करने वालों के साथ बैठे हो, आप सावरकर जी के लिए अपशब्द कहने वालों के साथ बैठे हो, आप संभाजी नगर नाम का विरोध करने वालों के साथ बैठे हो, सीएए और यूसीसी लाने का विरोध करने वालों के साथ बैठे हो, और आप वक्फ बोर्ड के अंदर आने वाले सुधारों के बिल का विरोध करने वालों के साथ बैठे हो। आज मैं इस मंच से शरद पवार जी को पूछना चाहता हूं, 10 साल तक आप यूपीए की सरकार में मंत्री थे। 2004 से 14 महाराष्ट्र के विकास के लिए क्या किया वो महाराष्ट्र की जनता को आपको बताना चाहिए। 10 साल में यूपीए की सरकार ने, एक प्रकार से अघाड़ी की सरकार ने, महाराष्ट्र को सिर्फ 1,91,384 करोड़ रुपया, और नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार ने 14 से 24 तक 10,15,890 करोड़ रुपया दिया। एक और करीब 2 लाख करोड़ रुपया, और मोदी जी ने 10 लाख करोड़ रुपया दिया। मैं अघाड़ी के मित्रों को पूछना चाहता हूं, आपका हिसाब आप महाराष्ट्र की जनता के सामने रखेंगे क्या? 10 साल तक महाराष्ट्र को कितना अन्याय हुआ, जबकि उस वक्त भी ऊपर और नीचे दोनों जगह आपकी सरकार थी, और 10 साल में हमने 10 लाख करोड़ रुपया दिया जब दोनों जगह एनडीए की सरकार थी। ये अंतर है महायुति और अघाड़ी के बीच में। हमने सिंचाई नेटवर्क को नीलवड़े बांध, गोसीखुर्द, टेम्बू और जलयुक्त शिवार जो देवेंद्र जी जब मुख्यमंत्री थे तब योजना लाए थे, इससे महाराष्ट्र की भूमि को सिंचन क्षेत्र के अंदर 30% की बढ़ोतरी करने का काम हमारी यूपी सरकार ने किया। आज चुनाव में हमारा मुकाबला अघाड़ी से है। मैं निश्चित रूप से कहना चाहता हूं कि अघाड़ी की सारी योजनाएं सत्ता के लालच में तुष्टीकरण की है, विचारधाराओं का अपमान करने वाली है, और महाराष्ट्र की संस्कृति से छल कर केवल सत्ता प्राप्ति के लिए आगे बढ़ने वाली विचारधारा है। मित्रों, मुझे गत चुनाव का परिणाम याद है। आज मैं महाराष्ट्र की जनता के सामने कहने आया हूं कि आप लगातार तीसरी बार महायुति की सरकार को आपका मैंडेट दीजिए। पहली बार 2014 में महाराष्ट्र की जनता ने महायुति को मैंडेट दिया, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेतृत्व में महायुति की सरकार बनी। 19 में भी मैंडेट भारतीय जनता पार्टी और महायुति के लिए था, मगर जनादेश का द्रोह कर सत्ता की लालच में वो जनादेश को नकारा गया और अंततोगत्वा जो कृत्रिम होता है, जो बनावटी होता है, वो लंबा टिकता नहीं है। वो सरकार गिरी और फिर से महायुति की सरकार बनी। महायुति एक मुश्त होकर, एकजुट होकर मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सिद्धांतों के आधार पर महाराष्ट्र का कल्याण करने के लिए आगे बढ़ रही है और अघाड़ी की सरकार बनाने का जो लोग दावा कर रहे हैं, उनका चुनाव अभियान भी आंतरिक विरोधाभासों से घिरा हुआ है।
Well, it's time for us to take a look at the other top stories that we are tracking. It seems like the rift between India Alliance partners, the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party has widened further. Congress has started their Delhi Nyay Yatra against Aam Aadmi Party over corruption ahead of the Delhi Assembly polls. Congress has slammed Aam Aadmi Party leader Arvind Kejriwal and his party by calling them corrupt. Bulldozer action continues in Uttar Pradesh's Lucknow. Bulldozer has removed Lucknow's illegal construction in Kesar Bagh market. Lucknow Development Authority officers and employees are present on the spot. LDA has given the orders for demolition. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath voiced strong opposition to the Supreme Court's hearing on the status of Aligarh Muslim University during a public gathering. CM Yogi Adityanath questioned the rationale behind granting minority status to AMU, an institution that receives public funding, suggesting that it was an inappropriate privilege.
ये कैसे हो सकता है कि भारत के संसाधनों से पलने वाला, भारत की जनता के टैक्स से चलने वाला एक ऐसा संस्थान जो अनुसूचित जाति, जनजाति और पिछड़ी जाति के लोगों को कोई आरक्षण नहीं देता है, लेकिन वहां पर मुसलमानों के 50% आरक्षण की व्यवस्था वे लोग अपने स्वयं के माध्यम से करने का प्रयास करते हैं।
Another firing incident has been reported in the national capital. A 22-year-old recently released on bail by police was shot dead in Delhi's Mundka. As per Delhi police, 6 rounds of bullets were fired on the deceased, who has been identified as Amit, who was part of Gogi gang. Police also suspect rival enmity in this case.
ये लगभग 8:30 पौने 9 की बात है। मैं ऊपर छत पे था। मेरे को फ़ोन आया कि भाई तुम्हारी दुकान के आगे गोली चली है। तो मैंने देखा तो नीचे काफ़ी भीड़ इकट्ठी थी, तो नीचे एक लाश पड़ी हुई थी और उसके थोड़ी देर के बाद पुलिस वाले आ गए थे। देखो जी, वहाँ तो हम देख नहीं पाए उसके नज़दीक में, लेकिन हाँ कि कम से कम उसको 2-3 गोलियाँ तो लगी होंगी, क्योंकि आवाज़ तो 4-5 गोलियों की आई थी।
The tragic accident on Yamuna Expressway, a speeding car collided with a truck. 5 members of the same family reportedly died in this incident. As per the police, the car driver also succumbed to injuries, while 4 other injured have succumbed to their injuries in the hospital.
आज प्रातःकाल थाना नालिश बाग के सेक्टर 146
के पास खराब खड़े ट्रक में यमुना एक्सप्रेसवे पर नोएडा से परी चौक की तरफ आ रही तेज़ गति की वैगनार ने पीछे से टक्कर मार दी, जिसमें कि चालक की मौके पर ही दुखद मृत्यु हो गई है तथा 4 अन्य घायलों को अस्पताल उपचार हेतु भर्ती कराया गया, जहां पर डॉक्टरों द्वारा उनको मृत घोषित कर दिया गया।
Kolkata police with the STF detained Ismail Khan. A search operation led to the discovery of 3 single-shot firearms, 2 7mm semi-automatic pistols, 50 rounds of 8mm live ammunition, and 40 rounds of 7.65mm live cartridges. Khan will be presented in the court today, and a case has been registered at the STF police station. In a chilling incident, a Bengaluru woman narrowly escaped a dangerous situation after she boarded on a fake cab outside Bengaluru airport. The driver, who was later revealed to be an impersonator posing as an official Ola cab driver, allegedly attempted to extort money, prompting the woman to seek urgent help. After registering complaint, the police is now investigating the matter and the driver has been held. Viewers, the battle for Maharashtra is getting intense with each passing day, and today the BJP released its Sankalp Patra for the state, which is all set to go into elections. The Union Home Minister said that if the BJP comes to power, they will bring about an anti-conversion law in Maharashtra. Listen in.
देश में कानून नहीं है, हर राज्यों ने बनाया है और एक कानून के मसौदे पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपनी एक आंतरिक कमेटी भी बनाएगी और महायुति की सरकार बनने के बाद सरकार भी एक कमेटी बनाकर सभी स्टेक होल्डर से चर्चा कर पर कठोर से कठोर कानून, जिसके कारण धर्मांतरण शून्य हो जाए, इस प्रकार का कानून लेकर हम आएंगे.
Meanwhile, viewers, the BJP has hailed the move and the promise made by the Union Home Minister in the manifesto. Listen in to some reactions coming in.
बिल्कुल जरूरत है, क्योंकि मैं कई ऐसे मामले चला रहा हूं जो उरण में अभी हत्या हुई है. उस मामले में तो उस लड़के ने मेरे से शादी कर एक अलग विपक्ष धर्म का लड़का और अलग धर्म की लड़की अगर नहीं किया तो उसने मार डाला. तो मुझे लगता है कि कोई जबरदस्ती करता है, फोर्स करता है, तो कंपल्शन करता है धर्म चेंज करने के लिए, तो मुझे लगता है कि कानून उसके लिए सख्त होगा. यही गृह मंत्री जी ने आज कहा था और मुझे लगता है जो स्टेटमेंट अमित जी का मैंने सुना, उस पर बात साफ जाहिर होता है कि हमारे देश में हर कोई व्यक्ति को उसका रेस, रिलीजन सेफ रखा जाएगा. लेकिन अगर कोई उसको जबरदस्ती करता है, फोर्स करता है, धमकियां देता है, तो कानून उसको बख्शा नहीं. यही अमित जी ने आज कहा.
कितना असर होगा इस बिल के आने से, कितना महाराष्ट्र में असर होगा? क्या कुछ प्रावधान हो सकते हैं आने वाले दिनों में? चूंकि आप पार्टी से भी जुड़े हैं, लॉ के भी विशेषज्ञ हैं, तो कैसे कैसे कानून हो सकते हैं? क्या कुछ प्रोविजंस हो सकते हैं? अगर कुछ
देखिए, अभी सरकार की तरफ से ये तो जाहिर किया गया है कि सरकार ऐसा कानून लाने की मानसिकता उन्होंने दिखाई है. तो मुझे लगता है कि एक अच्छा कानून इसलिए होगा कि लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन भी उससे बरकरार रहेगी और किसी को कोई डरने की जरूरत नहीं है. अगर कोई प्यार मोहब्बत कोई भी रिलीजन कर सकता है, उसमें कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. लेकिन किसी ने कोई धमकियां दी है और कोई गन पॉइंट पर अगर ये करना चाहता है, तो उसके लिए एक कानून बहुत बड़ा खौफ बन सकता है.
के सिद्धांतों पर चलती हुई पार्टियों का गठबंधन है और हमारा गठबंधन महाराष्ट्र को समृद्ध बनाने वाला गठबंधन. भाइयों बहनों, अभी उलेमाओं के एक संगठन ने कांग्रेस पार्टी को एक आवेदन पत्र दिया, जिसमें इन्होंने कहा है कि महाराष्ट्र में मुसलमानों के लिए 10% आरक्षण करिए। इसका मतलब क्या होता है? इसका मतलब ये होता है कि 50% आरक्षण ऑलरेडी हो चुका है, बढ़ोतरी करनी है तो किसी का काटना पड़ेगा। अब 10% अगर माइनॉरिटी को देना है तो दलितों का, आदिवासियों का और ओबीसी का आरक्षण काट कर देना पड़ेगा। रावेर वालों, पिछड़ा वर्ग का, ओबीसी वर्ग का आरक्षण कट जाए उसमें आप सहमत हो क्या? अरे जोर से बोलो, सहमत हो? दलितों का कट जाए इसमें सहमत हो? और आदिवासियों का कट जाए उसमें सहमत हो? ये अगाड़ी वाले सत्ता की भूख में अंधे हो चुके हैं। मगर मैं कहकर जाता हूं, जब तक भारतीय जनता पार्टी का एक भी सांसद या विधायक विधानसभा और संसद में है, माइनॉरिटी को आरक्षण नहीं मिल पाएगा। ये हमारा संकल्प। भाइयों बहनों, मुझे बताओ, ये कश्मीर जो है हमारा है या नहीं है? अरे जोर से बोलो, है या नहीं है? धारा 370 हटानी चाहिए थी या नहीं हटानी चाहिए थी? हमने धारा 370 को हटा दिया। मोदी जी ने आजादी के बाद सबसे बड़ा फैसला लिया, धारा 370 हटाने का। इसका बिल लेकर जब मैं आया संसद में, ये सारे कांग्रेस, शरद पवार की पार्टी, ममता, ये अपने अखिलेश यादव, स्टालिन, ये सारे काऊ 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 कर, वो कह रहे थे मत हटाइए भाई। मैंने बोला क्यों ना हटाए? तो उन्होंने कहा खून की नदियां बह जाएगी। अरे राहुल बाबा, 6 साल हो गया, खून की नदियां छोड़ो, किसी की कंकर चलाने की हिम्मत नहीं है कंकर चलाने। ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार है, नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार है, किसी की हिम्मत नहीं है। और जब मोदी जी प्रधानमंत्री बने, इन्होंने हिम्मत की थी उरी और पुलवामा में इन्होंने हमला किया।
Viewers, the time has come once again when the greatest economic minds of India will gather under one roof and discuss the driving forces behind our thriving economy. Republic Media Network presents the 4th edition of the India Economic Summit, Viksit Bharat Bullseye, a platform where topmost ministers, visionary policy makers, renowned economists and influential industry leaders and entrepreneurs will chart India's economic future. Tune in on Tuesday, November 12th for all the live action.
Director, the taste of success.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for staying with Republic. And well, yes, the time has come once again when the greatest economic minds of India will gather under one roof and discuss the driving forces behind our thriving economy. Republic Media Network presents the 4th edition of the India Economic Summit, Viksit Bharat Bullseye, a platform where topmost ministers, visionary policy makers, renowned economists and influential industry leaders and entrepreneurs will chart India's economic future. Tune in on Tuesday, that is the 12th of November, all day, as it will be live action.
जेएमएम सरकार में पिछले 5 साल में हुआ क्या भाई? आपके हक की ये सुविधाएं जेएमएम कांग्रेस के लोगों ने लूट ली, लूट।
Prime Minister Modi in poll-bound Jharkhand hits out at Congress and JMM, says the duo looted people of the state.
कठोर से कठोर कानून जिसके कारण धर्मांतरण शून्य हो जाए, इस प्रकार का कानून लेकर
BJP releases Sankalp Patra in Maharashtra. Amit Shah promises anti-conversion law after BJP comes to power in state.
मैं आज इस मंच से उद्धव ठाकरे जी को पूछना चाहता हूं, क्या कांग्रेस का कोई नेता सम्माननीय बाला साहब ठाकरे के सम्मान में 2 वाक्य अच्छे बोल सकता है क्या?
Amit Shah takes the jibe at Uddhav Thackeray, says Uddhav Sena siding with those who insulted Bala Sahib. Protests outside Canadian embassy against attacks on Hindus in Canada.
मोदी जी ने इस बुक को कहा और वो फडणवीस कौन से स्कूल में पढ़ा मुझे मालूम नहीं, उन्होंने भी बोलते कोरे कागज आहेत ते संविधान नाही, ते कोरे कागज आहेत हो, ते दाखवते राहुल तुम्हाला। ये कितना झूठ है, मैं बोलूं, इसीलिए मैं बार बार बोलता हूं कि वो झूठों का सरदार है।
After Rahul's constitution blunder, Congress now peddles fake narrative. Kharge says Prime Minister Modi called the constitution an urban Naxalite book. Massive anti-terror operations launched in Jammu and Kashmir, 4 Jawans injured in an ambush in Kishtwar. And first up, we get you the latest from Assam, where incidents of violence have been reported in Samaguri Assembly constituency, where by-elections will be held on the 13th of November, that is Wednesday. Both the ruling BJP and opposition Congress that have been alleging that gunshots were fired targeting each other's supporters. This has been happening over the last 24 hours. According to police reports that were received, an incident of firing that took place at Mari Putikhaiti village in Samaguri, where BJP workers alleged that a shot was fired from the house of a Congress worker aiming at ruling party MLA Jeetu Goswami's vehicle. Cutting across to Anirudh, joining us live from Guwahati to take us through the latest details of these allegations that are being leveled from both sides, Anirudh, and what are you picking up from the ground?
Yes, unprecedented violence have been witnessed in Samoguri constituency ever since the by-elections were announced, and in latest what we are getting to know that yesterday at night when the convoy of Jitu Goswami was moving through a village, then from the house of a Congress supporter shots were fired towards his vehicle, in which though he escaped unhurt, the vehicle sustained...
Anirudh, I'm sorry I'm having to interrupt you here, but Mr. Bimal Bora, who's an Assam Minister of Industries and Commerce and Public Enterprise from the government of Assam, is with us on the broadcast. Thank you for speaking to Republic. I first up want to get details from you on this fresh spate of violence ahead of the by-elections and allegations coming in from both sides, but most importantly, where BJP workers have said that a shot was fired from the house of a Congress worker aiming at ruling party MLA Jitu Goswami's vehicle. What details can you share with our viewers?
Are you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Yeah. Yesterday at about 7 to 7:30 p.m., our Borhampur Honorable MLA Jitu Goswami and some other workers of BJP, namely Mojibur Rahman, Ajay Singh, Asfaq, lots of there reached Muriputti Kheti of Bhatiakhali Panchayat under 88 number of Samoguri constituency. During their campaign in favor of the BJP candidate, suddenly some Congress workers under the leadership of one veteran criminal, namely Ismail Hussain, started to pelting stone from the election campaign office of INC situated therein towards the Honorable MLA Jitu Goswami, Mujibur Rahman, Ajay Singh, Asfaq, and other BJP workers. Then the BJP workers started run away from that place to save themselves. At that moment, the Congress workers started firing by the firearms towards our MLA Jitu Goswami, Mujibur Rahman, Ajay Singh, Asfaq, and other BJP workers. And the result of the firing, the BJP workers, Ajay Singh and Asfaq, were severely injured. At the time of the incident, the Rakibul Hussain, MP Dhuburi, the father of the candidate Tanzil Hussain, was also present and instigated the criminal Ismail Hussain and other Congress workers to attack our procession leading by the Jitu Goswami.
No, but sir, I also want to understand from you what the government is doing in order to take control of the situation. Heavy police deployment on the ground, and how exactly can this political violence be controlled?
देखिए, ये जो रकीबुल हुसैन जी जो सामोगुड़ी में लगातार 4-5 बार जीता हुआ है, उनका एक स्टाइल है बिफोर इलेक्शन एक फेरोशियस सिचुएशन क्रिएट करके ताकि आम जनताओं ने वोट केंद्रों में ना जाए और वोटिंग सेंटर कैप्चर करके वोट इन फेवर ऑफ देम वो डाल सके. इसीलिए ये इन लोगों का एक ब्लूप्रिंट रहा. थोड़ा दिन का पहले उस लोगों ने एक भारत सरकार का इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया का चीफ इलेक्शन कमिश्नर को एक चिट्ठी भेजा था. वहां पे प्रदेश कांग्रेस का प्रेसिडेंट भूपेन बोरा भी शामिल है, वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट जाकिर हुसैन सिकदर एंड धुबुरी एमएलए एंड द फादर ऑफ this Samoguri constituency candidate Tanzil Hussain, Rakibul Hussain has complained against the superintendent of police Nagaon and other concerned authorities. क्योंकि उस टाइम में जो ट्रबल मंगर है, उस ट्रबल मंगर को थोड़ा हो डाउन करने के लिए पुलिस का एक स्ट्रेटेजी है, पुलिस का एक सिस्टम है ताकि फ्री एंड फेयर इलेक्शन हो सके. लेकिन 3 आदमी का नाम मैं आपको एक कागज भी हम दिखा सकता हूं. ये असम प्रदेश कांग्रेस कमेटी का, ये आप देख सकते हैं, असम प्रदेश कांग्रेस कमेटी का एक पेज है और इसमें यहाँ पे साइन किया हुआ है, इसमें 3 आदमी का बारे में लिखा हुआ है। एक है आराफत अली, एक है आरिफुल इस्लाम एंड इजाजुल हक। पुलिस का ऊपर में इल्जाम लगाया है कि फोर्सफुली दे हैव टेकन अवे फ्रॉम देयर होम। बट वो जो आराफत अली, उनका अगेंस्ट में सामोगुड़ी पुलिस स्टेशन एंड खाटवाल पुलिस स्टेशन में 5 केस रजिस्टर है। आरिफुल इस्लाम एंड इजाजुल हक का अगेंस्ट में सामोगुड़ी पुलिस स्टेशन में 1 केस रजिस्टर है, ताकि इलेक्शन का टाइम में उन लोगों ने रकीबुल हुसैन का साथ मिलके आम आदमी को डराने के लिए एक क्रिमिनल का यूज करते हैं। इसीलिए इन लोग का ब्लूप्रिंट रहा पहले से, ताकि नॉर्मल वोटिंग फ्री एंड फेयर में ना हो पाए और जो माइनॉरिटी इलाका है उसी में उन लोग वोटिंग बूथ कैप्चर करके उन लोग का फेवर में वो लोग वोट डाल सके। इसीलिए हम लोग आज भी रिटर्निंग ऑफिसर का पास गया हुआ है और रिटर्निंग ऑफिसर को हम लोग पिटीशन फाइल किया है। ये जो रकीबुल हुसैन जी को इलेक्शन से रिस्ट्रेन करने के लिए।
Right. I understand that not only is the police acting up, but also to the election bodies who are all set to carry out the by-elections in order to understand the heightened security on the ground. Like you're saying that it is the Congress workers, as is being alleged, but allegations really coming in from both sides. Again, to really get your answer to what the government is doing in order to take the situation under control.
Definitely, government is trying to situation under control, but lots of criminal with Raqibul Hussain. So they are planning to release from various type of cases before election. So they have filed application, petition to the election commission so that police can't harass their criminals, which will help them in election time. So we repeatedly urge to the administration to control the whole situation so that everybody can cast their valuable votes in free and fair environment.
Vimal Bora, I want to thank you for speaking to Republic. I'd also like to go back to my colleague Anirudh, who's been tracking all the developments on the ground. And fact is that as much as we get an assurance that things are being worked in the best manner to be able to reduce the violence, but right now tension is simmering. Do give us a sense of what you observe.
Yes, as it has been pointed out by the minister from Assam, that yes, violence have been reported. In fact, there are allegation and counter allegations from both the Congress and the BJP. And as I was telling you, that it is not only the BJP which is alleging that the Congress party workers are attacking the BJP, but on the other hand, there are also allegations that the BJP, against the BJP leaders of launching attack on Congress supporters and also targeting the vehicles. However, what we witnessed yesterday is very unprecedented, because for the first time gunshots were heard last night, and in one such incident one Congress supporter has also sustained bullet injury. So it is still being investigated by the police as who fired the bullet first, or is it the Congress supporter who self-injured himself. These are points which the police is looking into while investigating this entire matter. But yes, overall, if we talk about Samoguri had been the version of the Congress party for last several decades. Earlier, Congress leaders, Raqibul Hussein's father was a legislator from Samoguri constituency. Thereafter, Raqibul Hussain had been the MLA from Samoguri constituency for more than 5 consecutive terms. And and now he is projecting his son Tanzil Hussain, as a candidate of the Congress party from Samaguri constituency. And there is also a heightened, there is also a heightened dissatisfaction among the people, and not only the people, many Congress workers are also not happy the way in which Raqibul Hussain have, brought in his son, who have not made any single contribution, be it in the Congress party or in the NSUI or in the Youth Congress, and he has been given candidates, ignoring over the fact that there were many other leaders. So there is a huge resentment among the people in Samaguri, also among the Congress party workers, and the violence which is being witnessed in Samaguri is very unprecedented, and it is being condemned by one and all. However, the fact of the matter remains that a proper investigation is the need of the hour in order to find out what actually happened yesterday. Suesa.
All right, Anirudh, we'll keep coming back to further updates as the situation on the ground develops, hoping that there is a curb on the ongoing violence. But in the run-up to the by-polls on the 13th, does the situation improve? We'll keep a close watch. As we also now shift focus to the nationwide Waqf emergency. Yes, Union Home Minister Amit Shah has steered into the pro-Waqf lobby. He's questioned why the Maha Vikas Aghadi is against the Waqf Amendment Bill. It is an all-out attack by BJP leader and Union Home Minister Amit Shah against the Maha Vikas Aghadi, questioning their position on the Waqf Amendment Bill, which, remember, Amit Shah had also announced that it will be tabled in the winter parliament session. This even as Amit Shah has gone on to assure people across the country that not an inch of their land can be taken by the Waqf board as long as the Modi government is at the center. But this certainly becoming the biggest face-off ahead of the Maharashtra polls, as senior BJP leader and Union Home Minister Amit Shah questioning the Maha Vikas Aghadi to what is their problem with the Waqf Amendment Bill. Listen into that statement.
वक़्फ़ कानून में संशोधन लेकर आए हैं, इसका भी ये विरोध कर रहे हैं। रावेर वालों, ये वक़्फ़ कानून बदल देना चाहिए या नहीं बदल देना चाहिए? अरे जोर से बोलो, बदलना चाहिए या नहीं बदलना चाहिए? अभी अभी कर्नाटक में गांव के गांव वक़्फ़ की संपत्ति कर दिए, कई मंदिर, किसानों की भूमि, गांव वालों के घर वक़्फ़ की संपत्ति हो गया। और पवार साहब, हमें आपकी मनसा मालूम है। अघाड़ी सरकार बनते ही महाराष्ट्र में भी इसका आप रिपीटेशन करने वाले हो, मगर आप लोग चिंता मत करो। मोदी जी ने तय किया है संसद के अंदर वक़्फ़ कानून को बदलकर ये अधिकार वक़्फ़ बोर्ड के पास नहीं रहने वाला है। नहीं।
And moving on, as Union Home Minister Amit Shah launched the BJP'S Manifesto ahead of the Maharashtra polls, where he not just made a slew of promises by the Mahayuti, but also has promised an anti-conversion law in the state, as he says that the Mahayuti will only work towards social welfare. Listen in to all the reactions that have come in.
देश में कानून नहीं है, हर राज्यों ने बनाया है, और एक कानून के मसौदे पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपनी एक आंतरिक कमेटी भी बनाएगी, और महायुति की सरकार बनने के बाद सरकार भी एक कमेटी बनाकर सभी स्टेक होल्डर से चर्चा कर पर कठोर से कठोर कानून, जिसके कारण धर्मांतरण शून्य हो जाए, इस प्रकार का कानून लेकर हम आएंगे। राहुल बाबा, ममता दीदी, अखिलेश यादव, स्टालिन जी, सारे के सारे काऊ 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 करने लगे। और कहने लगे कि मत हटाइए, मत हटाइए। मैंने बोला क्यों ना हटाए भाई? तो उन्होंने कहा कश्मीर में खून की नदियां बह जाएगी। अरे राहुल बाबा, 6 साल हो गए, 6 साल। खून की नदियां छोड़ो, किसी की कंकर चलाने की हिम्मत नहीं है। कंकर चलाने ये नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार है। आज कश्मीर में नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस की सरकार बनी, एक कांग्रेस पार्टी इनकी साथीदार है। इन लोगों ने कश्मीर में प्रस्ताव पारित किया कि हम 370 को वापस लाएंगे। राहुल बाबा, शिवाजी महाराज की धरती पर खड़ा रहकर मैं कहता हूं, आप तो क्या, आपकी 4 पीढ़ी भी 370 वापस नहीं। भाइयों बहनों, मोदी जी ने देश को सुरक्षित करने का काम किया। 10 साल तक यूपीए की सरकार थी, सोनिया मनमोहन की सरकार थी। 10 साल तक आए दिन ये पाकिस्तान के आतंकवादी आते थे, बम धमाके करते थे और आराम से चले जाते थे। कोई कुछ नहीं करता था, क्योंकि उनको वोट बैंक की लालच है, वोट बैंक की। अब मोदी जी को आपने 2014 में प्रधानमंत्री बना दिया, उरी और पुलवामा में हमला हुआ। मोदी जी ने 10 ही दिन में पाकिस्तान के घर में घुसकर सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक और एयर स्ट्राइक कर आतंकवादियों का सफाया। माताओं, भाइयों, बहनों, मुझे बताओ जरा, ये अघाड़ी देश को सुरक्षित रख सकती है क्या? जोर से बोलो, रख सकती है क्या? ये अघाड़ी महाराष्ट्र को सुरक्षित रख सकती है क्या? इनकी वोट बैंक की लालच उन कुछ भी कराने के लिए उनको तैयार कर देती है। भाइयों बहनों, नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने देश को सुरक्षित किया है। नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने देश को समृद्ध किया है। हमारा देश का अर्थतंत्र सोनिया मनमोहन की सरकार में 11वें नंबर था। मोदी जी ने 10 ही साल में 11वें नंबर से 5वें नंबर पर लाने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने। अरे क्या खुश हो जाते हो भाई? 5वें नंबर से खुश हो? मैं बताकर जाता हूं, 2027 में हमारा अर्थतंत्र दुनिया में 3रे नंबर का अर्थतंत्र बन जाएगा। भाइयों बहनों, ये अघाड़ी ने तुष्टीकरण की इंतहा कर दी। मुझे बताओ जरा, अयोध्या में राम मंदिर बनना चाहिए था या नहीं बनना चाहिए था? अरे जोर से बोलो भाई, बनना चाहिए था या नहीं बनना चाहिए? 70 साल थे ये कांग्रेस पार्टी राम मंदिर के मसले को अटकाती रही, लटकाती रही, भटकाती रही। मोदी जी को आपने प्रधानमंत्री बनाया, 5 ही साल में केस भी जीता, भूमि पूजन भी किया, मंदिर भी बनाया और प्राण प्रतिष्ठा कर जय श्री राम कर दिया। और इस दीपावली को 550 साल के बाद इस दीपावली को रामलल्ला अपने भव्य मंदिर में बैठे हैं। और केवल राम मंदिर नहीं, औरंगजेब ने काशी विश्वनाथ कॉरिडोर तोड़ा था, मोदी जी ने काशी विश्वनाथ कॉरिडोर को भी फिर से बनाया। और टूटा हुआ सोमनाथ का मंदिर नया तो बन ही चुका था, अब मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सोमनाथ का मंदिर सोने का बन रहा है भाइयों बहनों।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
Someone who I have had the pleasure of knowing for almost, if I may say so, over a decade and a half professionally in various roles, and I have seen the way in which Nirmala Sitharaman has come out as a shining star in our political life. She would be feisty and have the greatest amount of personal research on any subject, which is true even today, and she had every fact on her fingertips.
The time has come once again when the greatest economic minds of India will gather under one roof and discuss the driving forces behind our thriving economy. Republic Media Network presents the 4th edition of India Economic Summit, Viksit Bharat Bullseye, a platform where the topmost ministers, visionary policymakers, renowned economists and influential industry leaders and entrepreneurs will chart India's economic future. Tune in on Tuesday, November 12th for all the live action. And we start this edition with breaking news coming in, which is coming in from Kishtwar, where an attack on Indian Army has been repulsed. What we learn is that Jaish terrorists attempted to trap 6 to 7 Jawans of the Indian Army. The Indian Army personnel were fired upon from 3 sides by the terrorists. 4 personnel have been injured in the Kishtwar attack is what we know. What we also know is that a group of 3 to 4 Jaish terrorists had attempted this attack on the Indian Army Jawans. Air ambulance has also been called in at Kishtwar operation site as we learned that 4 army personnel have sustained injuries. We'll try and get Gursimran, who is reporting live on this story. Gursimran has been getting us those details. What we do know, the latest coming in, is that the air ambulance has been called at the operational site where 4 army Jawans have been injured. Gursimran, my colleague, is joining me live on the broadcast. Gursimran, what's the recent update? How far have the operations reached?
See, the operations are now advancing to a next level as the forces have cordoned in the entire area where the terrorists are believed to be hiding. The group of the terrorists is said to be 3 to 4 terrorists of Jaish-e-Mohammed, and this is the same group that has carried out the killing of the village defense group members identified as Nasir Ahmed and also Kuldeep Kumar from the upper areas of Kuntwara in the Kishtwar district. The killing was carried out on 7th of November, after which the operations were launched, first to trace out the body and then to terrorists. But today, when the forces were advancing in the area, the terrorists have led an ambush. They tried to ambush the party of the Indian Army, the special forces, 6 to 7 troops that were moving in the area, but that was repulsed by the security forces, and in the initial exchange of fire, there have been 4 injuries to the Indian Army. That is what we are getting the confirmation from the Jammu and Kashmir police as well as from the Indian Army. And now the air ambulance has been called in. They are being evacuated to the base hospital in Udhampur for the advanced treatment. Apart from this, the special forces are also being inducted into the operation and additional reinforcement, including the Special Operations Group of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, as well as the Indian Army troops from the 7 Assam Rifles. They are also being pushed to the encounter site. The forces are hopeful that the terrorists have been coordinated, that there has been regular exchange of fire between the terrorists and the security forces in the area. They will be able to hunt down these terrorists. But as it is advancing towards the end of the day, the light is going to play a crucial role, because we have seen that in almost all the encounters, except that one in the Akhnur, where 2 terrorists were killed in the next day of the encounter, the terrorists have taken the advantage of the dense darkness and have escaped in almost all encounters that have happened in the Doda and the Kishtwar. So it is going to be a tough challenge for the security forces to neutralize these terrorists, but the forces are hopeful that they will be able to bring down this group of the terrorists that was behind the brutal killing of the ISIS-style execution of 2 VDG members in the Kuntwara area of Kishtwar.
With us, because what I also want to know from you is that are these operations launched after the VDG members that were killed in Kishtwar just 3 days back? What is the update on that? Has any terrorist been caught? And how far is it going to take when we talk about what we do know is that the combing operations are underway, but how far till the terrorists are caught?
See, so far no terrorist has been caught or neutralized so far in the operation that were launched after the killing of the 2 village defense group members in the upper reaches of the Kuntwara. And also important to mention that these forces that have been ambushed, though the ambush was repulsed, but it was a pure ambush that was led by the terrorists. These groups of the forces that were moving in the area, they were moving after the operations were launched on the killing of 2 VDG members. They were trying to hunt down these terrorists, but the terrorists, since they are battle hardened and also prepare for and highly trained for this jungle warfare, they are well aware of the terrain of the area, and this Chas forest area, which is in the bowl of the Keshwan forest, these are the densely forested area, and it is really very challenging to operate in these densely forested area. Similar fashion attacks have taken place for more than 6 times in the Doda and the Kishtwar in last 6 to 9 months times in the Jammu region, which shows that these terrorists are resorting to the old tactics, but they are giving a surprise, keeping a surprise element. That is why we are witnessing that there have been injuries to the Indian Army in the ongoing operation.
Right. Gursimran there sharing us all the latest updates coming in from Kishtwar. Gursimran, will keep coming back to you on that story. For now, thank you. And we move on to the other story that we are tracking, and this is coming in from the state of Uttar Pradesh, where after Akhilesh's countdown jab at Yogi Adityanath, now Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has called SP the production house of mafias and called Akhilesh the CEO of the production house. So that's the scathing retort that's coming in from Yogi Adityanath, Uttar Pradesh's Chief Minister, and this comes right after Akhilesh fired the countdown jab at Yogi Adityanath. Ladies and gentlemen, remember, this is the fresh Yogi versus Akhilesh war that's prevailing in the state, where now it is Yogi Adityanath at the forefront, leading the charge, calling Akhilesh and the Samajwadi Party the production house of mafias, and Akhilesh being the CEO of that production house. Listen into that reaction that is coming in from the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath.
कभी यह क्षेत्र खनन माफिया और भू माफिया के लिए जाना जाता था, और आज अच्छे जनप्रतिनिधि आप चुनते हैं, अच्छे सांसद चुनते हैं, अच्छे विधायक चुनते हैं, तो आज मिर्जापुर की पहचान मां विंध्यवासिनी धाम के कॉरिडोर, भव्य कॉरिडोर के लिए हो रही है। आज मां विंध्यवासिनी धाम में अपना स्वयं मिर्जापुर का मेडिकल कॉलेज है। आज इस क्षेत्र में मां विंध्यवासिनी के नाम पर एक विश्वविद्यालय की स्थापना भी हो चुकी है, और अब तो याद करिए, देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने इंटरनेशनल सोलर अलायंस के लिए फ्रांस के प्रधानमंत्री को लेकर के स्वयं यहां पर आए, और यहां पर सोलर का सबसे बड़ा प्लांट का उद्घाटन उन्होंने स्वयं किया था। कभी यह क्षेत्र खनन माफिया और भू माफिया के लिए जाना जाता था, और आज अच्छे जनप्रतिनिधि आप चुनते हैं, अच्छे सांसद चुनते हैं, अच्छे विधायक चुनते हैं, तो आज मिर्जापुर की पहचान मां विंध्यवासिनी धाम के कॉरिडोर, भव्य कॉरिडोर के लिए हो रही है। आज मां विंध्यवासिनी धाम में अपना स्वयं मिर्जापुर का मेडिकल कॉलेज है। आज इस क्षेत्र में मां विंध्यवासिनी के नाम पर एक विश्वविद्यालय की स्थापना भी हो चुकी है, और अब तो याद करिए, देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने इंटरनेशनल सोलर अलायंस के लिए फ्रांस के प्रधानमंत्री को लेकर के स्वयं यहां पर आए, और यहां पर सोलर का सबसे बड़ा प्लांट का
वाली मुद्रा योजना दिल्ली से नहीं, दुमका से शुरू की थी। हमने 5 लाख रुपए के मुफ्त इलाज वाली आयुष्मान योजना दिल्ली से नहीं, बल्कि झारखंड से लॉन्च की। अब तो हमने हर परिवार के 70 वर्ष से ऊपर के सभी बुजुर्गों का भी मुफ्त इलाज शुरू कर दिया है। और मैं जो आप सबको कहता हूं, आप किसी भी समाज में पैदा हुए हो, कितनी ही आय हो, शहर के हो, गांव के हो, आपके परिवार में 70 साल की ऊपर के जो भी लोग हैं, आपके माता पिता, दादा दादी, नाना नानी, अगर उनको इलाज की जरूरत पड़े, आपको खर्च करने की चिंता नहीं रहेगी। ये उनका बेटा दिल्ली में बैठा है, वो करेगा। साथियों, पिछले साल 15 नवंबर को मैं धरती आबा बिरसा मुंडा के गांव उलीहातू गया था। मैं देश का पहला प्रधानमंत्री हूं जिसको ये अवसर मिला है। वहां हमने एक बहुत बड़ी योजना पीएम जन मन अभियान की शुरुआत की। ये अबू जमाड़िया, बैगा, बिरहोर, कमार, पहाड़ी कोरवा, भूंजिया, पंडो, ऐसी छोटे छोटे समूह वाली जनजातियों के विकास के लिए जो सबसे पिछड़ी हुई है, किसी ने उनकी तरफ देखा नहीं, जिन्हें किसी ने नहीं पूछा, मोदी उनको पूजता है। पिछले महीने मैं हजारीबाग भी आया था। वहां से मैंने धरती आबा जनजातीय ग्राम उत्कर्ष अभियान की शुरुआत की। इससे गुमला, लोहदरगा, सिमडेगा सहित देश भर के 60,000 से अधिक गांवों का कायाकल्प होने वाला है।